Loop diuretics. Used for hypercalcemia, hyperkalemia, pulmonary edema. Inhibits reabsorption in ascending loop of Henle increases excretion. Very rapid effect. Side effects: hyperglycemia, electrolyte imbalance, hypokalemia, hypovolemia, hypotension, ototoxic. Potassium-sparing diuretics. Inhibition of aldosterone by canrenone increases Na plus excretion, decreases K plus secretion and excretion Na plus excretion promotes water excretion. Side effects: hyperkalemia. Contraindication: hyperkalemia, renal insufficiency. Urinary tract antispasmodics. These drugs help decrease urinary tract muscle spasms. Used for overactive bladder, urge incontinence, neurogenic bladder. Drug inhibits PNS relieves smooth muscle spasm by relaxing detrusor and urinary muscles. Side effects: blurred vision, headache, urinary retention, dry mouth, weight gain, glaucoma. Monitor voids and assess for overactive bladder, urgency, incontinence, and frequency. If co-administered with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors, drugs should be given at reduced dosage.
Erectile dysfunction drugs, phosphodiesterase 5 enzyme inhibitors. Erectile dysfunction due to lack of blood flowing through corpus cavernosum. Drug selectively inhibits phosphodiesterase type 5 receptors causes increase in nitric oxide activation of CGMP enzyme relaxation of smooth muscle increased blood flow to corpus cavernosum erection. Side effects: sildenafil hypertension, cerebrovascular hemorrhage, headache, dizziness, flushing, dyspepsia, vision change. Drug is to be taken 30 minutes to 4 hours before sexual activity. If the erection lasts more than hours, medical intervention is needed. Do not take erectile dysfunction drugs if also on nitrates or blockers for HTN or angina. These drugs have no effect without the presence of sexual stimulation.
tender skin. I don't care just where you've been. Your love's a drug to me. A dirty slave sent from above. I'm a fool for your love. Your love's a drug to me. I'll take you high, I'll take you low, anywhere you wanna go. That's alright with me. I will crawl on my knees just to fall at your feet. Your love's a drug to me. Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Your name is known all over town. Every stranger calls around. Everybody pays their money down. Without no shame you play your games. Nobody remembers your name, but everybody pays their money down. But I will taste your tender skin. I don't care where you've been. Your love's a drug to me. Like dirty slaves sent from above. I'm a fool for your love. Your love's a drug to me. Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Am I what you want? Am I what you need? Am I what you want? Am I what you need? I've been driving all night long, trying to find the words to this song. Gotta find my way back home to you. Nothing's black and nothing's white, nothing's wrong and nothing's right. Gotta find my way back home to you. And I've been driving all night long, trying to find the words to this song. Gotta find my way back home to you. Nothing's black and nothing's white, nothing's wrong and nothing's right. Gotta find my way back home to you. And I've been driving all night long, trying to find the words to this song. Gotta find my way back home to you. I've been driving all night long, trying to find the words to this song. Gotta find my way back home to you.
The planes of existence consist of 6 known planes. The first is the higher heavens of Lycia. The most sought-after goal of any being within the planes is to live here. Then there are the planes of Protean, or just Protean. This plane of existence is diverse in environment, cultures, and civilizations. Many live a basic life on the planets where they live, and others travel the stars in starships. After the plane of Protean, there is the cardinal plane. This plane is the most primal of the first 3 and also has many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations. These beings live closer to the darker planes, so morality and compassion aren't seen too often here. It is mostly about survival of the fittest. Slaves are bought and sold both on the planes of Protean and the cardinal plane. Some space travel does occur among the more advanced civilizations within this realm, and sometimes travelers venture between each plane. All 3 of these planes are ruled by the Lycians and are mostly comprised of human beings, though the Draconian also live within these planes as well. The dominant of the 2 beings are the humans, of course.
Draco are reptilian beings who rule the 3 lower planes of darkness. and are dead set on conquering and enslaving everyone in the known planes of existence. After the cardinal plane, there is the Ophidian plane. This plane is filled with the lower forms within the reptile pantheon, usually those who crawl on the ground and live under it. The Draco have a pecking order among themselves, looking down on those who crawl on the ground, thinking of themselves as superior to other beings, with the right to dominate them. Like on the cardinal plane, this plane is filled with jungles and wasteland. The Draco fill these jungles with tribal huts and domed structures made out of clay. They live simple lives with human slaves, which they also use as a food source. There is also a far darker realm called the Serpentine Plane, that isn't primal like the cardinal planes, and doesn't have tribal civilizations like on the Ophidian planes. They travel space, within their galaxy raiding planets, to harvest what they can. These worlds are within a never-ending nebula, full of newborn stars, and eternity gates. Eternity gates are capable of drawing large objects within them with their gravitational pull, causing the object to fall into an endless abyss, thus vanishing forever.
The reptiles within the Serpentine Plains are a bit higher in rank than those in the Ophidian Plains. They don't crawl upon the ground. Instead, they are like the dominant Draco Prime, but without wings. The final realm of the known plains is Saurian. This is a dark realm, filled with vile creatures, because it is literally a dark environment. No stars shine in the sky here, because no stars are within this plane. Things slither on the ground, fly in the skies, and roam under the ground as well here. There is little vegetation, so animals feed off of bacteria, mold, and plankton. Larger creatures feed off one another, and food sources are usually the weakest of the species. Though a harsh environment, the Draco Prime live here, and are the strongest of the reptilians, who rule with an iron fist. They are distinguished among the Draconian because of their wings. If a Draco Prime is born without wings, it is either killed at birth or sent to a reclamation camp. There they are trained to serve the Draco Prime. This brings shame to the parents though, so killing the baby is preferred.
The cerebellum, often overshadowed by the more prominent cerebrum, plays a crucial role in the brain's functioning. Located at the back of the brain, beneath the occipital and temporal lobes, the cerebellum is a central hub for motor control, coordination, and balance. While its size may be smaller compared to the cerebrum, its functions are vast and essential for both basic and complex movements. Understanding the cerebellum is not only key to grasping how we move but also opens doors to understanding certain cognitive and emotional processes. The study of the cerebellum dates back to ancient times, but significant advancements occurred in the 19th century. Luigi Rolando, an Italian anatomist, is one of the key figures in cerebellar research. His work laid the groundwork for understanding the cerebellar cortex. In the following decades, the cerebellum's role in motor coordination became clearer through the work of other pioneers, such as Pierre Flourens, who demonstrated through animal studies that the cerebellum was integral to movement and coordination. As neuroscience evolved, so did the understanding of the cerebellum. Modern techniques such as functional MRI, fMRI, and electrophysiology have expanded our knowledge, revealing the cerebellum's involvement in cognitive functions and emotional regulation. Anatomically, the cerebellum is divided into three lobes: the anterior, posterior, and flocculonodular lobes. The anterior and posterior lobes are primarily involved in coordinating voluntary movements, while the flocculonodular lobe, also known as the vestibulocerebellum, plays a crucial role in balance and spatial orientation. The cerebellar cortex, a thin layer of neurons on the surface of the cerebellum, is organized into three layers: the molecular layer, the Purkinje cell layer, and the granular layer. Each layer plays a distinct role in processing information and coordinating movement. In addition to the cortex, the cerebellum contains deep cerebellar nuclei, which are clusters of neurons that serve as the cerebellum's output channels. These nuclei send signals to other parts of the brain to execute and fine-tune movements. Understanding the intricate anatomy of the cerebellum is essential for grasping its complex role in the brain. The cerebellum's primary function is to ensure smooth and coordinated movements. It does this by processing input from the spinal cord, sensory systems, and other parts of the brain. The cerebellum does not initiate movement but rather adjusts and fine-tunes motor commands to ensure accuracy and precision. For instance, when a person reaches out to grab an object, the cerebellum ensures that the hand moves smoothly and accurately to the target. The cerebellum's role in motor control extends beyond simple movements. It is also involved in complex motor activities that require precise timing and coordination, such as playing a musical instrument or performing athletic tasks. The cerebellum continuously monitors and adjusts motor commands, allowing for fluid movements and the ability to adapt to changing conditions. The vestibular system and the cerebellum work closely together to maintain balance and spatial orientation. The vestibular system, located in the inner ear, detects changes in head position and movement. It sends signals to the cerebellum, which then processes this information to coordinate movements and maintain balance. The interaction between the vestibular system and the cerebellum is complex and involves multiple pathways. The vestibulo-ocular reflex, VOR, is a prime example of this interaction. The VOR stabilizes gaze during head movements by producing eye movements in the opposite direction. For example, if a person turns their head to the right, their eyes move to the left to maintain a steady gaze on a target. This reflex is essential for activities like reading or driving, where stable vision is crucial. The cerebellum plays a key role in maintaining the VOR by continuously adjusting the strength of the reflex based on sensory input. This process, known as neural plasticity, allows the cerebellum to adapt to changes in the vestibular system, such as those caused by injury or disease. For instance, if a person experiences damage to the vestibular system, the cerebellum can help compensate by strengthening or weakening the VOR to maintain stable vision. Disruptions in the vestibular system or cerebellum can lead to significant balance and coordination issues. Conditions such as Meniere's disease, vestibular neuritis, and cerebellar ataxia illustrate the critical role of these systems in everyday life. Patients with vestibular disorders often experience dizziness, vertigo, and unsteady gait. In such cases, the cerebellum's ability to adapt and compensate is crucial for recovery. Vestibular rehabilitation therapy, VRT, is one approach that leverages the cerebellum's plasticity to improve balance and coordination in patients with vestibular disorders. VRT involves exercises that challenge the vestibular system and encourage the cerebellum to adapt and restore balance. For example, patients may perform head movements while focusing on a stationary target, which helps retrain the VOR and improve stability. Current research on the cerebellum-vestibular system relationship is expanding our understanding of balance and coordination. Techniques like functional MRI, fMRI, and electrophysiology allow scientists to study the cerebellum's role in processing vestibular input in real time. This research has implications for developing new therapies for balance disorders. Emerging therapies, such as cerebellar neuromodulation, show promise for treating vestibular disorders. Neuromodulation involves using electrical stimulation to enhance or suppress cerebellar activity, potentially improving balance and coordination. As our understanding of the cerebellum's role in vestibular processing grows, so too does the potential for innovative treatments that can improve the lives of those with balance disorders. The cerebellum is not unique to humans, it is a feature of all vertebrates, from fish to mammals. However, the size and complexity of the cerebellum vary across species, reflecting the different challenges and behaviors these animals face. In different species, the cerebellum's structure and function are tailored to the animal's specific needs. For instance, birds have a highly developed cerebellum, particularly in the regions responsible for coordinating flight. This is crucial for maintaining balance and executing complex aerial maneuvers. Similarly, aquatic mammals like dolphins have a large cerebellum, which helps them perform precise movements in water. Comparative studies of the cerebellum across species have provided valuable insights into its functions. By understanding how the cerebellum is adapted to different environments and behaviors, scientists can gain a better understanding of its role in humans. For example, the large cerebellum of birds has shed light on the importance of cerebellar development in motor coordination and balance. The evolution of the cerebellum is a testament to its importance in survival. Early vertebrates had relatively simple cerebellums, which evolved over time to accommodate more complex movements and behaviors. As animals faced new environmental challenges, such as the need for precise control during flight or swimming, the cerebellum grew in size and complexity. In humans, the cerebellum has evolved to support a wide range of functions, from basic motor control to complex behaviors like tool use and language. This evolutionary perspective highlights the cerebellum's versatility and adaptability, making it a critical component of the vertebrate brain. Studying the cerebellum across species not only provides insights into its evolutionary history but also informs human neuroscience. Animal models, such as mice and zebrafish, are commonly used in cerebellar research to study the underlying mechanisms of motor control and coordination. These models allow scientists to manipulate specific genes or pathways to understand their role in cerebellar function. Comparative studies also raise ethical considerations, particularly regarding the use of animals in research. While animal models have been invaluable in advancing our understanding of the cerebellum, it is important to balance scientific progress with ethical responsibility. Researchers must ensure that their studies are conducted with the utmost care and respect for animal welfare.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's great. That's great. Yeah. I what we should do? Should I play another song or?
You play as many of them as you want.
When I look what we did, so many things around us. And you know it's hard to control your mind. We can move things, but the change will remain at the surface. Only the changes of the core will be fractalized. It's beyond the comprehension of our limited minds. We can pull strings, but the change will remain at the surface. It's under mind, the illusion. It's under mind, the illusion. It's under mind, the illusion. It's under mind. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh.
the Ma'at thing is what really stuck out to me, because when you said Ma'at, I knew I'd heard it somewhere.
Being a Canaanite, yeah.
You know, and I do think that that's interesting too, because Ma'at, like you said, was the one who judged the dead whenever they.
And the yeah, MAAT guidance is both of them deal with the dead, like both MOT Canaanite deals with the dead, and then MAAT Egyptian, she judges the dead. Even though they have all that pretty stuff and the 42 laws of mind and stuff like that, yeah, but you just go a little further, and
and it makes perfect sense to me, because like I said, the Canaanites, and they kind of like had a interesting relationship when it came to the Egyptians. They weren't
you should
always.
See if you can find a picture of mine and her.
Now on the part that you was talking about too, one thing that did they tell you why or how it was that Baal wasn't a son of what was it, of El?
No, I know we talked about El. Hold on, no, I have notes then, but no, I don't remember being able to read this. I feel like you told me this, but I don't have it.
No, you're the one that told me. I said that,
about right here.
Yeah, I said that he was the son, or El was the father of all of them, and then you said that Baal.
It's not. Yeah, Baal. Hold on. What is this page?
That's your page. I don't know.
No, I know, but it shouldn't be here. Oh no, I know what it is.
What does it say?
It's nothing to do. Not this one. Yeah, it's the wrong thing.
It's your top secret stuff.
No, it's super secret, super top secret.
My top secret stuff. I don't even let nobody know about.
I don't even. I'm not. It's so secret. I don't even know. No, it's like these, and that's the Kabbalah. Come on, let's go. Where are you guys at? Because that was after the Kabbalah. Because we talked about the Kabbalah after we talked about
Kabbalah, no.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we did the Kabbalah on Thursday.
Right.
Talking about was Parsons Strange? Are we doing him again?
Jack Parsons.
This weekend?
I don't know. It'd be interesting. We could go back over that and everything, but
where's Pika's? Where's Dave at? Have you talked to him? Is he all right? Everything's good?
He last thing I heard, he was with his kids and stuff. So.
Oh, he's still with the babies. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. I have every. This is me stalling while I'm looking at. Now I have Mazzini. This is personal.
The PDF that Mr. Robot told me about, it was called the Book of Gates. Now that one is the one that has the different name other than Petra on it. And it was like I was telling him, that was probably a rewrite from like a correction, you know what I mean, that they made for him. And instead of them calling him Petra, they called it by the actual interpretation years after what's his name did his interpretation of it. Budge.
No, I have so much stuff because after I did that, yes, great job. Okay, please, I'm working. After that, we did. I went to that news show. and then I have all of that there as well. Let me just see. Now this is not even here. Ball. What are you? Isn't there a way that I could just type and search my tabs? There is on my it's a different browser. Alright, well no, right now I'll tell
Actually, it's in this one. It's in the 11th hour. This is the secret circle. Yeah, this is the one that I actually got the word Petra out of. It was the Book of Gates, and then the other one was the Amtuat, because I believe the Amtuat also had like this story of when they first went into the sarcophagus and what it was like when they first discovered it. And
I felt like I was attempting to download the Book of Gates. Let me see if I did it. I don't think so because there's probably constriction. I was looking for a PDF. Book of Gates. Yeah, I don't know how to look. Dead House, and then I went all. It went somewhere completely wrong, and that's what it is. Not wrong. It just led me down a different rabbit hole than that. Dead House Gates, the brilliant. You know this is.
okay, so we covered that stuff, and I know that we finished the first.
I love good deals.
The first note that I had on the Phoenician theology. We covered Tuatas and all that.
And Tawatis was who actually is
he was-
Toth and
Yeah, Toth. And I don't know. I mean, when I say that, it just seems that's my personal take on it. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not. I saw the research already. Like you said that, and then I looked it up when you said that. It isn't just. Well, I mean,
like
I hear
time
you.
periods too. You know, I mean, which one was first? Was it the one was Tawatis before Toth, or was Toth before Tawatis in actual time periods? You know what I mean? Like who worshipped that deity first? That's what I need to really go on and really make it official on that one.
Can you spell Tawatis for me? I have 51 tabs open now. Can you see?
Taau TOS.
Thank you. Look, tooth versus teeth. Are you kidding me right now?
Oh my gosh.
I know. What? Okay, here it is. Is Toth and Tuwatu the same person? And blah 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 blah. Ptolemy, the Greeks borrowed Tuwatu, who had written nature of the physical universe under the name Hermes Toth. Hermes and Hermes Trismegistus. As
Yeah.
they deem the was first. Okay, Tuwatu, African master of all
Yeah, those are
method.
Greek. Those are Greek mixed with Egyptian. That's where I was telling you about, especially in the Third Kingdom. When the Greeks finally made it to Egypt and started becoming a part of their society, basically, Greek gods started being blended in with the Egyptian gods, and that's where they come up with Hermes Trismegistra, or I have a hard time saying it too, but Hermes Trismegistra, and you can also find it with alchemy too. Like there's a lot of people who believe in alchemy that practice it and they believe in it, and I think the Masons also have him in their writings.
About alchemy. Yeah, no. But I'm just reading Toth and Tuwatu's Toth or Tuwatus might relate to Tophet or death of the Kabbalah. In Phoenician history is the oldest known culture. Totus was called Toth by the Greeks and Dehehuti by the Egyptians. So Tawatus,
Tahuti.
no, it's a diva. But does the DJ make a T? The Jehuti DJ, excuse me, DJ EHUTI
Yeah, the deist island is Jehuti.
Jehuti. Okay, so Tawadas was called Toth by the Greeks and Jehuti by the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Is echoed in the god of Dionysius, so the mythology of and the snake priest, and that's why we started talking about the what is it? The cockadus set. I know how to say it if I see it. I just am not looking at it. What's it called? The cat. Oh man, it's gonna storm again. Yesterday my lights went out. I really hope it doesn't storm again like that.
Okay, so on the next one, it says, judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Sennacheribon or
Chinathian
appears to have been a contemporary of Semiramis, the queen of Assyria, the wife of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh 2000 BC. Now, Ninus, I don't quite know who he is, but I can check that out later. But Semiramis, I checked her out, and Semiramis is a legendary queen thought to based on the historical Samu Ramad, and that's R811 through 806 BCE, and the queen regent of the Assyrian Empire, who held the throne for her young son Adad Nirari III until he reached maturity. She is also known as Shemer Ahmad or Shemer Ahmad. She is referred by several ancient historians, including Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, and Plutarch. Now, Plutarch is one of the Neoplatonists that we were talking about before, Plutarch and all them. And the guy who started the Neoplatonists, his name was Plotinus. So they kind of all
1360.
Yeah. So that's who mentioned them. She was the wife of Shamshi Adad the Fifth. I know Shamshi Adad the Fifth. Okay. Creak, a sound faint distance but still heard. Crack, something snapping or being trampled on. The man sits in his room reading. The room is silent except for the quiet fire burning. Creak, just the house settling, nothing more. Crack, perhaps some small animals outdoors. Whoosh, was that the wind? The man stands up and peeks out the window. A clear night is all he sees, the full moon brilliant in the sky. Laughing at his nervousness, he returns to his book. Creak, the man now silently chuckles at the sound. Crack. How could he have been scared of some sounds? Whoosh. Must be breezy out tonight. Thump. Did that come from within the house? The man stares into the fire, trying to calm his jangled nerves. Creak, crack, whoosh. Will the sounds never cease? Thump, thump, thump. Closer, he thinks. The sounds are getting closer. He shuts the book and closes his eyes and thinks of something besides his wild imagination. Creak, thump, crack, thump, whoosh. Thump, thump, thump. A pause. The man moves quietly, slowly towards the door with a nervous gait. Thump. A step back. Thump. Yes, it's getting closer. Thump. He stares at the door, trying to somehow see through it. Thump. He reaches slowly for the doorknob, hand shaking, no longer able to take, not knowing. Creak. A loose floorboard near the door outside. Thump. He slowly opens the door. A scream. Silence.
The Great Seduction is the esoteric teaching handed down through generations of overkings. It can be performed while the target is asleep, awake, in the real world, or in some illusionary world created by the overking. Survival of his bloodline is the most important thing to an overking, one of many who came before him. Each responsible for finding wives, performing the Great Seduction, and consecrating his marriage to them through impregnation. Memories of consummating his marriage with Illibu entered Zuthra's mind. He would watch her through the pool of visions, and thought she was the beautifulest creature that he had ever seen. His desire to have her overtook him, and he committed the Great Seduction, making her his wife. Zuthra waited until she fell asleep, and he visited her in a dream. Illibu was from the plains of Protean, on an unforgiving planet called Lucius, and was a Cistercian maiden, who survived in the tunnels below her planet's surface. Her desires were simple. She was only interested in the sight of a beautiful, masculine man. One with the eyes that would hypnotize her, and the hands that would caress her with ecstasy. Zuthra was exactly what Illibu desired, so seducing her wasn't too hard.
Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress, who lived among the wild, entered Zuthra's mind. She was a huntress, and because of her desire for the hunt, Zuthra was able to seduce her. Zuthra came to her in a dream, taunting her with visions of a beautiful beast. In the distance, she glanced the most beautiful beast that she had ever seen. She raised her bow and aimed straight, then let go of the quiver, only to miss the target. Her blood began to boil. She did not like missing her target. She followed her prey, and when the sun began to fall, she laid under a tree to rest because the weather was beautiful that day. She was tempted by a dream that Zuthra implanted within her mind, until finally, she was impregnated by Zuthra, and through consummation, she became his wife. Zuthra remembered how hypnotic she was, with her slim, but muscular body. Her hair was a bright golden blonde, and she had glowing blue eyes. Memories of seducing Tiana, his third wife, entered Zuthra's mind. She was the ruthless one among them, but beautiful nonetheless. Each night she would sleep over a torture chamber, as her slaves were beaten to death. She enjoyed the sounds of them begging for mercy. Zuthra seduced her out of bloodlust, disguising himself as a slave, as she tortured him out of bloodlust. Her desires grew, and she was seduced by Zuthra. He impregnated her as well, making her his third wife.
Beyond the realm of the unknown, Echo Cave whispers of hidden chambers filled with ancient artifacts, walls inscribed with the wisdom of civilizations long vanished, and underground rivers that sing with the voices of the past. Some say that deep within its heart lies a crystal of immense power, glowing with an inner light that reflects the history of the earth itself. It is believed that those who gaze upon the crystal can see visions of the world as it once was, a tapestry of life and legend unfolding in its facets. Others speak of a hidden library, a collection of scrolls and tomes bound in strange leathers and written in languages forgotten by time. These texts hold the secrets of alchemy, astrology, and other arcane practices, guarded by the spirits of the scholars who penned them. There are tales of a lost city buried beneath the cave, where the shadows of its former inhabitants still roam the streets, caught between worlds. The city is said to be filled with treasures untold, waiting for a worthy soul to uncover them. And then there are the echoes themselves, each one a fragment of a soul that once sought refuge in the cave's embrace. The echoes carry their stories, their hopes, their fears, a chorus of the human experience echoing through the ages. But the greatest secret of Echo Cave is perhaps its ability to change those who enter. It's a place of transformation where the veil between the physical and the spiritual is thin, and one can reach out and touch the essence of existence. So while we may speculate and dream of what lies within Echo Cave, its true secrets are known only to the cave itself, and it guards them well. For some things are meant to be discovered, while others are meant to remain hidden, tucked away in the shadows of wonder and the whispers of earth. May your curiosity always lead you to the wondrous places, and may the secrets you uncover be as enlightening as the stars above. The Tizaruk is a sea serpent-like creature that is said to live in the cold waters of Alaska. Its head is about 7 feet in length, and it features a flipper tail. Overall, it is said to be at least 15 feet in length. The Tezarek is an ambush predator that mostly haunts streams that contain a lot of rocks. This eel-like creature has the teeth of deep ocean fish and translucent skin that is nearly invisible and only shows its organs. When Tezaruk is underwater, its organs look like rocks. Many have claimed to see the Tezaruk over the years, and a number of carcasses have washed ashore on several occasions that were believed to belong to this water-bound cryptid. It began on a night painted with the silver of a full moon, when the stars seemed to sing a song of ancient paths and forgotten ways. The visitors arrived not with a roar, but with the softest of sighs, their ships slipping through the atmosphere like shadows caressing the face of the world. They came from a place beyond our understanding, a realm where the fabric of reality wove different tales and the constellations told other stories. The visitors were ethereal, their forms flickering like the flame of a candle caught in a gentle breeze. Their arrival went unnoticed by most, save for a handful of souls who looked beyond the veil of the everyday and sought the mysteries that lay beneath. These individuals felt the presence of the visitors, a subtle shift in the air, a quiet dissonance that whispered of change. The visitors observed, their eyes filled with the light of 1,000 worlds, their minds vast and serene. They saw our triumphs and our failures, our joys and our sorrows. They saw the potential that lie coiled within the human spirit waiting to be awakened. As days turned to nights and seasons shifted their cloaks, the visitors began to make themselves known. They appeared in dreams and visions, offering glimpses of what could be, a future where humanity transcended its limitations and joined the cosmic dance. They shared their wisdom not in words, but in the language of the universe itself, in the rhythm of the tides, the harmony of the winds, and the patterns of the stars. Those who listened found their minds expanded, their hearts opened, and their spirits filled. But the visitors' time among us was fleeting. As silently as they had come, they departed, their ships dissolving into the starry expanse of whence they came. They left behind no trace, save for the memories of those who they had touched. The world continued on, the majority unaware of anything had occurred. But for those who felt the presence of the visitors, life was forever altered. They carried the seeds of a new dawn, a promise of what humanity might one day become. And so, the visitors remain a legend, a story told in hushed tones by those who dream of the stars. They are a reminder that we are not alone, that the universe is vast and full of wonders, and that sometimes the greatest visitors are those who come not to conquer, but to enlighten. The Whispering in the Woods. On the outskirts of a small, forgotten town, nestled deep within the misty mountains, lay a forest that the locals called the Hollow Glen. The trees were ancient, their gnarled branches twisted together like the fingers of some long-forgotten giant. The townsfolk whispered tales of the forest, warning travelers never to enter its depths after dark. Those who were curious or foolish enough rarely returned with their sanity intact. It was a cool autumn evening when a group of friends eager for adventure decided to camp near the edge of the Hollow Glen. They had heard the stories, of course, but they laughed them off as old superstitions. They pitched their tents, built a fire, and began to tell tales of ghosts and monsters, each trying to outdo the last. As the night deepened, the fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the trees. The wind picked up, and with it came a strange, almost imperceptible sound, a whispering, as if the trees themselves were speaking in some long-dead language. At first the friends thought it was just the wind playing tricks on them, but the whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if it was trying to convey some urgent message. The flame of the campfire began to flicker, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to dance and writhe on their own. One of the friends, a young man named Eli, noticed something odd about the shadows. They didn't match the shapes of the trees or the people around the fire. Instead, they twisted into forms that were impossible, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Eli, one of his friends, called out, "Are you seeing this too?" Before Eli could respond, the whispering intensified, growing louder until it was almost a chant. The words were still unintelligible, but the sound was hypnotic, pulling the friends into a trance. The fire dimmed, its warmth replaced by an unnatural chill that seeped into their bones. Suddenly the chanting stopped, leaving the night eerily silent. The fire had died completely, leaving only the faint glow of the embers. Eli, now fully awake, realized they were not alone. From the darkness of the hollow glen, figures emerged, tall, thin-shaped, with impossibly long limbs and eyes that burned like embers. The figures moved closer, their whispers now clear in Eli's mind. They spoke of ancient beings, older than time itself, who slumbered beneath the earth, waiting for the stars to align. The hollow glen, they said, was a gateway to these beings, and the friends had unknowingly come too close. In a sudden burst of terror, Eli tried to scream, but no sound came. The figures surrounded the group. Their whispers turned into a deafening roar. The ground beneath them began to tremble, as if something immense and powerful was stirring below. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The figures melted back into the darkness. The whispering faded, and the fire roared back to life. The friends found themselves alone again, the only sound, the crackling of the flames. They picked up their camp in silence, too terrified to speak of what they had just witnessed. As they hurried away from the hollow glen, they could still feel the eyes of the figures watching them from the darkness. Years later, when the friends spoke of that night, they could never agree on what had happened. Some believed it was a shared hallucination, a trick of the mind, but Eli knew the truth. The hollow glen was a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where ancient, unfathomable beings awaited for their chance to return. And one day, when the stars were right, they would awaken. In the vast expanse of the Sahara, there lies a tale of an ancient city, Zerzura. It was said to be a place of immense wealth, hidden away by the sands and known only to the pharaohs. The city was guarded by spirits, ethereal custodians who whispered secrets of the past and future to those who dared to venture close. One such adventurer was a young archaeologist named Sarah, whose fascination with ancient civilizations led her to the thresholds of Zerzura. Guided by a cryptic map and legends passed down through generations, she embarked on a journey that many had attempted, but none had returned from. As Sarah neared the supposed location of the lost city, the desert night grew colder, and the winds carried murmurs that seemed almost human. Undeterred, she passed on until one night, under the crescent moon, she found herself surrounded by a circle of ghostly figures. They were the guardians of Zerzura, clad in pharaonic garb, their eyes glowing with the wisdom of millennia. They spoke in unison, their voices a symphony of echoes. Why do you seek the city that time has forgotten? Sarah, with a heart both fearful and brave, replied, to uncover the truth that lie buried beneath these sands, to bring light to history's shadows. The spirits regarded her with a silent gaze before the sands beneath her feet began to shift. Slowly the dunes parted, revealing the golden gates of Zazura. The city was magnificent, untouched by time, its halls adorned with treasures untold. The spirits granted Sarah entry, but with a warning. With dawn, the gates will close, and Zazura will vanish once more. Take with you only memories, for that is the treasure truest to time. Sarah explored the city, marveling at the city's technology and inscriptions that told of civilizations beyond the stars. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, she made her way out, the whispers of the spirits growing fainter. She returned to the world, her mind a repository of knowledge that would change history. But whenever the desert winds blow, she could hear the faint whispers of Zazura calling her back to its hidden depths. And so, the city remains a ghostly mirage waiting for the next seeker of truths, hidden within the whispering sands of the Sahara. He believes that freaking we're actually being bought and sold on the stock market, and then our birth certificate is
we are.
It's actually a receipt, you know what I mean, for goods to be bought and sold. And like
it is.
He was actually the one that got me started on the whole consent thing, because it was like he was one to, or he's big on words, okay, and like they manipulate words, like the words that you hear in law aren't the regular language that you hear on the street, you know what I mean, or because they want to change the terminology for each word so that they can come up with a certain way of talking with one another that ordinary people don't understand. You know, like consent.
I'll trust me, I understand.
It, you know, they use the word consent for so many different things. A police officer can get consent from you because you're driving down the road with a freaking air freshener up on your rear view mirror that looks like a marijuana plant. You know what I mean?
And once you sign something, that's why I always sign X. Like I sign X on everything because I sign X or scribble. But my school stems from an X. And then it kind of turns into a star. Excuse me. I apologize. I'm really attempting to stay here for you, but it's just a lot of us have a lot to say in regards to this. And so there's something called The History of the Illuminati. It's a documentary, and Adam Wistop, he says it. He says they will be obtained chiefly by means of the schools and by open hearty behavior, condescension, popularity, and toleration of their prejudice, which we shall at leisure root out and dispel. So basically, we're gonna play you off your weaknesses. If you like to twerk, we're going to make that the most popular thing in the world. But really, we're gonna facilitate our 7 billion down based off of all the people that's just spending their time twerking and showing their asses. Because we don't really need that in real life. We don't need that. You know what I mean? We don't.
Yeah.
But we're gonna make you feel like that's all we're into. Because we know for a fact that you're gonna fall into this category, and we can just whoop, wipe you on out with this hit. We can wipe you out with this hit. And so we start grouping people, and we group you into your by your weaknesses, and we group you together and feel like you're strong with your weakness, but you're just lower levels of weaknesses for us. We just got weakness 1, weakness 2, weakness 3. We have what we're looking at, and I say we, and that makes me sound so bad, but I don't know how to say it any differently because it's
Yeah.
the truth.
That's
But it's
perfectly
like
fine.
we look. It's just I gotta tell the truth, and so we look at it from the standpoint of who's willing to do this, who's willing to do that. This is how we're going to determine the population because it's going to be broken down. I know people think we're going to save the world. We're not. We're going to get rid of the waste, and if people don't like to hear that because then they think that the quote unquote rich people are the ones who are in good, but it's not. It's a mental thing. It has nothing to do with finances. People think it has to do with finances, but the rich people are not as smart.
There's finance involved in it. Now, like
Well, there is a lot. There's a significant amount, but that's not the reason because they know for a fact their money is not enough to sustain. Understand they have to have the mental capacity, these teachings, these powers, the stuff that they use to
yeah,
control people is what's
that's
important.
very important. But okay, well, first of all, let me kind of say something too about like the Illuminati and what you just stated there. Um, like everybody gets it confused, like the Illuminati and the Freemasons was the same. Okay?
Hmm.
But the truth of the matter is, like when that statement that you just read there came out, it alarmed like every Freemason organization all across Europe, and it spread over to the United States. And it got to the point where George Washington even made a warning to people here in the United States about the Illuminati in one of his freaking speeches. Okay, they were terrified of the Illuminati, but they just
Or they
vanished.
present it so.
Yeah,
That way you can disassociate them with
they just
connection. Absolutely.
and the weird part is they just vanished without a trace. The Germans were actually closing in on him because they wanted to freaking take him into custody because of the stuff he was talking, and he just vanished. I mean, and about Aleister Crowley too. He actually ran the Golden Dawn in the Freemasons. Okay, but before anybody gets carried away with that, you have to understand that there was actually two separate Golden Dawns. Like the one that he ran was pretty much completely different than the original Golden Dawn. So, like when he finally took over, there there was a lot of changes that were done there. So I think a lot of people need to understand that too when it comes to that. Now,
They're not disappearing without a trace. They're transforming. Just for the
well,
record,
that's what I'm
people
saying.
just even with Jeffrey Epstein
They
and
took
Charlie Charles.
they took they took the stance of changing their names. They have no problems with changing names. Names are just, you know,
And identities.
yeah,
They,
that's
they
it.
they could take on a completely new form. Like I think they're like I said heard like they were talking about like Elon Musk says this like the being able to download a new body. This has been going on long before Elon Musk has been putting it in publicized, making it publicized. Like truth be told, and we don't need all this technology and research that like he's putting way more work into it and effort into it than what is necessary because it's a natural process that you're able to commence. But and I mean like to make it I guess more extravagant, we add a whole bunch of shiny things to it. But truth be told, literally anyone can change their form. Like we do it naturally and we do it daily, but we don't recognize us doing it. So that's what this connects us, and that's what disassociate. That's why we disassociate from it. But the truth to be told, like these people, if they get what happens is, hey, we have to have you we have to have you do something different. Okay, so there it's a consensus. People are not really scared of their brothers and sisters, but they have to present some type of fear in order for people to kind of like, come on, I got you, come over here. We're all scared. Come here, come here, come here. But they're not really scared. It's more so like, look, okay, so now you can get away free. I got their attention over here. Now go ahead, transform and present present the same knowledge but do it differently. And that's what happens on a consistent basis, to where we think that we're getting rid of these people, but we're not. Again, like I said, they're just quote unquote
Well,
downloading
see,
new bodies.
that goes back to what I was mentioning that stuff before, but the thing that I was going to get at was the thing about the money, okay? And the reason why I have to bring that up is because you got to also take another look at things like they, at this point, they had understood that there is no amount of manpower, there's no amount of military that's going to be able to take over the world. It is virtually impossible for frickin' one human, one country, one anything to take frickin' over the entire planet by force, okay? So they learned that in order to frickin' take over the world, you don't have to frickin' conquer countries. All you have to do is take and have the money to where you can take over their economies, okay? And that is where it comes into play. They want to use that money and they want to use that intellect that they know together so that they can take over the economies, change things the way they want it, and manipulate it, okay? They don't have any desire whatsoever to frickin' become king or queen or anything. That they know that if they frickin' have the money, they can frickin' tell any president, any king, anybody what to do. Okay, the man who owns the money owns the world.
I disagree, but I mean, like, respectfully disagree that we're gonna have a different. I know better. Like,
Name one
please.
thing.
I,
Name
I
one
mean, that's
thing
what they
in
think. That's
this
what
in
they
this
they like to
physical
prove that
world.
point.
In this physical world, name one thing that is not dictated by money.
Me,
Well, I
me.
mean, no, I mean
You said one.
other than yourself. Okay, just name. I mean, can you go down and frickin'
My
get it?
children.
You know, well, I mean, come up with. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Just think about it. I mean, those are simple things.
Yes, but I'm telling you,
Did
that's enough. I mean, that's enough.
you know? I mean, there isn't one thing that isn't dictated by money. You know, what do you think people go to school? They go to school so
Most
they
people go to school because they would like to get a certain type of job in order for them to acquire a certain type of money. Yeah, that's the mentality being broken down. They're weak. So this is presented. So I get where how you feel or why you feel
you
like
know.
the person with money is the one is in control, because that's what we see. That's the standard that's been set. Okay, but what happens when your money no longer
Well,
means nothing?
let's
If I
take a
blow you up and this whole entire world up, who you gonna pay?
let's take a look at the word standard. What is a standard? Okay. See, nobody ever wants to
Norm, an implemented norm, or an implemented normality.
look it up. Look it up and see what you can find for just the word standard. Okay, people live off of standards, and they live off of symbols. Okay,
Yeah, I just said an idea or thing used as a measure, norm, or model in compare. I just said that. An implemented normality. I just told you the definition, and I looked it up, and it is the definition.
now is there anything else there that defines it? Is there
A
more than
level of quality or attainment.
an attainment? Right now,
Used or accepted as normal or average. Normal or average. Far from it. So I would not be able to relate.
no, they'll tell you that, right? They'll tell you that in that dictionary. But you know what a standard is? A standard is what was used during frickin' battle that each leader of that frickin' army had, and certain officers within the army also had that standard, and they would wave it above the frickin' battle to where frickin' the leaders could tell where they were situated, okay, and then they could dictate where their troops would go to because they could see where the standards for each frickin' group was, okay. And that's how they did combat. They used standards and symbols. you see in England where they have frickin' the red dragon and the black dragon, and they have the frickin'
I want to go to England so bad.
the checkers. All
There's so many
those,
answers there.
all those are symbols, and frickin' all of those are frickin' standards. That was the standard that they carried with them. Do you see any definition for that?
Established by authority, custom, or general consent as a model, example, or point of reference.
No, I mean what I just said. Do you see that as anywhere in that definition? That's what a standard is.
I mean, yeah, I can.
But it's not in the dictionary. See, it's not in there because there's people who don't want you to understand that that's what a standard is. When you
That's crazy. Represents the sovereign and the United Kingdom, but sovereign means separate from like your own self individually, and that is the royal standard in England. Like it's just wild because
okay, the sovereignty is supposed to be the people as a whole. Is what that's supposed to be like. Which it all sounds good on paper, but it's what they tout right there has never been achieved. Like no government's ever been ran by the sovereignty of its people. I mean, it just doesn't happen. You know, and symbols, things like that. You know. You're living in a world where everybody says you have to have standards and you have to symbolize something and stand for something and stuff, and they don't understand the words that they're talking about, what's coming out of their mouth, okay? What is a standard, okay? So that's what I'm getting at. Like a lot of this is wording, you know what I mean? And they want to change things to where the words don't match with what they actually mean. Archaeological sites that's just full of remains of cattle that were being sacrificed, and then you find the Syrian or whatever, however they pronounce it. It's has mummified cattle within these tombs, and they're covered and sealed in there, and they're literally worshipped. I mean, so it's a very interesting story. At least that's what I've found. A lot of people don't mention the fact that there's cattle inside of those big, stone structures, but that's what's inside of them. I've already known. I found out. Okay, so now I'm going to get over the areas and the ideas of Thoth and everything, and go into the ancient Egyptian concept of the soul. Okay. The ancient Egyptians believed that a human soul was made up of 5 parts: the Ren, the Ba, the Ka, the Sheut, Sheut, and the Ib. In addition to these components of the soul, there was the human body, called the Ha, occasionally a plural Ha. In other words, called the Ha, H-A, and then occasionally a plural Ha, which is H-A-W, meaning approximately sum of bodily parts. The other souls were Aku, Aakhu, Kabut, Khaibu, and Khat, Khat. Now the the ib, that's the heart. Okay, it's an important part of the Egyptian soul. No, an important part of the Egyptian soul was thought to be the ib, or the jib, which is JB, IB, JB, or heart. The ib, or metaphysical heart, was believed to be formed from one drop of blood from the child's mother's heart, taken at conception. To ancient Egyptians, the heart was the seat of emotion, thought, will, and intention. This is evidenced by the many impressions in the Egyptian language which incorporate the word ib, IB, and then ib, AWT/IB, which is happiness, literally wideness of heart, and then Zach ib, capital XAX/IB, which is estranged, literally truncated, literally truncated of heart. This word was transcribed by Wallace Bulge as ab, capital A and then B. In Egyptian religion, the heart was the key to the afterlife. It was conceived as surviving death in the netherworld, where it gave evidence for or against its possessor. It was thought that the heart was examined by Anubis and the deities during the weighing of the heart ceremony. If the heart weighed more than the feather of Ma'at, it was immediately consumed by the monster Amit. And Amit is spelled Ammit, and Ma'at is spelled Maat. Okay. Then you have the shoot, which is the Sheut, and that's the shadow. A person's shadow or silhouette. Shoot. SWT in Egyptian is always present. Because of this, Egyptians surmise that the shadow contains something of the person it represents. Through this association, statues of people and deities were sometimes referred to as shadows. The shadow was also represented to Egyptians of a figure of death or servant of Anubis, and was depicted graphically as a small human figure painted completely black. Okay, then you had the Ren. Your Ren, which is R-E-N, is your name. As a part of the soul, a person's Ren, R-E-N, or R-N, which is your name, was given to them at birth, and the Egyptians believed that it would live for as long as that name was spoken, which explains why efforts were made to protect it and the practice of placing it in numerous writings. For example, part of the Book of Breathing, a derivative of the Book of the Dead, was a means to ensure the survival of the name. The cartouche, magical rope, often was used to surround the name and protect it. Conversely, the name of deceased enemies of the state, such as Akhenaten, were hacked out of the monuments in a form of dematio memoriae. Sometimes, however, they were removed in order to make room for the economical insertion of the name of a successor, without having to build another monument. The greater the number of places a name was used, the greater the possibility it would survive to be read and spoken. And then you had the Ba, which is B-A. The Ba was everything that makes an individual unique, similar to the notion of personality. In this sense, inanimate objects could also have a Ba, a unique character, and indeed, Old Kingdom pyramids often were called the Ba in their honor. The Ba is an aspect of a person that the Egyptians believed would live after the body died, and it is also depicted as a human-headed bird flying out of the tomb to join with the Ka in the afterlife. In the coffin text, one form of the Ba that comes into existence after death is corporeal, eating, drinking, and copulating. Louis Zabkar argued that the Ba is not part of the person, but is the person himself, unlike the soul in Greek or late Judaic, Christian, or Muslim thought. The idea of a purely immaterial existence was so foreign to Egyptians that when Christianity spread to Egypt, they borrowed the Greek word psyche to describe the concept of soul and not the term Ba. Zabkar concludes that so particular was the concept of Ba to ancient Egyptians thought that it ought not to be translated, but instead the concept be footnoted or parenthetically explained as one of the modes of existence for a person. In another mode of existence, the Ba of the deceased is depicted in the book of Going Forth by Day, returning to the mummy and participating in life outside the tomb in non-corporeal form, echoing the solar theology of Re, R-E, or Ra, uniting with Osiris at each night. The word Ba, as in B-A-U, plural for the word Ba, B-A, meant something similar to impressiveness, power, and reputation, particularly of a deity. When a deity intervened in human affairs, it was said that the Ba or B-A-U of the deity were at work. In this regard, the ruler was regarded as a Ba of a deity, or one deity who believed to be the Ba of another. Okay, then you have Ka, K-A. The Ka was the Egyptian concept of vital essence, that which distinguishes the difference between the living and a dead person, with death occurring when the Ka left the body. The Egyptians believed the Khnum, which is K-H-N-U-M, created the bodies of children on a potter's wheel and inserted them into their mothers' bodies, depending on the region. Egyptians believed that Heket, H-E-K-E-T, or Meshchenet, M-E-S-K-H-E-N-E-T, was the creator of each person's Ka, breathing it into them at the instant of their birth as the part of their soul that made them be alive. This resembles the concept of spirit in other religions. In Judaic beliefs and Christianity beliefs, in the book of Genesis, it mentions God creating humans and giving them life with his breath, the breath of God. So that also kind of goes into the whole concept right there. Now we have the Ak, the A-K-H. The Ak was a concept of the dead that varied over the long history of ancient Egyptian belief. It was associated with thought, but not as an action of the mind. Rather, it was intellect as a living entity. The Ankh also played a role in the afterlife. Following the death of the Khat, the physical body, and the Khat is spelled Khat, the Ba and Ka were reunited to reanimate the Ankh, the AKH. The reanimation of the Ankh was also possible if the proper funeral rites were executed and followed by constant offerings. The ritual was termed Ankh, S-E/AKH, to make a dead person into an living Ankh. In this sense, it even developed into a sort of ghost or roaming dead being when the tomb was not in order anymore. During the Ramesside period, an Ankh could do either harm or good to persons who still living, depending on the circumstances, causing nightmares, feelings of guilt, sickness, etc. It could be evoked by prayers or written letters left in the tombs, offering chapel, also in order to help living family members by intervening in disputes, by making an appeal to other dead persons or deities with any authority to influence things on earth for the better, but also to inflict punishments. The separation of Ankh and the unification of Ka and Ba were both brought about after death by having a proper offering made and knowing the proper efficacious spell, but there was an attendant risk of dying again. Egyptian funerary literature, such as the coffin text and the Book of the Dead, were intended to aid the deceased in not dying a second time and becoming an Ankh, AKH. Ancient Egyptians believed that death occurs when a person's Ka leaves. In the early days of creation, when the earth was still young, the world was a place of balance. The land was rich, the rivers flowed freely, and the skies were painted with vibrant colors. The spirits of nature danced among the trees, and the animals roamed without fear. It was a time of harmony, a time when the Great Spirit watched over all living beings. Among the many spirits, there existed a powerful entity known as the Wendigo. This spirit embodied both the beauty and terror of nature, a paradox of abundance and hunger. The Wendigo was originally a guardian of the land, tasked for ensuring that the balance between life and death remained intact. It fed on the energies of the earth, drawing sustenance from the harmony that surrounded it. However, as time passed, the Wendigo began to change. The balance of the world shifted as humans appeared, taking more than they needed and forgetting the sacred bond they shared with nature. They hunted without restraint, and their greed festered in their hearts. The Wendigo, once a protector, became a reflection of humanity's insatiable desires. As the humans expanded their territories, the Wendigo watched in sorrow. The forests were stripped bare, the rivers ran dry, and the animals fled in fear. The once vibrant world began to wither under the weight of human greed. In response to this destruction, the Wendigo grew restless, its form becoming twisted and malevolent. It began to haunt those who wandered too far into the woods, seeking retribution for the harm done to the earth. The whispers of the Wendigo echo through the trees, carrying tales of hunger and despair. Those who heard the whispers felt a chill in the air, an unsettling sense of dread that sent shivers down their spines. As the Wendigo's power grew, so did its hunger. It became a creature of insatiable desire, a spirit that craved not only the physical sustenance of flesh, but also the very essence of humanity's spirit. It thrived on fear and despair, feeding off the darkness that began to take root in the heart of the people. In a small village on the edge of the vast wilderness, a young hunter named Kimi lived with his family. Kimi was known for his bravery and skill, often venturing deep into the forest in search of game to provide for his loved ones. However, as the whispers of the Wendigo spread, the villagers grew fearful of the woods. They shared stories of those who had vanished without a trace, taken by the creature that now roamed the darkened paths. Despite the warnings, Kimi felt a pull toward the forest, a longing to understand the changes that had befallen the land. One fateful day, he gathered his hunting gear and set out into the woods, determined to confront the spirit that haunted his people. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere shifted. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, and a heavy silence enveloped him. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath his feet, a reminder of his solitude. As night began to fall, Kimi felt a presence lurking just beyond the trees. Suddenly, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest, sending shivers down his spine. The Wendigo emerged from the shadows, its form towering and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to reflect the void of hunger. Kimi's heart raced as he faced the creature, a mix of fear and determination coursing through him. "You seek to confront me, mortal?" the Wendigo's voice echoed, a haunting whisper that chilled Kimi to the bone. "You come to me with your desires, but I am a reflection of your own hunger, an insatiable void that can never be filled." Kimi stood firm despite the terror clawing at his heart. "I seek to understand your pain and to find a way to restore balance in our world. We have forgotten our connection to the land, but I will not allow your darkness to consume my people." The Wendigo laughed, a sound filled with sorrow and bitterness. "You speak of balance, yet your kind takes more than they need. You have turned your backs on the land that nourishes you. Your hunger fuels my existence." As the Wendigo advanced, Kimi felt the weight of despair pressing down upon him. He could see the truth in the creature's hollow eyes, a reflection of humanity's darkest desires. He realized that the Wendigo was not merely a monster, it was a manifestation of the greed and consumption that plagued his people. In that moment, Kimi resolved to confront the Wendigo, not with weapons, but with understanding. I will not let fear dictate my actions. I will remind my people of the importance of gratitude and respect for the land. With newfound determination, Kimi returned to his village, eager to share his experience. He gathered the villagers, recounted his encounter with the Wendigo, and the truth he had uncovered. The villagers listened intently, their faces a mixture of fear and curiosity. "We have strayed from the path of balance," Kimi implored. "We must remember the lessons of our ancestors and honor the land that sustains us. We must share what we have and protect the fragile harmony that exists between us and nature." At first, the villagers were hesitant, their hearts still gripped by fear. But as Kimi spoke, a spark of hope ignited within them. They began to realize that the Wendigo's hunger was a reflection of their own. If they could change their ways, perhaps they could restore balance and banish the darkness that threatened their home. Over the following weeks, the villagers implemented Kimi's teachings. They gathered to share their resources, ensuring that everyone had enough to eat. They honored the land by practicing sustainable hunting and gathering, taking only what they needed and giving thanks for the bounty they received. As the villagers worked together, they felt a shift in the air. The whispers of the Wendigo grew quieter, and the weight of despair began to lift. The land responded to their newfound respect, flourishing with life and abundance. The rivers flowed freely, and the animals returned to the forests. However, the Wendigo was not vanquished entirely. It lingered at the edge of the woods, watching and waiting. Kimi understood that the spirit would always be a part of this world, a reminder of the darkness that could arise when greed took root. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Kimi felt a familiar chill in the air. The Wendigo had returned, drawn by the villagers' renewed connection to the land. This time, however, Kimi stood ready to face the spirit once more. As the Wendigo emerged from the shadows, Kimi spoke with conviction. "You are not just a monster, you are a reflection of our fears. We will not let you consume us. We acknowledge your existence, but we choose to stand together against the darkness you represent." The Wendigo's form twisted and contorted, its eyes filled with a mixture of rage and sorrow. "You think you can resist me? I am hunger personified. I will always be a part of you." Kimi stood firmly, surrounded by the villagers who had gathered in solidarity. "We acknowledge your presence, but we refuse to be ruled by you. We will honor the land, share our blessings, and reject the greed that fuels your hunger." As they chanted together, a radiant light enveloped the village, pushing back against the darkness that clung to the edges of the forest. The Wendigo howled in anger, but its power began to wane. It could not withstand the strength of their unity and the love they shared for one another. With one final roar, the Wendigo dissipated into the shadows, its form unraveling like mist in the morning sun. The villagers erupted in cheer, their hearts filled with hope and gratitude. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, united in their commitment to the land and to each other.
In the vast, swirling mists of the tides of the cosmos, the universe ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of unseen forces. The very fabric of reality was bound by intricate, self-replicating patterns, geometric tapestries born from the harmony of nature and technology, spirit and science. These patterns were not simply beautiful, they were powerful. They held the secrets to cosmic balance, the pulse of worlds, and the growth of life itself. Among the ancient civilizations scattered across the stars, some had come to understand the deeper significance of these geometric tapestries. They saw them as a reflection of the tides of the cosmos, a rhythm that connected all living things, from the smallest grain of sand to the largest planetary bodies. To them, the geometric tapestries were not just mathematical curiosities, they were expressions of universal truths, the key to maintaining balance across the cosmos. In the heart of the world known as Igthala, a civilization thrived amidst its vast forests, where the growth of flora and fauna followed geometric designs echoing the celestial rhythms of the universe itself. Among its inhabitants was Raina, a skilled drone pilot and researcher tasked with observing and maintaining the harmony of these intricate environments. Her mission was to map and study the uncharted regions of Igthala's forests, ensuring that the delicate balance between nature and technology remained undisturbed. Raina's drone hovered silently above the lush canopy, equipped with advanced sensors and multispectral cameras. It was more than just a machine, it was an extension of her consciousness, moving with the same grace and precision as her thoughts. From her command station nestled in the trunk of an ancient tree, Raina watched as the drone fed her detailed information about the geometric distribution of the trees below. For centuries, these forests had grown in perfect harmony, their dimensions stable and self-sustaining. Yet recently, anomalies had begun to appear in the data, irregularities that hinted at a deeper disruption. The once unbroken self-similarity of the forest canopy began to crumble, clusters of trees growing too close together in some areas, while vast empty patches emerged in others. Raina's mind raced as she adjusted the drone's path, guiding it toward the heart of the disturbance. She wasn't just an observer, she was a guardian of the cosmic weave. Her society understood that the health of the forests, and by extension the planet itself, depended on maintaining the balance of these geometric patterns. Steady now, she whispered to herself, fingers dancing over the control interface. Let's see what's going on down there. The drone descended through the shifting light of the forest, casting a soft glow on the underbrush as it scanned for data. Each rustle of leaves and snap of twigs felt amplified in the stillness, an echo of nature's heartbeat. As Raina's drone lowered further into the forest, the anomalies became more pronounced. Dense tree clusters tangled in unnatural shapes, their branches intertwining in chaotic, distorted designs. The familiar patterns of self-similarity were replaced by unpredictable, jagged forms, as though the forest were reacting to an unseen force. The deeper the drone ventured, the more erratic the data became. Raina could see the geometric dimension, normally a stable value between 2 and 3, fluctuating wildly on her screens. Something was distorting the natural order of the forest, a disruption that went beyond simple environmental decay. Identify source, she commanded, but the drone merely buzzed in response, its systems overloaded. Frustration surged within her. She couldn't just stand back and watch, she had to uncover the truth. Leaving the drone hovering above, Raina descended from her command station and ventured into the forest on foot. The air was thick with tension, as if the trees themselves were alive with some unknown consciousness. Every step brought her closer to the source of the disturbance, and the geometric patterns of the forest grew more chaotic with each passing moment. As Raina pushed through the twisted undergrowth, she stumbled upon a clearing at the heart of the forest. At its center stood a massive crystal structure, its surface etched with intricate geometric designs. The crystal pulsed with a soft, inner light, resonating with the surrounding forest as though it were a conduit for the cosmic forces that governed the weave of the planet. "What in the cosmos?" Raina whispered, awestruck. She approached the crystal, drawn to its glow, her fingers reaching out to touch its smooth surface. A shiver ran through her, a jolt of energy coursing up her arm. The patterns on the crystal danced before her eyes, reflecting the same chaotic distortions she had seen in the forest. Before Raina could fully comprehend the significance of her discovery, a soft light shimmered at the edges of the clearing. From the shadows emerged ethereal beings, their forms composed of shifting, self-similar patterns. They were the cosmic guardians, ancient entities who had watched over the harmony of the cosmos since time immemorial. Their presence filled the clearing with awe and reverence, their cosmic forms constantly shifting and changing, reflecting the patterns of the tides themselves. These guardians existed on a higher plane of reality, where the weave of existence governed all things. "You have come to witness the disturbance in the balance," one of the guardians spoke, its voice echoing in Raina's mind. "The harmony of the cosmic web has been disrupted, and the tides of the cosmos are out of alignment." Raina stood frozen, overwhelmed by the guardian's presence. She had read ancient texts about such beings, but never imagined she would encounter them. "What caused this disruption?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "The imbalance is a consequence of forces beyond your world," the guardian replied. "The patterns that govern all life have been disturbed, and the crystal you see before you is the anchor that maintains the harmony of this forest. If the balance is not restored, the distortion will spread across the cosmos." Raina realized her mission was more than an investigation. She had been summoned to help restore the cosmic weave that had been disrupted. "Together, we will restore the balance," Raina said, her voice steadier now, filled with purpose. The guardians nodded, their forms shimmering with agreement. Using the drone's data and her understanding of geometric algorithms, Raina began to work alongside the guardians, analyzing the dimensions of the forest and comparing them to the self-similar patterns etched into the crystal. The guardians moved gracefully around her, their collective energy resonating with the patterns of the forest. However, as Raina delved deeper into the problem, she sensed an underlying tension in the energy field. The disturbances were not just chaotic, they felt like a clash between opposing forces, the active and the receptive. The essence of the forest was imbalanced, with one energy dominating the other. "The essence of the cosmos is a dance," one of the guardians explained, its voice melodious. "The active force drives creation, bringing forth energy and movement. The receptive force nurtures and sustains, allowing life to flourish. When one energy overwhelms the other, harmony is lost." Raina nodded, realizing the profound truth in the guardian's words. She had always felt the delicate interplay of these energies within herself, the strength of her ambitions tempered by the compassion that guided her decisions. Now, it was clear that her understanding of this balance was crucial in restoring the forest's harmony. "Then we must find a way to balance these energies," Raina said, determination filling her. "If the crystal is the anchor, we need to channel both the nurturing force and the active force into it." As she focused on the crystal, Raina envisioned the energies surrounding her, the vibrant green of the forest symbolizing the nurturing essence, while the powerful winds rustling through the trees represented the dynamic force. She felt the heartbeat of the universe within her, a pulse that resonated with both energies. "Let us combine our strengths," she proposed to the guardians. "We can channel the nurturing force of the receptive into the crystal, while the active energy amplifies its power. Together, we will restore the balance." The guardians formed a circle around her, their energies intertwining in a magnificent display of color and light. As Raina closed her eyes, she could feel the cosmic energies surging through her. She became a conduit, allowing the nurturing essence of the forest to flow into the crystal, while the strength of the winds bolstered its power. Hours passed as Raina worked, her mind immersed in the patterns and equations flowing through her consciousness. The geometric algorithms she had studied for years became the foundation for her actions, guiding her as she adjusted the energy fields around the crystal. Raina, the guardian called, its voice a soothing melody. Align your intention with the essence of the tides. Feel the rhythm of the cosmos, and let it guide you. As she closed her eyes, Raina felt the vibrations of the forest and the guardians intertwining with her own energy. The patterns of self-similarity danced in her mind, and she realized that the disruption was a manifestation of the disconnection between the active and receptive energies. With each breath, she focused on balancing these energies within herself. The nurturing essence enveloped her, allowing her to feel the pulse of the earth, while the dynamic force ignited her spirit. It was a dance of creation and sustenance, a harmonious union that formed the basis of existence. In that moment of unity, she visualized the crystal absorbing the energies swirling around it. She felt the tides of the cosmos resonate through her, the cosmic rhythm echoing within her very being. She was not merely an observer, she was a participant in the sacred dance of existence. As the energies coalesced within the crystal, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the clearing. The distorted patterns around the forest began to shift, slowly realigning into their rightful places. The chaos unraveled, revealing the intricate beauty of the geometric designs that governed the balance of life. The crystal pulsed in sync with the heartbeat of the universe, restoring the harmony that had been lost. With each pulse, the forest responded, the trees standing tall and vibrant, their forms reflecting the intricate patterns of the cosmos. As the light faded, Raina opened her eyes to find the clearing transformed. The chaotic growth had reverted to its natural beauty, the trees standing proud and self-similar once more. The guardians shimmered with approval, their forms radiating satisfaction. "You have restored the balance, Raina," one of the guardians said, its voice resonating with warmth. "You are now a guardian of the cosmic weave, a steward of the tides of the cosmos." A surge of emotion filled Raina as she absorbed their words. She felt the weight of her new responsibility, the profound connection she shared with the universe. She was no longer just a pilot, she had become a protector of the harmony that governed all existence. As the guardians began to fade back into the ether, their forms dissolving into shimmering particles of light, Raina felt a deep sense of connection. They were not merely protectors of the cosmic weave, they were reflections of her own spirit, guiding her toward her destiny. "Remember, Raina," a voice echoed in her mind, the last words of the guardian. "You are part of the cosmic fabric. Your actions shape the patterns of existence." With the guardians gone, Raina stood alone in the clearing, the morning light filtering through the trees, casting a warm glow over the restored forest. The air was alive with the sounds of nature, and she could feel the balance returning to Igthala. But within her, a new understanding had awakened. She could no longer be just a pilot, she had become a steward of the cosmic patterns, a guardian of the balance that governed the universe. The lessons of the active and receptive energies now resonated within her, a reminder of the harmony that must be maintained. As she made her way back to her command station, Raina felt a renewed sense of purpose. The mission ahead would be daunting, but she was ready to embrace her role as a protector of the tides of the cosmos. With each new dawn, she would strive to maintain the harmony of existence, ensuring that the geometric patterns of the universe continued to weave their intricate designs. In the heart of Igthala, the crystal pulsed softly, its light a beacon of hope and a reminder that the balance of the cosmos was not a given. It was a responsibility that lay in the hands of those who dared to understand its depths. Raina's journey had just begun, and she was determined to carry the knowledge of the cosmic weave forward, for the sake of her world and the universe beyond.
planes of existence consist of 6 known planes. The first is the higher heavens of Lycia. The most sought-after goal of any being within the planes is to live here. Then there are the planes of Protean, or just Protean. This plane of existence is diverse in environment, cultures, and civilizations. Many live a basic life on the planets where they live, and others travel the stars in starships. After the plane of Protean, there is the cardinal plane. This plane is the most primal of the first 3, and also has many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations. These beings live closer to the darker planes, so morality and compassion aren't seen too often here. It is mostly about survival of the fittest. Slaves are bought and sold both on the planes of Protean and the cardinal plane. Some space travel does occur among the more advanced civilizations within this realm, and sometimes travelers venture between each plane. All 3 of these planes are ruled by the Lycians and are mostly comprised of human beings, though the Draconian also live within these planes as well. The dominant of the 2 beings are the humans, of course.
Draco are reptilian beings who rule the 3 lower planes of darkness and are dead set on conquering and enslaving everyone in the known planes of existence. After the cardinal plane, there is the Ophidian plane. This plane is filled with the lower forms within the reptile pantheon, usually those who crawl on the ground and live under it. The Draco have a pecking order among themselves, looking down on those who crawl on the ground, thinking of themselves as superior to other beings, with the right to dominate them. Like on the cardinal plane, this plane is filled with jungles and wasteland. The Draco fill these jungles with tribal huts and domed structures made out of clay. They live simple lives with human slaves, which they also use as a food source. There is also a far darker realm called the Serpentine Plane, that isn't primal like the cardinal planes, and doesn't have tribal civilizations like on the Ophidian planes. They travel space, within their galaxy raiding planets, to harvest what they can. These worlds are within a never-ending nebula, full of newborn stars, and eternity gates. Eternity gates are capable of drawing large objects within them with their gravitational pull, causing the object to fall into an endless abyss, thus vanishing forever.
The reptiles within the Serpentine planes are a bit higher in rank than those in the Ophidian planes. They don't crawl upon the ground. Instead, they are like the dominant Draco Prime, but without wings. The final realm of the known planes is Saurian. This is a dark realm, filled with vile creatures, because it is literally a dark environment. No stars shine in the sky here, because no stars are within this plane. Things slither on the ground, fly in the skies, and roam under the ground as well here. There is little vegetation, so animals feed off of bacteria, mold, and plankton. Larger creatures feed off one another, and food sources are usually the weakest of the species. Though a harsh environment, the Draco Prime live here, and are the strongest of the reptilians, who rule with an iron fist. They are distinguished among the Draconian because of their wings. If a Draco Prime is born without wings, it is either killed at birth or sent to a reclamation camp. There they are trained to serve the Draco Prime. This brings shame to the parents though, so killing the baby is preferred.
Legend tells of a time when man was first born into existence. He was from the land up high, and slowly descended into the realms below. Within this higher plane of existence lived a mighty overking, and his beautiful subjects. They lived in a land that was commonly referred to as the higher heavens of Lycia, where each man lived peaceful lives. Each unburdened with the toils of man, and each with a desire for more out of life. Within the higher heavens of Lycia lived imams, sentinels, hunters, woodsmen, and all manner of creatures in the wild. No draconians lived here. This was a place only for humans. The beginning of their kind started here. The beings who occupy this land are no strangers to evil, which lay outside. Warriors trained to defend the freedoms they have, for the sake of their people. Most of the inhabitants have strong mental abilities, which stretch further than that of the ordinary human. These humans believe in honor and staying close to the powers of light, rather than giving in to the darkness from below.
With powers of extraordinary ability, they can lift their arm and command nature itself. Foresight is common among these humans, able to see in the future. Some can see seconds, minutes, and only hours, while others can see ahead in cycles. Above all things, the people respect all life, not just their own, but every creature that exists and draws a breath. Though the high heavens of Lycia is untouched by any draconian attacks that occurred within the Lycian Empire, they still have the ability to travel freely among the planes and realms outside of the high heavens that they call home. Usually traveling to places for a good hunt, trade with other beings, and teaching others about freedom, inner truths, and independence. Most of the time though, they travel to other realms of splendor, adventuring into areas that most wouldn't dare go. Mapping out areas of the unknown is one of the highest honors to any individual within the high heavens of Lycia. It is the highest form of intellect among the scholars within the realm. Discovering the powers of the outer worlds in order to harness it, and bring those powers within their grasp.
The ground within the realm of the high heavens consists of precious gems, diamonds, emeralds, and gold. Structures are built in strange angular shapes, some reach high into the sky, while others shoot out like blades of grass in all different directions. These structures were originally a part of the landscape, but were hollowed out and made into places for the people of this realm to live. Wildlife still roams the countryside, and the grass still grows, but not as softly as that of grass on the lower realms of Lycia. The sparkle of grasses and soil reflect everywhere as the golden sun shines. At night, the sky is filled with a beautiful borealis of lights, stretching across the sky with a wondrous amount of bright blue stars in the background. Gentle snow sits upon mountaintops high above, and can be seen from the warm, tranquil towns below. The cold air on these mountaintops are dry, making life there easy to live in too. The air itself is fragranced with scents like that of perfumes. Fountains of healing water are scattered throughout these lands, free to all who wish to use it. After the invasion of the Draconian, the high heavens of Lycia was untouched, but, in place, where the divine palace once stood, the city of Novar was built. Its mighty ziggurat gleams in the beautiful sunlight of the higher heavens, and the people tell the stories, written on the murals of its walls, about the mighty Zithra.
Each cycle, the people of Protean measure the rotation of the stars around their planets. They coordinate with one another in order to create a structured method of time among each planet. Interstellar travel depends on this, in order to regulate what time frames travelers would encounter as they reach each galaxy and solar system they venture to. Mathematics and mapping out known regions of space is important to those within the Trade Federation. In order to negotiate and navigate, areas of each quadrant must be explored and mapped properly. Vast areas of space within Protean are occupied by the Draconians, and the Trade Federation has found a healthy bit of wealth through trading with them. According to regulation though, the Federation condemns the practice of trading with the Draco, but members of this trade consortium have done shady dealings with the Draconians in secret for some time. Most of the members within the Federation look the other way, turning a blind eye to what is going on in the black market and by their fellow merchants.
Slavers and space pirates are known throughout the quadrants. Most illegal drug trades are done by warlords and pirates from the outer regions of these quadrants, distanced from the more civilized societies within. These outer regions are commonly referred to as the wastelands. Buying and selling slaves is a normal practice in Protean, though not all of the civilizations in this realm believe in it. Draconian buy human slaves in order to conduct experiments on them. They also consider humans as food, so eating the slaves after they use them up is also a regular practice among the Draconian.
When using humans for experimentation though, they implant slaves deemed exceptionally fit with cybernetic implants. Some slaves are used in experiments where their minds are transferred into cyborgs, entirely separated from their bodies, which are then placed within a stasis chamber until the slave is again revived. Some humans are also a part of experiments that deal in time travel. These slaves are snatched from their families at early ages, then forced into a life of slavery. When they have lived out their life in servitude, they are then sent back in time to the exact moment when they were abducted. Placed exactly where they were the moment before they were taken, their minds are erased from that moment and forward on with the life they had previously lived. They are then changed physically so that their bodies are transformed into that of the child they once were. These abductions, though, are usually carried out by humans and not the Draconian. These cyborgs, though, are used by the Draconians in order to do their dirty work. Instead of attacking human outposts and out-of-the-way planets themselves, cyborgs are sent to do it for them. Draconians have also extended the services of these human cyborgs to their warlord, slaver, and space pirate allies. In order to demoralize the Trade Federation's influence, the Draconians supply their enemies with resources, and they fight the Federation instead of the Draco. Most planets within Protean consist of civilizations that don't even venture into space. They know nothing of what is taking place outside of their world until these overlords, slavers, and criminals invade, taking all the resources they can and leaving the planet barren. This is usually the way of life for most, in the far outer reach of the realm, and most don't even dare venture there.
The Cardinal Realm is a primal land, filled with jungles, and underworld inhabitants within desolate cave systems. This world is beautiful at first sight, though it has a very dark environment. Fog fills the valleys, and the jungle rises so high into the air that it becomes utterly dark on the ground. Animals, plants, and every beast imaginable in this world are dangerous. Vines that lay upon the ground are carnivorous and have a habit of eating anything that comes within their grasp. Both humans and Draco fight constantly here. The Draco use humans for slaves, food supply, genetic experiments, and cybernetic research. Obsessed with creating a genetically compatible race with their own, and humans are the closest match that they have found. Search parties are sent into the world in search of humans, in order for the Draconian to keep their pins full. Within the Cardinal Realm, humans also keep other humans as slaves. The dominant gender of the human race is female, and women hold no value for men, other than reproduction, and cannon fodder in battle against the Draconian. These warrior women, tribal in nature, are also able to use modern forms of weapons and transport. The women warriors do not take Draco as slaves, they hate them religiously. To these women, the only good Draco is a dead one, so they are executed on sight.
Underneath the jungles are cave systems, and in these caves, many humans live. They come above ground only to hunt, replenish their supplies, gather slaves, and fight the Draconians. If an opportunity presents itself to look up at the sky, a person looks up at a gray haze, almost black view, from above. Stars seem small, and most of them can only be seen at night. Both humans and Draco travel among the stars. The humans understand the concept of space travel, but they have been known to steal Draco technology in order to do so. So much so, that humans have developed their own network within space, and have taken their fight against the Draco into the stars. Some have even been able to travel from their reality into others, within other planes of existences, other than their own.
Lucius is an unforgiving planet within a solar system that contains two binary stars. The results of a binary solar system causes intense weather and strong gravity on Lucius. Beings on this planet are stronger, acquiring extraordinary strength in environments of less gravity than their own. On Lucius, storms decimate the planet's surface, and electrical storms travel constantly in its atmosphere. All creatures are forced underground because of the harsh environment. Cesterians are humans who reject technology and are also unable to use it. How much power a society has on this world is determined by how much technology it has. Ships travel among the stars to far galaxies to explore, mine resources, and sometimes to plunder. Space pirates are everywhere, and mining colonies are established throughout the far edges of space. On Lucius, mining is one of the main sources of living among the people there. The constant struggle between humans and the Draconian over mining colonies takes place, and neither of the two are willing to negotiate.
The Trade Federation is the closest thing to the law, and if anyone breaks their law, death is the only sentence. Humans are hunted down and enslaved, forced into a life of hard labor by both humans and Draconian alike. In this world, it is a matter of survival and nothing more. The power of light and darkness hold no meaning here. It is neither hospitable nor cruel, because everything is miserable unless you have more resources than the rest of the people. Then, you have to fight in order to keep those resources for yourself. Lucius is versatile with different varieties of beings, cultures, and technology. Some don't have any technology at all, while others can harness the power of their mind with the utterance of words. Some people are primitive with no abilities at all, and some use technology as well. The primitive societies are the ones who are usually forced into a life of slavery, while the societies with technology are the ones who rule over the slaves. Food and rations are scarce, so if you aren't a slave, you are more likely scavenging, looking for something to eat.
In ancient times of Babylon, Jupiter's rising in the dawn. Foretold by mystics in their scroll, starlit as the cosmos goes. Whispered secrets in the sand dunes, an age-old dance beneath the moons. Jupiter, bring forth the light, guide us through the darkest night. Esoteric tales unfold, Babylonian myths retold. Nebulous pulse with ancient lore, riding through the astral store. Zephyrs singing legends old from temples carved in marble gold. Sages rhyme in cryptic tones as Jupiter ascends the thrones. Jupiter, bring forth the light, guide us through the darkest night. Esoteric tales unfold, Babylonian myths retold. Esoteric tales unfold, Babylonian myths retold.
Aliens on Mars, yeah, coming from the stars, yeah. I just saw the land, that they on this planet, yeah. They got suits and they looking slick, ways to advance, yeah. They always talking in a language we don't understand. There's no spaceship in no way. Card line, let's race to the end. Laser guns, blew his ad route. On the floor, scrambling like. Nah, bro. What the fuck up? Me and the cosmic ray. Me and you in the cosmic ray.
Like a though that you were free, but visa to receive. Hold you to the shared mind, visa to a slave. Dice story, you would think an attitude is me. Like a though that you were free, but visa to receive. Yeah, we blasting off in lessons. Aliens on Mars and stressing. Spacecraft and stellar lessons. Peaceful started blessing. Miracle war we messing. Leave Earth looking like a session. Blueprints of bars and testing. Repented on stars confessing. Yo, we ruling this dimension. No gravity, just tension. Galactic intervention.
Pregnancy drugs. Oxytocics. Used to promote uterine contraction. Activates G-protein coupled receptors that trigger increases in intracellular calcium levels in uterine myofibrils equal stimulates uterine smooth muscle equal promotes uterine contractions. Also has vasopressor and antidiuretic effects. Oxytocin is contraindicated for contractions closer than 2 minutes apart. Monitor patients. Tocolytics. Used to block uterine contractions.
Hormonal contraceptive drugs. These drugs inhibit ovulation. Suppresses gonadotropins equal inhibits ovulation. Estrogen equal suppresses follicle stimulating hormone equal blocks follicular development plus ovulation. Progestin equal suppresses secretion of luteinizing hormone equal prevents ovulation even if follicle develops. Progestin equal thickens cervical mucus equal interferes with sperm migration plus implantation of fertilized egg. Side effects: arterial thrombosis, thrombophlebitis, gallbladder disease, acne, bleeding between periods, bloating, breast tenderness, change in libido, weight fluctuation. Oral contraceptive. Taken for 21 of 28 days with 7 days of placebos. If patient misses 1 day, double up on the next day. 2. Non-oral contraceptive. IM injections of medroxyprogesterone, Depo-Provera, equal 3 months of contraception. No plant system, celastic capsules containing levonorgestrel that are implanted into skin equal up to 5 years of contraception. Transdermal patch, Othivra equal change patch once a week for 3 weeks, then no patch. NuvaRing, vaginal ring changed once per cycle.
The Cardinal Realm is a primal land, filled with jungles, and underworld inhabitants within desolate cave systems. This world is beautiful at first sight, though it has a very dark environment. Fog fills the valleys, and the jungle rises so high into the air that it becomes utterly dark on the ground. Animals, plants, and every beast imaginable in this world are dangerous. Vines that lay upon the ground are carnivorous and have a habit of eating anything that comes within their grasp. Both humans and Draco fight constantly here. The Draco use humans for slaves, a food supply, genetic experiments, and cybernetic research. Obsessed with creating a genetically compatible race with their own, and humans are the closest match that they have found. Search parties are sent into the world in search of humans, in order for the Draconian to keep their pins full. Within the Cardinal Realm, humans also keep other humans as slaves. The dominant gender of the human race is female, and women hold no value for men, other than reproduction, and cannon fodder in battle against the Draconian. These warrior women, tribal in nature, are also able to use modern forms of weapons, and transport. The women warriors do not take Draco as slaves, they hate them religiously. To these women, the only good Draco is a dead one, so they are executed on sight.
Underneath the jungles are cave systems, and in these caves, many humans live. They come above ground only to hunt, replenish their supplies, gather slaves, and fight the Draconians. If an opportunity presents itself to look up at the sky, a person looks up at a grey haze, almost black view, from above. Stars seem small, and most of them can only be seen at night. Both humans and Draco travel among the stars. The humans understand the concept of space travel, but they have been known to steal Draco technology in order to do so. So much so, that humans have developed their own network within space, and have taken their fight against the Draco into the stars. Some have even been able to travel from their reality into others, within other planes of existences, other than their own.
behind my eyes. Lying alone, looking at the sky, slowly turning red, watching the clouds all float away. I'm lying on my bed, distant thoughts float through my mind of wasted times gone by. I'm sure I saw your face go by, floating in the sky. Behind my eyes, my head is dead. There's nothing there to be read. Tell me now, can you see when you're looking straight through me? Behind my eyes, my head is dead. There's nothing there to be read. Behind my eyes, my head is dead. There's nothing there to be read.
Damage to the cerebellum can have profound effects on a person's ability to move, balance, and coordinate. Cerebellar damage can result from various causes, including stroke, tumors, trauma, or degenerative diseases like ataxia. Cerebellar damage can lead to a range of neurological disorders, the most common of which is ataxia. Ataxia is characterized by a lack of coordination and balance, making it difficult for individuals to perform everyday tasks such as walking, speaking, or writing. Other disorders associated with cerebellar damage include dysmetria, inability to control the range of movement, and cerebellar cognitive affective syndrome, CCAS, which affects cognitive functions like planning, attention, and emotional regulation. The impact of cerebellar damage on daily life can be severe. Patients may struggle with basic tasks that require coordination and balance, leading to a loss of independence and reduced quality of life. The emotional toll of living with a cerebellar disorder can also be significant, as patients may experience frustration, anxiety, and depression. Diagnosing cerebellar damage typically involves imaging techniques such as MRI or CT scans, which can reveal structural abnormalities in the cerebellum. In some cases, genetic testing may be used to identify hereditary cerebellar disorders, such as spinocerebellar ataxia. Treatment for cerebellar damage often focuses on managing symptoms and improving quality of life. Physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy can help patients regain some degree of function and independence. For example, physical therapy may include exercises to improve balance and coordination, while speech therapy can help patients with dysarthria, difficulty speaking, improve their speech clarity. Advancements in pharmacological treatments offer hope for patients with cerebellar disorders. Drugs that target specific neurotransmitter systems in the cerebellum, such as dopamine or serotonin, may help alleviate symptoms and improve motor function. In the future, therapies such as cerebellar implants or gene therapy could offer new avenues for treatment. While the cerebellum is best known for its role in motor control, it also plays a role in cognitive functions and emotional regulation. Cerebellar damage can affect attention, language, and executive function, leading to cognitive impairments that impact daily life. The cerebellum's role in emotional regulation is also significant. Damage to the cerebellum can disrupt the regulation of fear and pleasure responses, leading to mood disorders such as depression or anxiety. Understanding the cerebellum's role in cognition and emotion is an emerging area of research that could lead to new treatments for mood disorders. The concept of the cognitive cerebellum is gaining traction in neuroscience. This idea suggests that the cerebellum is involved in high-level cognitive processes, such as planning, decision-making, and problem-solving. As research in this area continues, it could reshape our understanding of the cerebellum and its role in brain function. The cerebellum's ability to coordinate movement and process sensory input relies on its complex neural circuitry. This circuitry involves various types of fibers and neurotransmitters that work together to fine-tune motor commands. The cerebellar circuitry is composed of two main types of fibers, mossy fibers and climbing fibers. Mossy fibers originate from various sources, including the spinal cord and brainstem, and project to the cerebellar cortex. They synapse onto granule cells, which in turn send parallel fibers to synapse onto Purkinje cells. The Purkinje cells then send inhibitory signals to the deep cerebellar nuclei, which serve as the cerebellum's output channels. Climbing fibers, on the other hand, originate from the inferior olive in the brainstem and project directly to Purkinje cells. Each Purkinje cell receives input from a single climbing fiber, which provides powerful excitatory input. This unique arrangement allows the climbing fibers to play a key role in motor learning and synaptic plasticity. The cerebellum's circuitry also involves long-term potentiation, LTP, and long-term depression, limited, which are forms of synaptic plasticity. LTP and limited occur at the synapses between parallel fibers and Purkinje cells, allowing the cerebellum to adjust the strength of these connections based on experience. This plasticity is crucial for motor learning, as it allows the cerebellum to fine-tune motor commands in response to changing conditions. The cerebellum receives input from various neurotransmitter systems, including dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, and acetylcholine. These neurotransmitters play a role in modulating cerebellar activity and influencing motor control. Dopamine, for example, is involved in reward processing and motor control. Dysregulation of the dopaminergic system in the cerebellum can lead to movement disorders, such as Parkinson's disease. Similarly, serotonin is involved in mood regulation and motor control, and disruptions in the serotonergic system can affect both mood and movement. The cerebellum's cholinergic system is also important for motor control and learning. Acetylcholine, the primary neurotransmitter in the cholinergic system, is involved in synaptic plasticity and modulating cerebellar activity. Understanding how these neurotransmitter systems interact with the cerebellum could lead to new treatments for movement disorders and other neurological conditions. Recent technological advances have revolutionized cerebellar research. Techniques such as optogenetics, electrophysiology, and advanced imaging allow scientists to study the cerebellum's functions in unprecedented detail. Optogenetics, for instance, allows researchers to control the activity of specific neurons in the cerebellum using light. This technique has provided new insights into the role of different cell types and circuits in motor control and learning. Similarly, electrophysiology allows scientists to record the activity of individual neurons in the cerebellum, shedding light on how these neurons process information and contribute to movement. Advanced imaging techniques, such as functional MRI, fMRI, and diffusion tensor imaging, DTI, have also expanded our understanding of the cerebellum. These techniques allow researchers to visualize the cerebellum's connections with other parts of the brain and study its role in cognitive and emotional processes. As these technologies continue to evolve, they will likely lead to new discoveries about the cerebellum and its role in brain function. Future research may reveal new therapeutic targets for treating cerebellar disorders and other neurological conditions. The thalamus, a large mass of gray matter located in the dorsal part of the diencephalon, plays a central role in relaying sensory and motor signals to the cerebral cortex. It is often described as the brain's relay station, as it processes and transmits information between different brain regions. The thalamus is composed of several nuclei, each of which has specific functions. These nuclei receive input from various sensory and motor systems and send output to different parts of the cerebral cortex. For example, the lateral geniculate nucleus, LGN, processes visual information, while the ventral posterior nucleus, VPN, processes somatosensory information. The thalamus also plays a crucial role in regulating states of consciousness, sleep, and wakefulness. It is involved in generating and maintaining the brain's oscillatory rhythms, which are essential for sleep and alertness. Disruptions in thalamic function can lead to sleep disorders and affect overall brain function. The thalamus and cerebellum are closely connected, with the cerebellum sending output to the thalamus through the cerebellothalamic pathway. This pathway is essential for coordinating voluntary movements, as the thalamus relays cerebellar signals to the motor cortex, which then sends motor commands to the muscles. Disruptions in the cerebellothalamic pathway can lead to movement disorders such as essential tremor, a condition characterized by involuntary shaking. In Parkinson's disease, the thalamus is often targeted by deep brain stimulation, DBS, to alleviate tremor and improve motor function. DBS involves implanting electrodes in the thalamus to modulate its activity and reduce tremor. Studying the interaction between the thalamus and cerebellum is crucial for understanding and treating movement disorders. This research has the potential to improve treatments for conditions like Parkinson's disease and essential tremor, as well as provide insights into the broader role of the thalamus in motor control. The thalamus is involved in various neurological and psychiatric disorders, including thalamic stroke, schizophrenia, and depression. Thalamic stroke can lead to sensory and motor deficits, as well as cognitive impairments. In schizophrenia, abnormalities in thalamic function have been linked to symptoms such as hallucinations and delusions. Deep brain stimulation, DBS, is a promising treatment for thalamic-related disorders. DBS involves implanting electrodes in the thalamus to modulate its activity and improve symptoms. This treatment has been particularly effective in reducing tremor in Parkinson's disease and essential tremor. Future research may reveal new therapeutic targets within the thalamus for treating neurological and psychiatric disorders. As our understanding of thalamic function continues to grow, so too does the potential for developing innovative treatments that can improve quality of life for patients. The cerebellum is a complex and versatile part of the brain that plays a critical role in motor control, cognitive processes, and emotional regulation. While its primary function is to ensure smooth and coordinated movements, its involvement in cognition and emotion is becoming increasingly recognized. Continued research into the cerebellum's broader functions and its interactions with other brain regions, such as the thalamus, is essential for understanding and treating neurological disorders. The cerebellum's adaptability and plasticity make it a promising target for innovative therapies that could improve motor function, cognitive abilities, and emotional well-being. As our understanding of the cerebellum deepens, we may unlock new insights into brain function and discover new ways to treat a wide range of neurological and psychiatric conditions. The future of cerebellar research holds great promise for advancing neuroscience and improving the lives of individuals affected by brain disorders.
Alright.
I have another. Can I play it? It's okay.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, I just remember this one, and yeah, I want to share it. Where all the butterflies are going, oh, the yellow ones. Are they aware that I can watch them going through the sky, fading with the yellow sunshine? Why all the birds are singing, the they know that I wish I could fly to the land where the butterflies are marching up with the yellow sun, marching up with the yellow sun. Look at me, I am the prettiest. I am the flower of your yeah, it's all a dream. Don't stick it to your heart, or we'll die when the sun goes down. We'll die when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down.
And when he died, she assumed rule until Adad-Nirari III came of age, at which time she passed the throne to him. According to scholar Gwendolyn Like, this woman achieved remarkable fame and power in her lifetime and beyond. According to contemporary records, she had considerable influence at the Assyrian court. This would explain how she was able to maintain the throne after her husband's death. Women were not admitted to positions of authority in the Assyrian Empire and had to have a woman ruler. And to have a woman ruler would have been unthinkable unless that particular woman had enough power to take and hold it. This, however, is precisely the problem with Samu Ramat's reign. There is very little information about what she did and how she went about doing it, and some scholars refer to her simply as an obscure Assyrian lady of the 8th century BC, of whom we know nothing for certain except that she is named on an inscription as Lady of the Palace. It would seem, however, that she was much more than that, and, however little may be left to record her reign, there is enough to suggest that she was the equal of her predecessors and secured the kingdom after the death of her husband. Now, that is her ancestor. They also
Does it talk about their coming together? Like what
No.
What was?
According to my notes, where Nathan is concerned, it appears that he was a contemporary of this woman and the wife of Ninus. Yeah, see right here, the queen of Assyria, the wife of Ninus. She was actually the mother of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh. And see, she's not the one who founded Nineveh, I know that much. That's not her. Adad could have been the one who founded Nineveh, actually.
You said Adad is the didn't you just say that last week or what?
Yeah,
or 2 weeks ago?
Nineveh, before Nineveh was the capital of Assyria, it was actually freaking Asser. That's where the god Asser came from. Like, a lot of people don't understand that, like, they didn't worship a deity, they worshiped a city. Okay? Like Asser Bonifal. That was like the title they put at the beginning of Bonifal's name, Asser. So they deified him. Okay. And the other day when we were having a conversation and we said
like Petra.
Yeah, like, remember how we were talking about humans being deified?
Mm-hmm.
And then there was freaking supernatural deities, and then there was men that were deified.
Yes, and that was what was the big deal, was causing an issue with the separation of the men and the actual goddess and gods. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is kind of like an example of what I'm talking about. Like, Asser was a city, and freaking when a person became freaking ruler over Assyria, they usually took on the name Asser, which deified them to godlike status. And it made them a deified human, all right? But they worshipped the city, Asser, you know what I mean? They didn't worship a god that was supernatural and stuff. That's the weird part about all that. But anyhow, that was the first one before Nineveh. And then when they created Nineveh, Asser was still very important to them. It was a place of worship. They always went there, and like, that was the place where their god was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I gotta find out where that name is, though.
What was the other guy that you just said, and you read about the woman?
Shemshi-Adad.
Yeah, and then when I looked, can you spell Shemshi-Adad? And because when I spelled it, it pulls up for me something completely different.
S-H-A-M.
It pulls up Sekhmet.
SHAMSHI/ADAD.
Okay, so now I see it. So when I first did it the way I heard it, it pulled up Sekhmet, and have you, like, they're not related in any type of way, are they?
Sounds familiar, but
Sekhmet,
make sure you put V at the end of it because he's the fifth.
Is the god of, it says the mistress of dread, and then it says she. You know what's funny? Excuse me. Also called Sekhmet is the Egyptian religion. Excuse me, a goddess of war and the destroyer of the enemies of the sun god Ra. And so, but it says Ra, it doesn't say Ra, but I guess maybe that's their pronunciation. But I also seen it written as Ra, so I'm unsure if it's a Ra and a Ra. But I know that Ra is. But and then it says she's bloodthirsty and vengeful. She sounds like Tatiana. But I don't know. Minus the phrase. But
Shemshi-Adad.
Shemshi-Adad, and you said 5, yeah, because this one comes up 1. Let me see. Oh, it's the same picture twice.
Stella of Shamshi-Adad.
Shalmaneser, Sargon.
Okay, Shamshi-Adad the Fifth, king of Assyria. Samu Ramad.
That's what I was looking up. Samu Arad. I wasn't looking up Samu. Like I looked up her, and that's how I got on that other Egyptian goddess about where. And then you said a different name though. You said you know about this one, but you don't know what was the first name. It was two people, and I feel like it started with an M. And you're like, you got to look more into them.
You talking about Shalmaneser?
Maybe that's what it was. How do you spell it?
Shalmaneser. And that would be the third, so 3 eyes after it.
Okay. Cool. The king of the... Okay, that's why. Neo-Assyrian Empire of the death of... Okay, I got you. But no.
Now, I guess I am going to have to rely on the Wikipedia because the Encyclopedia Britannica doesn't have any information on them.
It says the king of Assyria. Britannica says the king of Assyria was pursued a vigorous policy of military...
that's this is Shamshi-Adad.
Oh, okay.
He was the king of Assyria between 824 and 811 BC. He was named after the god Adad, who is also known as Hidad. Now, Haran, actually, by the way, I should mention that I was a little inaccurate about that. Haran was actually the first capital of Assyria. Then they built Assur,
Nineveh.
and then they built Nineveh. So I need to clear that up. I don't know if you ever heard of Haran before.
No, Haran, but for whatever reason, I feel like it's something that I've heard to where it's connected, but I don't know what it is. No, I don't want to tell you that.
Haran's like one of the oldest cities in the world.
And what's it called? How do you spell it? Hold on 1 second. I'm not big on like geographics.
Haron.
Haron. That's why I learned. Because, oh, look, and it brings up pretty birds, but that's different. That's not Haron. All it brings me up is birds.
Let me make sure I'm spelling that right.
Perhaps I have to put city. There it is. No, that's a land. Okay, no. What am I talking about?
Haran.
See, and then it spells it Heron. Where is this at? Spain? It's in Spain?
No, it's in like Lebanon area, up around Lebanon and Turkey. Haran.
Well, it doesn't even seem Google's heard of this place. So, I mean, I feel a little less misinformed or uninformed. Is it tiny? Is it on my map of Syria and all what we were looking at for the Palestinians? Or Palestinians? I keep calling them the Palestinians. I didn't mean to say that. Phoenicians? And that's my friend. I invited someone to our show because I told them that you're so interested and I learned a lot from you. But I told them that we were talking about the Palestinians. So I hope I did not misguide you. You're like, this has nothing to do with the Palestinians. But no, it's the Phoenicians. I didn't know why I said Palestinians, but there's probably a reason that I did, yeah.
Alright.
I have Haron and I have Heron.
For some reason, my freaking search engine keeps sending me to different locations. Tushpa is up where the hierarchy were. Haran is Harran.
Okay, H-A. There we are. And there we see. I don't see it on my map. Here, let me see how I can get. No, not that map. Oh, look, they have little. Okay, so their little hut thingies look like miniature pyramids on the low, right?
They have ziggurats. Is that what it is? It's got a big stairs in the center.
Well, see, I don't see the inside. I see the outside. Oh, look at this. This is nice. Oh, that's neat. So I want to go inside. I know it doesn't look like there's stairs, but there's people. There's people in here in Ziggurat.
The legend of La Llorona. For centuries, children have been taught to fear the water, from the Japanese kappa demon, with its hunger for cucumbers and human organs, to the hideous frogmen of Slavic folklore, known locally as the Badyanoi. Danger has always lurked for any child who dared venture too close to the water's edge. In Latin America, the same can be said, and there are a few who take these warnings to heart as closely as those who've heard the tale of La Llorona, the weeping woman. For centuries, the name has instilled fear, whispered in the darkest corners of the forest and lingering on the lips of children who have been warned time and time again what happens to those who are naughty or wander too far from the safety of home, where the ghost of La Llorona waits. Believe it or not, this is no simple fairy tale, no campfire story. What makes La Llorona different from the others is that she wasn't some mythical creature born of the imagination of man. She was a person, a wife, a daughter, a mother of two, a flesh and bone woman a flesh and bone woman with hopes and dreams, and a family she loved, not unlike the devoted parents who have come to fear her. Simply, she was one of us until she wasn't. What turned La Llorona from just another face in the crowd to the subject of many of our nightmares was one simple act, a deed so tragic that it is unforgettable, so heinous that it is unforgivable. The cruel, heartless murder of her own very own children, the most heinous of crimes, the ultimate sin. It so happens that the father, her one true love, had abandoned her for another woman, breaking her heart and fracturing her mind, making her an outcast in her own community. Racked with the agony of his affair, she became bent on revenge, paying him back in the most horrific way imaginable, leading their children down to the water and drowning them both, one after the other. A true selfish act for La Llorona, but it did come with one consequence. But it did come with one consolation. So disgusted at the sight of what she had done, she decided to follow right after them, taking her own life in those very same waters. An easy way out for certain, but the only way for her to avoid the shattered reality she had created, and wrap up this horrible tale of love and loss and a mother's betrayal. If only this story were that simple. The truth is, she never left. Denied from heaven and bound to purgatory, La Llorona still haunts our mortal realm, a divine punishment for the lives she took. Her spirit, trapped for eternity, now roams the waterways, crying, wailing, searching desperately for her lost children, or any other unfortunate souls who might tempt fate and happen across her path. Sometimes she can only be heard, her wails so hopeless, so shrill, that they are mistaken for the cries of a lost or endangered child, luring unsuspecting victims into her waiting arms. But more often than not, she is seen at night, dressed all in white, with long black hair falling over her face, standing at the forest edge. She beckons to lone children, making false promises, luring them past the tree line and towards the water, replaying her sins over and over for the rest of time. While the story has evolved since the day La Llorona took her life and those of her children, one fact remains the same. Those unfortunate enough to hear the cries of the weeping woman rarely live to tell the tale. Their bodies either found floating in the waterways, drowned, or never seen again.
Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress, who lived among the wild, entered Zuthra's mind. She was a huntress, and because of her desire for the hunt, Zuthra was able to seduce her. Zuthra came to her in a dream, taunting her with visions of a beautiful beast. In the distance, she glanced the most beautiful beast that she had ever seen. She raised her bow and aimed straight, then let go of the quiver, only to miss the target. Her blood began to boil. She did not like missing her target. She followed her prey, and when the sun began to fall, she laid under a tree to rest because the weather was beautiful that day. She was tempted by a dream that Zuthra implanted within her mind, until finally, she was impregnated by Zuthra, and through consummation, she became his wife. Zuthra remembered how hypnotic she was, with her slim, but muscular body. Her hair was a bright golden blonde, and she had glowing blue eyes. Memories of seducing Tiana, his third wife, entered Zuthra's mind. She was the ruthless one among them, but beautiful nonetheless. Each night she would sleep over a torture chamber, as her slaves were beaten to death. She enjoyed the sounds of them begging for mercy. Zuthra seduced her out of bloodlust, disguising himself as her slave, as she tortured him out of bloodlust. Her desires grew, and she was seduced by Zuthra. He impregnated her as well, making her his third wife.
This is the story of the wolf girl of Devil's River. In 1835, a group of American colonists led by Dr. Charles Bill was camped at Lake Epentosa, a renowned haunted location near what is now Carrizo Springs in southwest Texas. Half a mile away from the Bill group, John Dent and his pregnant wife, Molly Pertol Dent, both from Georgia, had built a brush cabin. Dent had come to trap beaver in the Devil's River area north of the present-day Del Rio, but was also on the run from the law for the murder of a fellow trapper in Georgia. The Dents were to prove fortunate in their choice of a site distant from the lake. A band of Comanches raided the main Bill camp and massacred most of the inhabitants, afterwards throwing the bodies of the victims in their carts into the lake. Even at this time, Epentosa Lake had acquired a reputation for ghostly goings-on. This included adding to the story of ill luck and sorrow centered on what, to this day, Mexicans considered a haunted location. The name Epentosa means frightful. As Molly was approaching the end of her pregnancy, the couple were reluctant to travel despite the danger of hostile Indians. One night, in May 1835, there was a severe thunderstorm and Molly went into labor. She appeared to be having problems with the birth, so Dent decided to ride westward for help. He arrived at a Mexican goat ranch on the Pecos Canyon and told him desperately about his wife's condition, begging for someone to ride back with him. But as the Mexicans prepared their horses to leave, there was a furious crash of thunder, and a bolt of lightning struck Dent from his horse, killing him instantly. After a considerable delay, the goat herders mounted up and followed Dent's direction. However, darkness fell before they had got over the divide to Devil's River, thus delaying the search. Finally, at sunrise the next morning, they located the Dent's isolated cabin. But what they found outside the cabin, in an open brush arbor, was Molly Dent lying dead, alone. She had apparently died in childbirth, but there was no trace of the baby anywhere. The child was never found, but fang marks on the woman's body and numerous wolf tracks over the area made the goat herders naturally assume that the infant had either been devoured or carried off by lobo wolves. But this was just the beginning of the story. 10 years later, in 1845, a boy living at San Felipe Springs del Rio reportedly saw a creature with long hair covering its features that looked like a naked girl attacking a herd of goats in the company of a pack of lobo wolves. The story was ridiculed by many, but still managed to spread back among the settlements. Around a year after this incident, a Mexican woman at San Felipe complained she had seen two large wolves and an unclothed young girl devouring a freshly killed goat. She approached close to the group, she said, before they saw her and ran off. Usually, it was very dangerous for humans to eat raw meat. Since the wolf girl never had the chance to learn how to cook a ham or other meats, her body must have become accustomed to digesting uncooked meats just like a wolf. A woman noticed that the girl ran initially on all fours, but then rose up and ran on 2 feet, keeping close to the wolves. The woman was in no doubt about what she had seen. The woman was in no doubt about what she had seen, and the scattering of the people in the Devil River country began to keep a sharp watch for the girl. There were similar reports by others in the region during the following year, and Apache stories told of a child's footprints, sometimes accompanied by handprints, having been found among wolf tracks in sandy places along the river. A hunt was organized to capture the Lobo, or Wolf Girl, of Devil River, as she had now become known, comprising many Mexican vaqueros. On the 3rd day of the hunt, the naked girl was sighted near Espantosa Lake, running with a pack of wolves. The cowboys managed to separate the girl from her wolf companions and cornered her in a canyon, where she fought like a wildcat, clawing and biting frantically to keep her freedom. They finally managed to lasso her to keep her still, but while they were tying her up, she began to make frightening, unearthly sounds, somewhere between the scream of a woman and the howl of a wolf. As she howled, the monster he-wolf from whom she'd become separated appeared and rushed at her captors. Fortunately, one of the cowboys reacted quickly and shot it dead with a pistol, at which the wolf girl fell into a faint. Securely bound, the men were now able to examine the girl and noted that despite a body covered with hair and her wild mannerisms, her appearance was human. Her hands and arms were well muscled, but not out of proportion, and she lacked the ability to speak, only making deep growling noises. She moved smoothly on all fours, but was rather awkward when made to stand up straight. The girl was put on a horse and taken to the nearest ranch, an isolated 2-room shack amid the desert wilderness. She was put in one of the rooms and unbound. The cowboys offered her a covering for her body and food and water, but she refused, cowering in the darkest corner. Then they left her alone for the night, locking the door and posting a guard outside. The only other opening in the room was a small boarded-up window. But as night fell, the cowboys heard terrifying howls coming from the wolf girl's room. The strange cries carried through the still night air, unsettling her captors, and soon finding answers from among the wolf pack in the wilderness beyond the shack. Soon there were long, deep howls coming from all sides of the pack. From all sides as the pack drew closer to the house. Then occasionally, strange howling screams from the girl answering them from inside her dark room. Suddenly, the large pack of wolves charged into the corrals, attacking the goats, cows, and horses, and bringing the cows outside, shooting and yelling to drive them away. In all the confusion, the wolf girl managed to tear 2 planks from the window and escape into the night. The howling soon abated, and the wolves crept back into the wilderness. The next day, not a trace of the girl could be found, though there were a few unverified reports in the following years of a young hair-covered girl being seen with a wolf pack in the area. No one ever came in close contact with her. Meanwhile, gold had been discovered in California, and westward travel had increased significantly. In 1852, a surveillance party of frontiermen searched for a new route to El Paso, where riding... In 1852, a surveying party of frontiersmen searching for a new route to El Paso were riding down to the Rio Grande at a bend far above the mouth of Devil's River. They were almost at the water's edge when they saw at close range, sitting on a sandbar, a young woman suckling 2 wolf cubs. Suddenly she saw them, quickly grabbing the pups and dashing into the brakes at such a rate that it was impossible for the horsemen to follow. The girl would have been 17 years old that year. After that, she disappeared into the wilderness forever. It is impossible now to know what became of Molly Dent's daughter, presuming that's who the wolf girl was. There were subsequent reports of human-faced wolves in the area right up until the 1930s, and author L.D. Bartolon wrote in 1937, during the past 40 years, I have in the western country met more than one wolf face strongly marked with human characteristics. The story of the wolf girl of Devil's River reads more like a folk tale than a real child case, and the large amount of evidence for what happened is all anecdotal. She does, however, seem to live in a more subtle form. Her ghost has apparently been seen in the old San Felipe Springs area beside the bank of Devil's River. In 1974, the same year as Delfo's Wolf Girl in Kansas, a hunter in this area claimed to have seen her again in the form of a white apparition which vanished before his eyes. Back in the autumn of 1835, when John and Molly Dent had newly arrived in Texas, Molly wrote her mother an odd letter. It said merely, "Dear Mother, the devil has a river in Texas that is all his own, and it is made only of those who are grown. Yours with love, Molly." North America has been home to countless legends of various cryptids and creatures since long before the formation of the United States. Everything from Sasquatch to human-animal hybrids. Every state has a very unique story to tell. There is a legend among the locals of Mobile, Alabama, that concerns a half-wolf, half-woman creature. In April 1971, residents of Mobile, Alabama had encounters with a bizarre and strange creature. The half-woman, half-wolf creature sightings made the locals terrified, so much that they started calling the Mobile Register to report them. On April the 8th, 1971, A local newspaper reporter reported the phenomena and even displayed a drawing of the cryptid created by their illustrator. Witnesses described the creature as having the upper half of a beautiful woman and the back quarters of a wolf. According to the reports, the creature ran on all fours, just like a wolf would. Most of the sightings occurred at night. The creature was said to be fond of Plateau and Port City. Was there really such a creature wandering through Mobile at night? It doesn't seem that there were any paw prints or physical encounters. We will probably never know.
That's why etymology is necessary. That's why when people, like I said, people love calling me black, but black does not make sense based off of etymology of the word. It only makes sense off of the quote unquote standard for what people say it is, but it's not the truth of what it is, because black really means to be bleached, pale. So, I mean, if you really look, even like to be blessed means to be covered in blood. We don't know that, but we say, bless you, cover me in blood. I mean, like they say that as a symbolism of being covered with the Passover and making sure that there's blood over you so you're okay. No harm should come to you. And that's what blessed is supposed to mean. But again, like I said, you look up the etymology of blessed, it means to be covered in blood, just like black means to be bleached or pale. But we'll use this as the standard to define something and then only to find out that it's incorrect.
And, the thing that I really, like I told you before, I'm not really big on Maxwell, but that's the one thing that I did take from him, like the manipulation of words and trying to make things to where it freaking, basically, they can use words to freaking change people's outlook on things and how it's supposed to be. Like what means something today isn't going to mean the same thing 50 years from now, because they're constantly changing the words to fit. And you take a look in history, all right? You look at the word realist, all right? Today, we call them socialists. And if you don't believe me, all you got to do is trace it back through history. When you hear people talking about being progressive, you know what I mean? When they say they're progressive, they're saying that they're socialist. That's all that means. And then the realist is where it started. Everybody says they're realists. Well, realist is another word that frickin' changed from realist into another word, and then that word changed to another word, and then eventually we come up with the socialist. You know what I mean? Being socialist. So that's basically how
it's just because of comfort.
But that's
whatever makes people feel comfortable.
It's to hide the fact of who they are too. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't want you to know that freaking socialism is the same thing as what realism was back in the freaking 1800s.
Because then you'd be uncomfortable.
Right.
I want you to be comfortable. That's it. Yes, I forgot my little set. Yes, you see what I'm saying? Like, let me throw that shit, man.
Back when realism started out, what happened is the Romanticism, Age of Romanticism started up, and that was in retaliation for realism. these people wanted to come in and start criticizing people's folklore and their beliefs and stuff like that. And then the romanticists, like everybody hears the word romantic and they think that it's all about lovey-dovey shit, you know, kissing and hugging and stuff.
Yeah, and it's not.
And it's not. It was freaking the Brothers Grimm talking about Hansel and Gretel. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to tell
Yeah,
you.
false
Nobody wants.
idealisms.
You know, nobody wants to tell you that freaking the story freaking wasn't as happy as what they think it was. They were abandoned in the woods by their parents, and it wasn't the evil mom, it was both of them. And there was no good dad out of it, and they come back and he accepted them into the home. That was never a part of the story. And the reason why they wrote that story is because that was happening in Germany. People were so poor that they freaking were abandoning their kids in the wilderness to starve to death. It was something that was actually going on. You see?
That's insane.
Yeah. And realists don't want you to
I don't
know
care how
that.
much I'm starting.
You know what I mean? Realists don't want you to know that stuff. They don't want you to know that freaking that these folklores actually are connected to something. They want you to think that they're just poppycock and move on. Don't even think about it. Or they want to discredit history because it doesn't coincide with the freaking evidence presented, you know. So that's what being realist is, and that's what being progressive is, and that, you know, things like that. But it takes people actually doing the research and finding this stuff out to understand that's what it is, you know.
Oh, you mean getting uncomfortable? They don't like to be uncomfortable.
Right.
That might make them actually have to do something. And with great knowledge comes great responsibility.
Oh,
and people are lazy. You know what I mean? They'd rather just commit and submit to
History
corporate.
is ugly. It's
Or the
ugly as
man with the
shit.
money.
The ugliest thing you can ever
Yeah.
look at is history, man, because there is nothing pretty about it. Okay, you're gonna go through different
And real
stages.
history, not anything in these
Yeah.
books. The real stuff, the doing the research like you do, the nitty gritty. Yeah.
It's very disgusting. You're gonna run across things that you don't want to look at. You know, I was really amazed.
I've been committed since about 2011, and I stopped when it gets to be too overwhelming and too consumed. Like, yeah, guys, I'm last year 13th year mastery. We're 13th year mastery now, and so when I say that and it was 2010, honestly. But when I say history and indulging and that completely submersing myself into these different concepts and allowing it to take me where I have to go in order for me to figure out what has to be known, like it just makes you uncomfortable. And if you're stuck, I don't like to say stuck in your ways, but you're used to a certain thing, it makes it a little bit more difficult to commit to. So I've taken plenty of breaks because when I get to feel like it's system overloaded, I have to process because wow, I never saw that coming type of thing. I'll take a break. But a lot of people, as soon as they see something they disagree with, they walk away from it completely, and they don't never even. I love to learn. Like I love to know more about something that I know very minimum about. So for me, once I'm there and that door has been open, it's only right for me to walk through it, see what different type of rooms are behind here. Oh, what's behind that door? Oh, well, that's a pretty flower. It's like being at the flea market. I mean, it's a whole bunch of stuff, all because I went to this one location. It's like being on mines.
Well, like with history, I treat it like a lot of other things that I learned. Like there was a thing that was explained to me about. Have you ever heard of the box and being in the box? A lot of people like
The only box I've ever heard about was okay. Well, I've heard it used as slang, but the only box I ever heard about was like the one on the airplane. We're not talking about that one.
No, what it is basically, everybody's in a box, okay?
Oh yeah, yes.
And the thing is everybody who's in that box, and this pretty much is everybody, they want to stay in that box because they feel safe and secure. Now, every once in a while they'll step outside of the box, but then they get scared and they run back to the box.
Yeah, because it makes them feel comfy.
Okay, because that's their comfort. Now, it's okay to have the box, okay? And a lot of people get that mixed up. They think that that's their hindrance, but it's okay to have that box it's also okay to step out that box and do something new.
And
You know,
drag the box along with you
no,
just in
I
case
mean
you have to run back to it.
if it gets out of hand, go back to that box. But the key to it is always remember that you still need to leave the box and try to learn new things. You know what I'm saying? Don't get stuck to where you're in that box, not willing to step out of it and learn something new. And that's how I've had to do with history because I mean I think everybody does it. Like you go through and you read that stuff and it gets really overwhelming. But what I did is I just went back to the box. And when I felt comfortable enough to go back and look at it, I'll step out of the box and I'll learn something new. But until then, I'm okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. You know? Because that's how a lot of people have to deal with it. It's just that simple. I mean,
Oh yeah, no, everyone's not going to be on the same learning curve, and everyone's going to value different importance for different aspects of learning. So some people might be financially fluid in banker stuff, where other people might be extremely fluid in being an electrician, or I mean, there's different things that people are going to commit and submerge themselves with, and just like kind of focus their time and their attention on, and their education and their just willingness to engage with. So that's normal. If we all did the same thing, we would be a pretty lame society. We see where 85% of us do the same thing, but there's still that 15% that are doing different things. And the way that 15 has been broken down has changed dramatically because a lot of these new generations are finding out about what 10% of us have done and said, hey, this is not so great. And so that's what's creating your initial 1%. Everyone sees it as this is what it is without really doing the work to figure out how. Like we're still looking outside. We're looking at what other people wrote about. We're looking at what other people said. How did this people person view this? We're still not looking at the answer, looking for the answers in the correct places. We're all still looking at answers from man. But the answers are not going to come from these old findings or these old. It'll guide us, but the ultimate guide is ourselves, and that's what we have to stop being so afraid of learning for ourselves, reconnecting with our intuition, because we're afraid to do that. We're told that that gut feeling is something to be ignored and you should just use your mind, use your brain. But sometimes your mind is not the one with the answers. That answer is coming from something different. That answer is coming from you or your experiences. That answer is able to be, and you're able to contribute to that answer based off of your connection to yourself. So you can become that scholar, that philosopher that people are reading about because you actually put forth the work.
see,
You're not reiterating someone else's work.
see
You're
that goes back to what I'm saying too, or I've said it before. Is like there's a difference between being taught and learning. Okay.
You
Yeah.
said that yesterday, and you might have said it more than that, but I know I heard you say it yesterday.
Okay. Now, what I'm referring to there is like there's it's really hard to find people who honestly want to learn. I mean, and a lot of these kids in school are the same way. You know why they go to school? They go to school because, first
Money.
of all, their parents are forcing them to go to school. And the
Yep.
reason why they're being forced is because there's a school system that tells you if you don't send your kids to school, you're going to go to jail. All right? So they're being forced into school. And after they get forced into school, they're only doing what they're freaking being told to do because they
Which,
don't
just so we can
they
clear
don't
that misconception, you can send your kids to homeschool. You just may or may, depending on
they
what county you have
but
to
see
register.
but see what it comes down to is they don't actually genuinely want to learn like for the sake of learning. All right.
No.
My whole point is this, okay? If you get out of high school and you get out of college and you get into your job and you're still or you're not still learning, trying to make a physical effort to learn something, then the only thing you were doing is going to school so that you could be taught what to do. You were
To be
taught
submissive.
you were taught to freaking stand in line and do what you're told. And that
Yeah,
was it.
obedience.
There,
Direct obedience. And that's what it is. And
and
then it's like
and that's on purpose. These people
their
set this
parents are being
system.
obedient to the system. Yep.
They set this system up on purpose children are being taught. They're not teaching them to freaking go into school and actually want to learn something. You see what I mean?
They're not even presenting the knowledge in a way that makes it to where you would like to learn. Not to everyone, because you get those few people that are very interested in the way it's presented. But in most cases, yeah, there are some who love to. But you get to places to where it's like they're doing it just so that way. Even that's with the testing. They have them take these tests, these standardized tests that are supposed to test how much you know. But truth be told, how much are you utilizing? We're not teaching them anything that's necessary for sustainability. It's teaching them what's necessary to cooperate with the system, our corporation that has been created, and we have to have employees for it. So we're teaching you how to be a good employee. And unfortunately, when you get people that are telling them this, it's because, well, hey, listen, they don't have the shiny money. Don't listen to them. This, look. If you listen to me, you get this. But they don't, I mean, like...
Within the lands of a far-off place, Lycia is a kingdom that spans 3 spheres of the known plains. Within it are streets of jeweled splendor and golden sunshine. These are not the only lands of Lycia though. There are many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations that dwell here, among the different planes of existence. Lands that are unforgiving, primal, and filled with wild beasts. Jungles that reach up to the sky, can take a person without ever leaving a trace of that person ever being there. Planets so unforgiving, the ground itself has the power to kill. Within the center of a divine throne room, a throne sits upon a dais. The dais rises about 2 feet above the floor, and each side of this dais has steps that lead up onto it. Transparent crystals were used in order to create most of the things within this throne room, making the environment bright and full of reflections. Pillars stretch high within the room, to a ceiling that is so high it can barely be seen. Rumor have it that these pillars don't even connect to the ceiling, and their mysteries are but a wonder. They too cast off reflections of a mystical blue aura of beauty. Strange symbols are carved into these pillars and the dais as well. Energy flows along the surface of these pillars, swaying like snakes, swimming upon the surface of a stream. The bright reflective glow of the throne, dais, and divine pillars cast off of the walls, and down onto a mysterious pool of visions below. Visions bounce in and out within the waters of this mystical pool. A blue aura hangs over it, and the water itself never sits still, as if it is boiling in low temperatures. The water itself, though, isn't cold at all. Still, it produces a mist that rises above itself into the divine throne room above. As energy springs up from the mystical pool of visions, an astute, discerned watcher stands above it, staring down into its magical waters, watching the visions as they pass in and out, as if he is watching and deciphering those visions as they happen, harnessing the great secrets that this pool brings by deciphering its hidden messages. His name is Zuthra, and he is known as the Overking of Lycia. Zuthra's eyes glow a bright blue, with a gleaming transparent tiara upon his head. His long curly hair and a matching beard hang down past his shoulders and chest. As Overking, it is his responsibility to secure the future of his bloodline. That is his utmost responsibility above all others. Even more important than the responsibilities of being the Overking. Seclusion is the only life that the Overking knows. He must live his life alone, so seduction is a part of the role he must play. Energy spills upward out of the pool of visions, as Zuthra raises his arms into the air. This energy flows through his body, as Zuthra closes his eyes, and visions of the past enter his mind. The pillars begin to glow, as priests dressed in shrouded cloaks gather around him. Zuthra places his hands into the water of the mystical pool of visions, and opens his eyes as he raises his arms into the air. Lowering his arms, Zuthra takes the hand of one of the priests standing beside him, and they are all now circling the pool. These memories seem to transfer between them, like a conduit transferring energy from its source to its outlet. Afterwards, the priest returned to a corner within the throne room, and this ritual is then repeated over again, when Zuthra raises and lowers his arms. At the end of each ceremony, a priest will then announce in a loud voice that is heard across the entire throne room, the act of providence is knowledge of things to come, before they happen.
All intelligent beings live within the known planes of existence, and there are 6 known realms within these planes. The first 3 are ruled by Lisha, and are called the higher heavens of Lisha, Protean, and the cardinal realm. Then there are the 3 darker realms, ruled by the Draco, a reptilian race of beings. These are the Ophidian, Serpentine, and Saurian realms. There is a lot of diversity throughout all of these realms, with many environments, cultures, civilizations, and beasts that run wild within them. Within these cultures and civilizations, some people live basic lives, day to day, while others travel the stars. Some travel between the realms, while others know nothing outside their own world. Some realms are uncivilized, primal, and filled with every kind of crawling thing, but some are more civilized. Tribal beings are spread within every realm, culture, and civilization abroad. Civilizations travel the stars, and have advanced civilizations, while other civilizations, without technology, are everywhere too. Some with a moral outlook on things, while others can travel the stars, and have advanced technologies, but have no value for life. The dominant species within Lisha are humans, while the dominant species within Draco are the Draconian, of course. Slavery is practiced throughout all of the realms, except for the higher heavens of Lisha. Not every culture and civilization within each of the realms practice the use of slaves though, and are against it. Others destroy cities and villages for the single purpose of collecting slaves. It is the survival of the fittest, and only the strong shall survive in unforgiving and barren environments that are able to kill. Just as much cruelty is committed by humans, as well as by the Draco.
The Great Seduction is the esoteric teaching handed down through generations of overkings. It can be performed while the target is asleep, awake, in the real world, or in some illusionary world created by the overking. Survival of his bloodline is the most important thing to an overking, one of many who came before him. Each responsible for finding wives, performing the Great Seduction, and consecrating his marriage to them through impregnation. Memories of consummating his marriage with Illibu entered Zuthra's mind. He would watch her through the pool of visions, and thought she was the beautifulest creature that he had ever seen. His desire to have her overtook him, and he committed the Great Seduction, making her his wife. Zuthra waited until she fell asleep, and he visited her in a dream. Illibu was from the plains of Protean, on an unforgiving planet called Lucius, and was a Cistercian maiden, who survived in the tunnels below her planet's surface. Her desires were simple, she was only interested in the sight of a beautiful, masculine, man. One with the eyes that would hypnotize her, and the hands that would caress her with ecstasy. Zuthra was exactly what Illibu desired, so seducing her wasn't too hard.
Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress, who lived among the wild, entered Zuthra's mind. She was a huntress, and because of her desire for the hunt, Zuthra was able to seduce her. Zuthra came to her in a dream, taunting her with visions of a beautiful beast. In the distance, she glanced the most beautiful beast that she had ever seen. She raised her bow and aimed straight, then let go of the quiver, only to miss the target. Her blood began to boil, she did not like missing her target. She followed her prey, and when the sun began to fall, she laid under a tree to rest because the weather was beautiful that day. She was tempted by a dream that Zuthra implanted within her mind, until finally, she was impregnated by Zuthra, and through consummation, she became his wife. Zuthra remembered how hypnotic she was, with her slim, but muscular body. Her hair was a bright golden blonde, and she had glowing blue eyes. Memories of seducing Tiana, his third wife, entered Zuthra's mind. She was the ruthless one among them, but beautiful nonetheless. Each night she would sleep over a torture chamber, as her slaves were beaten to death. She enjoyed the sounds of them begging for mercy. Zuthra seduced her out of bloodlust, disguising himself as a slave, as she tortured him out of bloodlust. Her desires grew, and she was seduced by Zuthra. He impregnated her as well, making her his third wife. Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress, who lived among the wild, entered Zuthra's mind. She was a huntress, and because of her desire for the hunt, Zuthra was able to seduce her. Zuthra came to her in a dream, taunting her with visions of a beautiful beast. In the distance, she glanced the most beautiful beast that she had ever seen. She raised her bow, and aimed straight, then let go of the quiver, only to miss the target. Her blood began to boil, she did not like missing her target. She followed her prey, and when the sun began to fall, she laid under a tree to rest because the weather was beautiful that day. She was tempted by a dream that Zuthra implanted within her mind, until finally, she was impregnated by Zuthra, and through consummation, she became his wife. Zuthra remembered how hypnotic she was, with her slim, but muscular body. Her hair was a bright golden blonde, and she had glowing blue eyes. Memories of seducing Tiana, his third wife, entered Zuthra's mind. She was the ruthless one among them, but beautiful nonetheless. Each night she would sleep over a torture chamber, as her slaves were beaten to death. She enjoyed the sounds of them begging for mercy. Zuthra seduced her out of bloodlust, disguising himself as a slave, as she tortured him out of bloodlust. Her desires grew, and she was seduced by Zuthra. He impregnated her as well, making her his third wife.
Imams were responsible for ruling in the over-king's place when he wasn't there to rule himself. Eventually, mistrust among the people with whispers of draconian infiltrators, influencing the imams, began to emerge. Zuthra, aware of the rumors, investigated, and found to his dismay, that some of the rumors were correct. Dealing in illegal trade, and the emergence of a drug created by the Draco, called Soma, quickly spread across the realms. Eventually, the only responsibilities of the imams consisted of trade negotiations with the merchants. By the time this took place though, the merchants were already being influenced by the Draco, conspiring with them in illegal trade. Merchants and warlords are never to be trusted. Unethical dealings, among each other, in slave trading and illegal dealings with the Draco. The merchant class is built up with their own federation, dictating to the people who they can do trade with and who they can't. In order for its citizens to do any trade, Lycia has to trade within these federations and nowhere else. This is proclaimed by law. While enforcing trade agreements, these same people deal with warlords, who travel freely within the realms plundering citizens, and taking slaves for trade. Forcing citizens to pay tribute for protection. Warlords make big profit off of being the middleman between the merchants and the Draco too. Trading in slaves and genetic research material. In these lands, most of its people didn't see good or evil, and right or wrong. The ones who did believe in something though, believed in darkness and the light. They believed that there was also a balance in all things too. Most believe in survival of the fittest though, and only the strong survive.
Prepared to sacrifice his own life for the Draco, Opta ventures into Lycia by way of a transport ship. He made his way to the Cardinal Realm, and established contact with thriving draconian tribal settlements in that realm. From this point of operations, Opta began to teach the ways of the Draken, converting humans into followers. Sending with him an exotic drug, eventually known as Soma, the intentions of the Draco were clear. Their eventual takeover of Lycia was well planned, and with the use of Soma, it didn't look too far off either. Soma had the ability to control the person using it utterly and completely, turning them into mindless slaves. Opta began in the Cardinal Realm,
converting underhanded merchants and its inhabitants into followers. Soon, a cult of followers grew up around Obtu, and as more followers came, his influence grew. He was soon moving into Protean as well. Eventually, Obtu had a tight hold not only on the merchants, but he also had control of imams as well. Most of the merchants were controlled by Soma, but not all of them. The ones who actually weren't controlled by the drugs and still traded with Obtu, did it out of pure greed.
As time went on, Obtu was finally captured, not in time though, the damage was already done. Zuthra's enemies were close at hand, and the final episodes of his kingdom's demise was within sight. Obtu was placed under close supervision by Zuthra's faithful sentinel guard, within the lower levels of the divine palace. Close to both the sentinels, and Zuthra himself. But as I mentioned before, this was only the beginning of the end for Zuthra. Ilabu was from an unforgiving planet, within the realm of Protean, and had to survive in underground tunnels in order to survive. She was honored by the act of becoming the wife of an over-king, and she didn't really have much for a future on the planet of Lucius, where she came from. Senti was a beautiful blonde huntress, who was desired by every man who encountered her. Marriage wasn't that big of a deal to her, the hunt was of more importance. Besides, her people were the honored guard of the Overking themselves. So, becoming the wife of an Overking only seemed logical to her. These two wives loved the idea of being queen, to a certain extent, considering one was a huntress, and the other, a Cistercian maiden. Tiana, though, was from a world that was harsh, whose society was ruled only by women, and saw no value in men, other than reproduction. Men in her world were nothing more than a subspecies, so becoming queen infuriated her. She vowed vengeance on Zuthra for what he had done, swearing to herself that she would be avenged for the treachery that was done to her. As Obtu was taken into custody, Zuthra had no idea that Obtu and Tiana had allied together against him.
A moment of clarity comes to Zuthra, when the reality of his wife's betrayal comes into light. Tiana was in league with Obtu and his cult of followers, prepared to move against Zuthra in an all-out assault for the throne of Lycia. The imams had been divided, the ones who were still loyal to the Overking, and the imams who betrayed him. These were the self-proclaimed satraps, now working hand in hand with Tiana, Obtu, and the Draken. Merchants and warlords followed the assault on Lycia as well. The imams who stayed loyal to Zuthra gathered their forces and quickly fortified the Overking's divine palace. Obtu was then subdued at this time, and taken to the divine palace, where he was placed within its lower levels. The news of this uprising was swift, and there wasn't much time in which to act. Not all of the sentinels and imams were able to rally. It was too late, it seemed, for some, as Tiana and her forces had finally gathered, and were ready to move on Zuthra and his forces. Soon, mighty cities within Lycia began to fall, one after the other. Fires raged as flames fell from the sky from the assault. With help from the Draconians, the final assault and destruction of Lycia was swift. Warlords, merchant ships, satraps, and Tiana were able to move quickly through the empire effortlessly. Armed by the Draconians with battle cruisers, Tiana moved through the barriers between each plane with ease. As she did, Tiana and her forces destroyed everything within their path. Nobody could ever guess the amount of guilt and shame that Zuthra felt in those final hours. As the enemy forces, and his wife, moved in for the final blow. With the death of so many of his people, all must have seemed lost for Zuthra.
Ancient Egyptians believed that death occurs when a person's ka leaves the body. Ceremonies conducted by priests after death include the opening of the mouth, which is WPR Whooper, aimed not only to restore the person's physical ability in death, but also to release a Ba's attachment to the body. This allows the Ba to be united to the Ka in the afterlife, creating an entity known as an Ak, AKN, meaning effective one. Egyptians conceived of an afterlife as quite similar to normal physical existence, but with a difference. The model for this new existence was the journey of the sun. At night, the sun descended into the Duat, the underworld. Eventually, the sun meets the body of the mummified Osiris. Osiris and the sun, re-energized by each other, rise to new life for another day. For the decreased, their bodies and their tombs were their personal Osiris and personal Duat. For this reason, they are often addressed as Osiris. For this process to work, some sort of bodily preservation was required to allow the Ba to return during the night and to rise to new life in the morning. However, the complete Aku, AKHU, were also thought to appear as stars. Until the late period, non-royal Egyptians did not expect to unite with the sun deity, it being reserved for the royals. The Book of the Dead, the collection of spells which aided a person in the afterlife, had the Egyptian name of the Book of Going Forth by Day. They helped people avoid the perils of the afterlife and also aided their existence, containing spells to assure not dying a second time in the underworld, and to grant memory always to a person. In the Egyptian religion, it was possible to die in the afterlife, and this death was permanent. The tomb of Paheri in an 8th dynasty monarch of Nekhem has an eloquent description of existence, and it's translated by James P. Allen as your life happening again without your Ba being kept away from your divine corpse, with your Ba being together with an Ak. You shall emerge each day and return each evening. A lamp will be lit for you in the night until the sunlight shines forth on your breasts. You shall be told, welcome, welcome unto this your house of the living. And that is the ancient Egyptian concept of the soul. Now, you also had lector priest, and lector priest in ancient Egypt was a priest who recited spells and hymns during the official ceremonies, such as temple rituals. Such priests also sold their services to laymen, reciting texts during private epitropic rituals or at funerals. As such, they were some of the most prominent practitioners of magic in ancient Egypt. In ancient Egyptian literature, lector priests were often portrayed as the keepers of secret knowledge and the performers of amazing magical feat. The highest ranking lector priest in a temple, the chief lector priest, managed the temple's archives of ritual texts. The term lector priest is usually used to translate the Egyptian title Herbhipti, which is spelled HRY/HB.T, which literally means the carry of the book of ritual. The term for a chief lector priest, Haraptipi, which is HRY/HB bit.thy/tp. If you guys can understand what that is, how that pronounced, then good for you. Was so closely associated to magic that in late Egyptian, the southern form Harai tip became a general term for magician. Lector priests wore a sash across the chest that indicated their position. Okay, I had to step away for a second. Now, I just finished with the lector priests, and now I am going to talk about the field of reeds, which is the Aru, spelled capital A, lowercase a, R-U, which was the Egyptians' equivalents to heaven. Alright, the Aru, field of reeds, heaven, also referred to as Sheket, Hepetet, spelled S-E-K or S-E-K-H-E-T, Hepetet, H-E-T-E-P-E-T, meaning field of offerings, a title for Aru. In ancient Egyptian mythology, the fields of Aru, Egyptian, also meaning reeds, is I-R-I, capital A-R-W, is the word, and it means reeds. Alternatives are Yaru, which is Y-A-A-R-U, Laru, L-A-R-U, and then Alu, capital A-U-L-U, or the Egyptian reed fields, are the heavenly paradise, where Osiris ruled after he became part of the Egyptian pantheon and displaced Anubis in the Ogdoad tradition. It has been described as the Ka, a part of the So, or the Nile Delta. Only souls who weighed exactly the same as the feather of the goddess Ma'at were allowed to start a long and perilous journey to Aru, where they would exist in pleasure for all eternity. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul resided in the heart. Those whose heart did not match the weight of the feather of Ma'at due to their sins were excluded. They were said to suffer a second death when devoured by another being, Amit, while still in Duat for judgment. The souls who did qualify had to undergo a long journey and face many perils before reaching Aru. Once they arrived, they had to enter through a series of gates. The exact number of gates varies according to sources. Some say 15, some say 21. They are, however, uniformly described as being guarded by evil demons armed with knives. Aru usually was placed in the east, where the sun rises, and is described as eternal reed fields, very much like those of the earthly Nile Delta, an ideal hunting and fishing ground, and hence those decreased who, after judgment, were allowed to reside there were often called the eternally living. More precisely, Aru was envisaged has a series of islands covered in fields of rushes. Shekha Aru. Aru being the Egyptian word for rushes. The part where Osiris later dwelt was sometimes known as the Field of Offerings, Sheket Hetepet in Egyptian. I hope I spelled or said that right. So now, the Amduat. The Amduat, literally that which is in the afterworld, is also translated as text of the hidden chamber which is in the underworld, and the book of what is in the underworld is an important ancient Egyptian funerary text of the New Kingdom. Like many funerary texts, it was found written on the inside of the pharaoh's tomb for reference. Unlike other funerary texts, however, it was reserved only for pharaohs until the 21st dynasty, almost exclusively, or very favorable nobility. It tells the story of Ra, the Egyptian sun god who travels through the underworld from the time when the sun sets in the west and rises again in the east. It is said that the dead pharaoh is taking this same journey, ultimately to become one with Ra and live forever. The underworld is divided into 12 hours of the night, each representing different allies and enemies for the pharaoh sun god to encounter. The Amdua names of all these gods and monsters. The main purpose of the Amdua is to give the names of these gods and monsters to the spirit of the dead pharaoh, so he can call upon them for help to use their name to defeat them, as well as enumerating and naming the inhabitants of the Duat or Dwat, both good and bad. The illustrations of the book show clearly the topography of the underworld. The earliest complete version of the Amdua is found in XV 34, the tomb of Thutmose III in the Valley of the Kings. In Hour 1, the sun god enters the western horizon, Eket, which is a transition between day and night. In Hour 2 and 3, he passes through an abundant watery world called Warnes. You spell Akhet, Akhet, all lowercase, and Warnes you spell Wernes. I guess capital W at the beginning. In the waters of Osiris. In Hours 4, he reaches the difficult sandy realm of Sokar, Sokar, capital S at the beginning. The underworld hawk deity, where he encounters dark zigzag pathways which he has to negotiate, being dragged on a snake boat. The snow fell relentlessly over the small Bavarian village of Damerong, blanketed with crooked rooftops and cobbled streets in an ethereal white. It was Christmas Eve, and the villagers, cloistered in their homes, feigned cheer with their candles and songs. Beneath the warmth of their hearts, however, shadows lingered, and every creak in the floorboards felt like the approach of something far older than Christmas itself. The legend of Krampus had always been told in hushed tones during Advent. It was a cautionary tale meant to keep children obedient. Parents would whisper of the horned creature who punished the wicked, his cloven hooves marking trails through the snow. Yet as centuries passed, the legend faded into folklore, no longer feared but laughed at, until last year. The events of last Christmas were scarcely whispered about. 12 children vanished without a trace, their tiny footprints leading into a dense forest surrounding Damarang. No search parties returned. Some claimed to hear strange howls in the wind or on the wind, while others reported glimpses of a horned figure in the shadows. This year, however, the villagers dared not speak of it. To acknowledge the horror was to invite it back. Among the villagers, none were unnerved as the widow Greta. The previous year, her only daughter, Annalise, had been one of the 12. Greta's once vibrant face was now sunken, her hands trembling as she clutched her rosary. She had warned the others to forego their celebrations, to extinguish their lights, and hold no carols. He thrives on joy, she said. She had whispered to the baker, on the mockery of holy days. But her warnings fell on deaf ears. That evening, as Greta stared into the flames of her dying hearth, a sound drifted through the howling wind, the low, haunting chime of bells. Her heart seized, for these were no merry bells. They carried a malevolence. Each toll resonated with dread. She peered out her frost-covered window and saw only the snow swirling in the dark. But Greta was not the only one to hear them. Across the village, children stirred in their beds, their eyes wide with fear. Claus, the blacksmith's son, bolted upright, clutching his blanket as a shadow passed under his door. In the church, Father Wilhelm prayed fervently, the candles flickering against the stained glass as the ancient fear clawed at his soul. In the forest beyond Damarang, something stirred. The villagers who dared venture near the tree line would later describe the scene as if the earth itself had split open. The snow was blackened and the air stank of sulfur. There, amidst the gnarled roots of ancient pines, he emerged. Krampus, the bringer of terror, stood tall on his goat-like legs, his muscular torso covered in coarse black fur, horns twisted skyward from his forehead, and his face was a grotesque blend of beast and man, with glowing, malevolent eyes. In one clawed hand, he gripped his staff, a gnarling branch adorned with runes that pulsed with an eerie light. In the other, he dragged chains and a sack of that writhed as though alive. Krampus descended upon the village like a plague. His first victim was young Claus, whose cries echoed through the night as the beast smashed through the blacksmith's doors. The boy's parents could only watch in horror as the creature stuffed their son into his sack. The chains rattled ominously. They tried to fight, but the staff in Krampus's hands unleashed a wave of darkness, paralyzing them where they stood. The baker's family was next, their windows shattered as the beast clawed his way inside. The scent of gingerbread mixed with the iron tang of blood as Krampus claimed his second prize. Father Wilhelm, hearing the commotion, rang the church bells to summon the villagers. They gathered in the square, clutching torches and pitchforks, their faces pale with fear. But even as they stood together, a suffocating fog rolled in, silencing their courage. From the mist, the glow of Krampus's eyes pierced the darkness, and the villagers began to scatter. Among the fleeing villagers was Elias, the town historian. Unlike others, Elias had spent years studying forbidden texts locked away in the church's archives. He had read of Krampus's true origins, tracing him back not to Christian myth, but to something far older. Krampus, Elias believed, was no mere punisher of the wicked. He was a harbinger of chaos, a servant of the great old ones, the ancient gods whispered of in blasphemous tomes. Elias ran to Greta's house, pounding on her door. "Widow Greta," he gasped, "you were right. He thrives on our joy, our defiance. We must appease him." Greta opened the door, her face a mask of resignation. It is too late," she said, her voice hollow. "We mocked the old ways, and now we pay the price." As Elias tried to convince her to flee, the bells tolled again, louder this time. A shadow loomed behind him. Greta screamed as Krampus's claws closed around Elias, dragging him into the night. The villagers sought refuge in the church, huddled together as Father Wilhelm recited prayers, but the holy ground offered no sanctuary. The great doors were torn asunder as Krampus stepped into the sacred space. The stained glass shattered, the fragments cutting into flesh as the villagers scrambled to escape. Father Wilhelm stood his ground, raising a crucifix against the beast. "In the name of God, I command thee to..." Krampus silenced him with a swipe of his staff, sending the priest crashing to the altar. The crucifix fell, and the candles extinguished, leaving the church in darkness. By dawn, the village was silent. The snow was stained red, and the homes were empty. Krampus had claimed them all, his sack filled with the souls of the damned and the innocent alike. Greta, the last survivor, stood alone in the square. She watched as Krampus disappeared into the forest, the bells fading into the distance. With trembling hands, she lit a candle and placed it in the snow. "For Annalise," she whispered. The flame flickered, then extinguished, leaving her in darkness. And in the darkness, Greta heard the bells once more. In the years that followed, no one dared to rebuild Demerong. Travelers spoke of a cursed village where shadows moved without light and the wind carried the cries of children. Krampus became more than a legend. He was a warning. But even warnings are often forgotten. Far away in another village, the snow began to fall, and with it came the sound of bells.
Opening image, 1 page long. 1. Lisha. 2. The Divine Throne Room. A. The Throne. B. The Dais. C. Pillars of the Divine Throne Room. 3. The Pool of Visions. A. Overking. 4. King Zuthra. Setup, 1 and 3/5 pages long. 1. Known planes of existence. 2. The Great Seduction. A. Consummating the marriage. B. The bloodline. 3. Ilubu. 4. Senti. 5. Tiana.
Theme stated, added into the setup. 1. The act of providence is knowing of things to come before they happen. Catalyst, 1 and 3/5 pages long. 1. Up to. 2. Imams. 3. Merchants. Debate, 2 pages long. 1. The betrayal. A. Tiana betrays Zuthra. Break into 2 pages long. 1. Up-to is imprisoned. A. Up-to is placed in the lower levels of the Palace of the Divine.
Midpoint, 1 and 3/5 pages long. 1. Destruction of Lycia. A. Fire falls from the skies of the Lycian Empire. Bad guys close in, 2.5 pages long. 1. Suthra's enemies close in. A. Planned invasion of Lycia. All is lost, half-page long. 1. The destruction of Lycia. Dark Night of the Soul, 1 page. 1. Crumbling cities of the empire. Break into 3, half-page. 1. Suthra awakens from his vision.
Finale, 2 pages long. 1. Mass exodus. 2. Separated from the plains. A. The high heavens of Lycia. B. Terraced capital of the divine. C. The sentinels. Final image, half page long. 1. The divine palace. A. The divine throne room. B. Lower levels of the divine palace. C. Up-to.
We can be creative about that, like all kinds of benefits. But basically, I want to keep it like as simple as possible. So basically, right now, a fan or an artist are the same, but the difference is that the artist could apply to make a release in the platform. That's basically the only difference. The thing is that as a fan member, you belong to a local hub, first of all. So you are already like sharing with new friends and everything. And when you assist to the hub, you get the tokens and you will start to get the releases automatically. The basic benefit will be to be part and collaborate in projects and be part of the community, but also to receive every release.
Right.
Actually, in this case, it is still more personal because artists from their local hubs will be releasing in the platform. Well, for artists, it's a secure market. As a fan, you will get releases. You will get original music from local hubs from everywhere in the world.
Hematology drugs. Hematology system equal plasma, liquid component of blood, and blood cells. Hematinic drugs aid in red blood cell production, which then also increases hemoglobin equal increases oxygen transportation. Used for microcytic and macrocytic anemia. Iron treats the most common form of anemia equal iron deficiency anemia. Most important role of iron equal production of hemoglobin by increased erythropoiesis, production of red blood cells. Pregnant patients should take iron due to fetus using up the iron. Iron absorption is reduced by spinach, whole grains, coffee, tea, eggs, and milk products. Side effects: gastric irritation, constipation, dark stool. Vitamin B12 used to treat pernicious anemia. B12 is necessary for cell growth plus replication and for maintenance of myelin in nervous system. OHCl acid and intrinsic factor from the parietal cells of gastric mucosa are necessary for absorption of vitamin B12. Pernicious anemia equal decreased gastric production of HCl acid plus deficiency of intrinsic factor. Side effects of parenteral B12: itching, rash, hives, hypokalemia, polycythemia vera, heart failure, pulmonary edema, anaphylaxis. Assess patient for vitamin B12 deficiency, pallor, neuropathy, psychosis, red plus inflamed tongue.
Aliens are Martian, coming from stars, yeah. I saw the land, where they on this planet, yeah. They got suits and they look at slick ways to advance it. They always talking in a language we don't understand. There's no spaceship in no way. Car line, let's race to the end. Laser guns, blew us out route. We on the floor, scrambling like. Nah, bro, what the fuck up? Me and the cosmic train. Me and you on the cosmic train. We're cruising through the Milky Way. Ain't no stopping us. Alien encounters, we don't know what does it do. Interstellar vibes. War speed, no fuss. And the cosmic break your kings adjust the helm. Spaceships zooming, war trails glow. Cosmic beat bumping everywhere we go. From Mars to Jupiter, galaxy on lock. Baby sending signals, but we ain't shook no shot. Ray guns blazing, spacesuits tight. Aliens far flexing, yeah they on the night. Aliens are Martian, coming from stars, yeah. I saw the land, where they on this planet, yeah. They got suits and they look at slick ways to advance it. They always talking in a language we don't understand. There's no spaceship in no way. Car line, let's race to the end. Laser guns, blew us out route. We on the floor, scrambling like. Nah, bro, what the fuck up? Me and the cosmic train. Me and you on the cosmic train.
The cemetery that never existed. On a warm, sunny Saturday afternoon, me and my wife were walking through a cemetery we had visited many times to visit some of my wife's relatives that were buried there. We came to the area of the cemetery we always went to see her loved ones' graves and visited them all. And as we were walking out of that section of the cemetery towards our car, we started to see graves, mausoleums, and statues we had never seen before. We at first thought these monuments had just been added recently until we took another look at some of the dates on them. all of which were long before either one of us were born. And still others had what could have easily been many decades of wear on the stone. As we looked up the hill, we saw a rusty old wrought iron gate we had never seen before, with the name of a cemetery on it we didn't recognize. It turned out what we originally thought was a different section of the cemetery with fairly new monuments was in fact a very old cemetery with very old monuments adjoined to the cemetery we were visiting. Needless to say, we were very creeped out, but we went back to the car and drove home. A few weeks later, we went back to the cemetery and visited the same section of that cemetery again, only to find that the graves were as we originally recognized them. We've been back several times since then, but we never saw that cemetery or any of those monuments again. Weirder still, when my wife talked to her father, he said that particular cemetery had been there for many years, although neither one of us had ever heard him mention it before.
The solar eclipse of 1533 holds a significant place in religious and apocalyptic history, particularly in the context of the Anabaptist movement during the Reformation. At a time when Europe was in a state of religious and political upheaval, celestial events were often interpreted as signs of divine intervention. For many, including the radical Anabaptist leader Melchior Hoffman and his followers, the eclipse was seen as a harbinger of the impending end of the world. This article explores the historical context of the 1533 solar eclipse, its apocalyptic significance to the Anabaptists, and its place within broader early modern European beliefs about astronomy, prophecy, and religion. The early 16th century was a period of intense religious change in Europe. The Protestant Reformation, initiated by Martin Luther in 1517, was challenging the authority of the Catholic Church and reshaping the religious landscape. Amidst this upheaval, various sects and movements emerged, each with its own interpretation of Christian doctrine and the events unfolding in Europe. Among these groups were the Anabaptists, radical reformers who believed in adult baptism, the separation of church and state, and in many cases, the imminent return of Christ. The Anabaptists were particularly focused on eschatology, the study of the end times. Apocalyptic expectations were not uncommon during this period, as many people believed that the turmoil of the Reformation and the wars that followed were signs that the end of the world was near. In this charged atmosphere, natural events such as eclipses took on profound religious significance. Before exploring the 1533 eclipse, it is important to understand how solar eclipses were viewed in medieval and early modern Europe. Eclipses were often seen as ominous signs. While astronomy was a developing science, many people still interpreted celestial events through the lens of religious prophecy and superstition. The Bible contains several references to signs in the heavens, including in the book of Joel and the book of Revelation, where the sun turning dark is described as a sign of the end times. In medieval Europe, astronomical events such as comets and eclipses were frequently seen as portents of war, plague, or the death of rulers. The Black Death in the 14th century, for example, was often associated with unusual celestial occurrences. Even though by the 16th century the scientific understanding of eclipses had advanced, many still interpreted them through a religious and apocalyptic framework. One of the most influential apocalyptic figures in the Anabaptist movement was Melchior Hoffman, a radical preacher from Germany. Hoffman was deeply influenced by the Book of Revelation and believed that the end of the world was imminent. He prophesied that Christ would return to establish a heavenly kingdom on earth, and he saw the unfolding events of the Reformation as signs of this impending apocalypse. Hoffman's teachings attracted a following, particularly in Strasbourg, where he predicted that the New Jerusalem would be established. He set the year 1533 as the date when the end times would begin. This date was not chosen at random but was based on his interpretation of various biblical prophecies and his own visions. As the year 1533 approached, Hoffman and his followers were filled with expectation. They believed that Christ's return was at hand and that the faithful would be vindicated. In this context, the solar eclipse of October 28, 1533, was seen as a divine sign confirming Hoffman's predictions. The solar eclipse that occurred on October 28, 1533, was visible across Europe, including areas where the Anabaptist movement had gained followers. While eclipses were by this time understood as natural phenomena, many still viewed them as portents with religious significance. For Hoffman's followers, the eclipse seemed to confirm that their leaders' predictions were accurate and that the end of the world was near. Descriptions of the eclipse from contemporary sources highlight the sense of awe and fear that it inspired. The sudden darkening of the sun in the middle of the day would have been a dramatic event, particularly in an era when many people still saw celestial phenomena as direct messages from God. For those who believed in an imminent apocalypse, the eclipse was a clear sign that the final judgment was approaching. Hoffman's followers took the eclipse as confirmation of their beliefs and intensified their preparations for the end times. Some began to withdraw from society, while others became more fervent in their evangelism, warning others to repent before it was too late. The eclipse, in their minds, was the fulfillment of biblical prophecies about the sun being darkened in the last days. During the 16th century, celestial phenomena like eclipses, planetary alignments, and even comets were widely seen as divine messages or signs of impending doom. This belief was rooted in medieval and ancient traditions that associated disturbances in the heavens with shifts in human destiny. Solar and lunar eclipses were particularly charged with prophetic meaning, largely because the sudden disappearance or alteration of a major celestial body appeared unnatural or supernatural to the general populace. Religious figures, such as Melchior Hoffman, capitalized on these beliefs to bolster their apocalyptic messages. Beyond the religious context, European kings, scientists, and philosophers were also deeply concerned with celestial movements, particularly when such events seemed to correlate with wars, famines, or the deaths of important figures. The solar eclipse of 1533, with its startling visual impact, was a prime event to be interpreted as divine judgment on a world in chaos, riven by the Reformation, political conflicts, and widespread economic inequality. For Hoffman's followers, and for other radical groups who espoused millenarian views, the eclipse was not just a random natural occurrence. It was seen as a manifestation of divine will, an unmistakable marker of the end of the world, and a signal that they were among the chosen few who had the knowledge and insight to prepare for Christ's return. Despite the heightened expectations surrounding the 1533 eclipse, the year came and went without the apocalyptic events Hoffman had predicted. Christ did not return, and the New Jerusalem was not established. This failure led to a crisis of faith for many of Hoffman's followers. While some continued to believe in his teachings, others became disillusioned. Hoffman himself was imprisoned by the authorities in Strasbourg in 1533, and he remained in prison until his death in 1543. His failure to accurately predict the apocalypse did not, however, mark the end of apocalyptic Anabaptism. Other leaders, such as Jan Matthys and John of Leyden, would carry on the tradition of radical, apocalyptic Anabaptism, leading to the infamous Munster Rebellion, where the belief in an impending apocalypse led to a violent uprising and the establishment of a short-lived Anabaptist theocracy. In many ways, the Anabaptist movement's apocalyptic fervor found its violent culmination in the Munster Rebellion. After Melchior Hoffman's predictions failed to materialize, more radical Anabaptists, under the leadership of Jan Matthys and John of Leyden, took control of the city of Munster, in present-day Germany, in 1534. They declared it the New Jerusalem, where God's kingdom would be established on earth. They believed the apocalypse was imminent, and that Munster would be the center of this new heavenly kingdom. Munster became a theocratic state where radical Anabaptist beliefs, including polygamy, communal property, and extreme apocalyptic expectations, were enforced. The eclipse of 1533 was still fresh in the minds of many as a divine precursor to these events. However, the rebellion ended in a bloody siege, with the city eventually falling to Catholic and Lutheran forces in 1535. The leaders were executed, and their bodies were displayed as a warning against religious radicalism. While the Munster Rebellion was a failed attempt at establishing an Anabaptist theocracy, its legacy continued to influence religious movements. The radical apocalypticism of the Munsterites faded, but more moderate forms of Anabaptism survived and evolved, giving rise to modern groups such as the Mennonites and Amish. The 1533 eclipse is just one example of how celestial events have been interpreted through an apocalyptic lens in Christian history. Throughout the medieval and early modern periods, there were numerous instances where natural phenomena, such as comets, eclipses, and planetary conjunctions, were seen as signs of the end times. In the Book of Revelation, which played a central role in Hoffman's apocalyptic theology, there are multiple references to signs in the heavens that would herald the end of the world. The darkening of the sun is specifically mentioned in Revelation 6:12. I watched as he opened the sixth seal. There was a great earthquake. The sun turned black like sackcloth made of goat hair, the whole moon turned blood red. For Hoffman and his followers, the eclipse of 1533 seemed to fit this apocalyptic imagery perfectly. The interpretation of eclipses and other celestial events as divine signs continued well beyond the Reformation. Even today, some people continue to see astronomical phenomena as indications of significant spiritual or prophetic events. The solar eclipse of 1533 was a pivotal moment in the apocalyptic expectations of the Anabaptist movement, particularly for the followers of Melchior Hoffman. While Hoffman's predictions ultimately failed, and the expected end times did not materialize, the eclipse remains a fascinating example of how celestial events can take on profound religious significance. In the broader context of European history, The 1533 eclipse serves as a reminder of the deep connections between religious belief, prophecy, and the natural world. For many in the 16th century, the heavens were not just distant, impersonal objects of scientific study, they were alive with meaning and messages from God. And while the specific apocalyptic expectations of the Anabaptists may have passed, the impulse to interpret the heavens as a divine script continues to resonate in various religious traditions to this day.
Oh wow, look at this one. Is that all sand? Are you kidding me? You didn't do that with sand. They didn't do that with sand.
Yep, every single one of them.
Wild. This looks like a whole chapel. Look at this one. So look at this one. Here, look at this one. You can see it, right? Look at this one. Oh boy. Oh, this is so neat. Oh man, not that pig hanging like that. Is that a pig? What is this? It's like in a well, and they got a pig or a goat or something hanging. Oh, I want to see that. That is so neat. City set up rocks.
Now, Haran is a rural town and district of Urfa in southeastern Turkey. It is approximately 40 kilometers, 25 miles southeast of Urfa, and 20 kilometers, 12 miles from the Syrian border, crossing at Akakali. Haran was founded at some point between the 25th and the 20th century BC, possibly as a merchant colony by Sumerian traders from Ur. Over the course of its early history, Haran rapidly grew into a major Mesopotamian culture, commercial and religious center. It was made a religious and political influential city through its association with the moon god Sin. Many prominent Mesopotamian rulers consulted with and renovated the moon temple Ekal Kal in Haran. Haran came under Assyrian rule under Adad Nirari I in 1305 to 1274 BC.
That guy's dead.
Yeah, and became a provincial capital, often second of importance to the Assyrian capital of Assur itself. Now, see, I was told that was the first capital, and then it became a provincial capital after Assur was built. And then, after Assur was built, that's when Nineveh later on became built, and it was replaced as a capital by Nineveh. Now, during the collapse of the Assyrian Empire, Haran briefly served as the final capital of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The city continued to be prominent after the fall of Assyria and experienced varying degrees of foreign cultural influence during its time under the Neo-Babylonian 609 to 539 BC, Archimedes 539 to 330 BC, Macedonian 330 to 312 BC, and Seleucid 312 to 132 BC empires. During classic antiquity, Haran was often contested between the Roman and Parthian, later Sasanian empires. In 53 BC, Haran was the site of the Battle of Carrhae, one of the worst military defeats in Roman history. The Haranian moon cult of Sin proved to be enduring and lasted long into the Middle Ages, known to have existed as late as the 11th century AD. Haran was captured by Rashidun Caliphate in 640 and remained an important city in the Islamic period. It flourished as a center of science and learning and was the site of both the first Islamic university, the Haran University, and the oldest mosque in Anatolia, the Haran Grand Mosque. Haran twice served as a capital city in the Middle Ages, first briefly under the Umayyad Caliphate between 744 to 750, and later under the Namadrid Emirate between 990 and 1081. The city was conquered by the Mongol Empire in 1260, but was largely destroyed and left abandoned in 1271, although Haran was kept as a military outpost under some later regimes. It has, over the last 5 centuries, mainly been used as a temporary settlement by local nomadic societies. Haran retransitioned into a semi-permanent village settlement in the 1840s, but has only recently grown into a permanent town through advancement in local irrigation and agriculture. Haran was a Turkish district until 1946, after when it was downgraded to a sub-district of the Kakali district. It regained its status as a district in 1987. Today it is a major local tourist spot. The town is particularly famous for its unique beehive houses, which are reminiscent of buildings that were already present in Haran in ancient Mesopotamian times. And beehive houses are those houses with vents at the top of the ceiling, and you can go inside and you can take a napkin and hold it up, and if you hold it up high enough, it'll get sucked out of the roof.
Beehive houses.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look at them. Oh, so wait, that's what I thought when I was telling you. That's that. And you're like, no, that's not the same, but a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, look with the little wheels. So that's what it's called, a conical dome house of Haran. That's what I saw when I first was like, oh, this is pretty. That's a beehive house. But then they have like other ones. Look how pretty this is inside.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow, and it's so nice. Like you see the design. Well, of course you see the design. But I was about to say the way it looks is so pretty. Like it's just especially the lines. I don't know. It's really ridiculous, but it's really enchanting.
Shamshi Adad was the son of the king that you're reading about now, Shalmaneser III. Okay. the husband of Queen Shemuramat, by some identifying with the mythical Semiramis. Now, she could be mythical, but Shemuramat could be her. So that's who they could be referring to.
The half woman has snake.
Yeah. Semiramis, and the father of Adad Niriri III. Now, Nirari the first was the one that I was just reading about with Haran. And just because they take on the names doesn't necessarily mean that they're related. Like,
right? Yeah, I know. I'm just
they had a habit of taking each other's names or taking names of other people.
They have a whole movie about this. Hold on, not a movie. I guess it's a show. 2023. Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
And it's based. Okay, I want to see if that has anything to do with what you're talking
This
about.
woman's husband was also the grandfather of Shalmaneser the Fourth. And there's so now I'm Shamshi Adad. I know of him. But like I said, Adad Nirari III, I didn't know anything about him, so that is who she was. She was supposed to be the wife of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh, and Nineveh was, I'll go ahead and use it. Nineveh.
You cannot stay in Wikipedia.
It was the early city of Mosul. In northern Iraq. It is located on the eastern banks of the Tigris River and was the capital and largest city of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, as well as the largest city in the world for several decades. Today is a common name for the half of Mosul that lies on the eastern bank of the Tigris, and the country's Nineveh governorate takes its name from it. It was the largest city in the world for approximately 50 years until the year 612 BC, when, after the bitter period of civil war in Assyria, it was sacked by a coalition of its former subject people, including the Babylonians, Medes, Persians, Scythians, and Cimmerians. Now that was when the Persians finally invaded Assyria and defeated them. It was also the time when the Jews were freed from Babylon, which is documented historically, by the way. So I just wanted to make that point clear. It's the first time I've actually had a chance to say that on the internet. But that actually is like historically documented.
And where were the Phoenicians? The Phoenicians were, we said, in like near Jordan and stuff like that, right? Is that right? Or Lebanon? No, it's not.
The Phoenicians Phoenicians basically were all over the place. Like, they were in Crete, they were up in Turkey. Troy is where Turkey is where Troy was actually at, right there on the coast of Turkish coast.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map now. But the coast of which side? So it's on the Black Sea or the Mediterranean?
The best way for you to see it is go into your search and type in Troy, Troy, and it'll show you a map of where it was.
Oh, I see here. This map is not as pretty as the other one. The other one was colorful. Black Sea, Georgia.
Beware of the Night Walkers, deadly ghost warriors who kill with just one look. When darkness falls, they rise from burial places and the ocean. They start to march in large groups, and they move until just before sunrise. If you encounter them, never look into their eyes, because they can kill any mortal with only one glance. They are known as the Night Marchers, or spirit ranks, in ancient Hawaiian legends, and their stories have been passed down for generations. The Night Marchers are believed to be deadly ghosts of Hawaiian warriors. There are many interesting aspects of the Night Marcher, who occasionally can also appear during the day. This happens when they are coming to escort a dying relative to the spirit world. In most cases, however, they enter the realm of our existence when it is dark. Being ghosts, they leave no visible physical evidence of their visit. They move, often suspended through the air, and their feet don't ever touch the ground or water. They simply float through the air. Stories of ghosts and spirits are often encountered in Hawaiian mythology. A ghost can be human or non-human, but their existence testifies to people's beliefs in life after death. The Hawaiians said the Lapu ghosts are not supposed to watch over the welfare of the persons they met. They never went into the heavens to become black clouds, bringing rain for the benefit of their households. They did not go out after winds to blow the destructive force against their enemies. This was the earnest work of the ancestor ghost, and was not done by the Lapu. Another name for ghost was Wailua, which referred especially to the spirit leaving the body and supposed to have been seen by someone. This Wailua spirit could have driven back into the body by other ghosts, or persuaded to come back through offerings or incantations given by living friends, so that the dead person could come alive again. It was firmly believed that a person could endure many deaths, and that if anyone lost consciousness, he was dead, and that when life, even to this day, the Lapu comes at night. Their ghost drums the sacred chants can be heard, and their misty forms seen as they hover about the ruins of the oldest heiaus, or temples. All Hawaiians believe in the power of spirits to return to the scene they knew on Earth in the form in which they appeared while they were alive. Especially is the true of the procession of gods and spirits who come on certain sacred nights to visit the sacred places or to welcome a dying relative and conduct him within Amaka world. Many people say they have seen or heard the chanting voices of the night marcher, who are always dressed as ancient chiefs or gods. It's possible to witness the march of these deadly ghost warriors on sacred nights of Ku, Lono, Kane, or Kanalua. Some of these horrible and frightening beings are deceased Koa warriors. It also happens that Hawaiian gods are present in some marches. In the procession is one of gods. The marchers move 5 abreast with 5 torches burning red between the ranks, and without music, save that of the voice raised in chant. Processions of chiefs are accompanied by Amakaua and march in silence, or to the accompaniment of drum, nose flute, and chanting. Legends tell us that encountering the night marchers can have deadly consequences, but it's possible to survive the anger of these fierce ancient warriors. If a mortal catches a glimpse of one of the night marchers, he or she should hide indoors as quickly as possible. By removing all clothing and laying motionless on the floor with the face down, a person shows proper respect, fear, and deference to the night marchers. This behavior will spare the life of the mortal because, in Hawaiian tradition, one may never look at a king or chief's face. Building defense against night marchers is a waste of time because they can pass through any barrier. The only thing that night marchers stay away from is Hawaiian tea plants.
Imams were responsible for ruling in the over-king's place when he wasn't there to rule himself. Eventually, mistrust among the people with whispers of draconian infiltrators, influencing the imams, began to emerge. Zuthra, aware of the rumors, investigated, and found to his dismay, that some of the rumors were correct. Dealing in illegal trade, and the emergence of a drug created by the Draco, called Soma, quickly spread across the realms. Eventually, the only responsibilities of the imams consisted of trade negotiations with the merchants. By the time this took place though, the merchants were already being influenced by the Draco, conspiring with them in illegal trade. Merchants and warlords are never to be trusted. Unethical dealings, among each other, in slave trading and illegal dealings with the Draco. The merchant class is built up with their own federation, dictating to the people who they can do trade with and who they can't. In order for its citizens to do any trade, Lisha has to trade within these federations and nowhere else. This is proclaimed by law. While enforcing trade agreements, these same people deal with warlords, who travel freely within the realms plundering citizens, and taking slaves for trade. Forcing citizens to pay tribute for protection. Warlords make big profit off of being the middleman between the merchants and the Draco too. Trading in slaves and genetic research material. In these lands, most of its people didn't see good or evil, and right or wrong. The ones who did believe in something though, believed in darkness and the light. They believed that there was also a balance in all things too. Most believe in survival of the fittest though, and only the strong survive.
The snow fell relentlessly over the small Bavarian village of Damerung, blanketed with crooked rooftops and cobbled streets in an ethereal white. It was Christmas Eve, and the villagers, cloistered in their homes, feigned cheer with their candles and songs. Beneath the warmth of their hearts, however, shadows lingered, and every creak in the floorboards felt like the approach of something far older than Christmas itself. The legend of Krampus had always been told in hushed tones during Advent. It was a cautionary tale meant to keep children obedient. Parents would whisper of the horned creature who punished the wicked, his cloven hooves marking trails through the snow. Yet as centuries passed, the legend faded into folklore, no longer feared but laughed at, until last year. The events of last Christmas were scarcely whispered about. 12 children vanished without a trace, their tiny footprints leading into a dense forest surrounding Damerung. No search parties returned. Some claimed to hear strange howls in the wind or on the wind, while others reported glimpses of a horned figure in the shadows. This year, however, the villagers dared not speak of it. To acknowledge the horror was to invite it back. Among the villagers, none were unnerved as the widow Greta. The previous year, her only daughter, Annalise, had been one of the 12. Greta's once vibrant face was now sunken, her hands trembling as she clutched her rosary. She had warned the others to forego their celebrations, to extinguish their lights, and hold no carols. He thrives on joy, she said. She had whispered to the baker, on the mockery of holy days. But her warnings fell on deaf ears. That evening, as Greta stared into the flames of her dying hearth, a sound drifted through the howling wind, the low, haunting chime of bells. Her heart seized, for these were no merry bells. They carried a malevolence. Each toll resonated with dread. She peered out her frost-covered window and saw only the snow swirling in the dark. But Greta was not the only one to hear them. Across the village, children stirred in their beds, their eyes wide with fear. Claus, the blacksmith's son, bolted upright, clutching his blanket as a shadow passed under his door. In the church, Father Wilhelm prayed fervently, the candles flickering against the stained glass as the ancient fear clawed at his soul. In the forest beyond Damerung, something stirred. The villagers who dared venture near the tree line would later describe the scene as if the earth itself had split open. The snow was blackened and the air stank of sulfur. There, amidst the gnarled roots of ancient pines, he emerged. Krampus, the bringer of terror, stood tall on his goat-like legs, his muscular torso covered in coarse black fur, horns twisted skyward from his forehead, and his face was a grotesque blend of beast and man, with glowing, malevolent eyes. In one clawed hand, he gripped his staff, a gnarling branch adorned with runes that pulsed with an eerie light. In the other, he dragged chains and a sack of writhed as though alive. Krampus descended upon the village like a plague. His first victim was young Claus, whose cries echoed through the night as the beast smashed through the blacksmith's doors. The boy's parents could only watch in horror as the creature stuffed their son into his sack. The chains rattled ominously. They tried to fight, but the staff in Krampus's hands unleashed a wave of darkness, paralyzing them where they stood. The baker's family was next, their windows shattered as the beast clawed his way inside. The scent of gingerbread mixed with the iron tang of blood as Krampus claimed his second prize. Father Wilhelm, hearing the commotion, rang the church bells to summon the villagers. They gathered in the square, clutching torches and pitchforks, their faces pale with fear. But even as they stood together, a suffocating fog rolled in, silencing their courage. From the mist, the glow of Krampus's eyes pierced the darkness, and the villagers began to scatter. Among the fleeing villagers was Elias, the town historian. Unlike others, Elias had spent years studying forbidden texts locked away in the church's archives. He had read of Krampus's true origins, tracing him back not to Christian myth, but to something far older. Krampus, Elias believed, was no mere punisher of the wicked. He was a harbinger of chaos, a servant of the great old ones, the ancient gods whispered of in blasphemous tomes. Elias ran to Greta's house, pounding on her door. "Widow Greta," he gasped, "you were right. He thrives on our joy, our defiance. We must appease him." Greta opened the door, her face a mask of resignation. It is too late," she said, her voice hollow. "We mocked the old ways, and now we pay the price." As Elias tried to convince her to flee, the bells tolled again, louder this time. A shadow loomed behind him. Greta screamed as Krampus's claws closed around Elias, dragging him into the night. The villagers sought refuge in the church, huddled together as Father Wilhelm recited prayers, but the holy ground offered no sanctuary. The great doors were torn asunder as Krampus stepped into the sacred space. The stained glass shattered, the fragments cutting into flesh as the villagers scrambled to escape. Father Wilhelm stood his ground, raising a crucifix against the beast. "In the name of God, I command thee to..." Krampus silenced him with a swipe of his staff, sending the priest crashing to the altar. The crucifix fell, and the candles extinguished, leaving the church in darkness. By dawn, the village was silent. The snow was stained red, and the homes were empty. Krampus had claimed them all, his sack filled with the souls of the damned and the innocent alike. Greta, the last survivor, stood alone in the square. She watched as Krampus disappeared into the forest, the bells fading into the distance. With trembling hands, she lit a candle and placed it in the snow. "For Annalise," she whispered. The flame flickered, then extinguished, leaving her in darkness. And in the darkness, Greta heard the bells once more. In the years that followed, no one dared to rebuild Demerong. Travelers spoke of the cursed village where shadows moved without light and the wind carried the cries of children. Krampus became more than a legend. He was a warning. But even warnings are often forgotten. Far away in another village, the snow began to fall, and with it came the sound of bells. The desert had been calm, the land stretching endless under a blood-orange sun that dipped on the horizon, but the air was heavy, thick with a silence that felt unnatural. Then came the sounds of hooves, relentless, echoing in the void. El Muerto, the headless rider, tearing across the barren lands with a spectral fury. His black horse's eyes glowed a faint red, as if from within, and though he had no head, his presence radiated an unmistakably rage. Once feared in life as a bandit, now El Muerto was feared in death for the vengeance that kept him bound to this earth. His form moved like a shadow, half in this world and half beyond, eternally searching for the rest he would never find. He had once battled the living in the law, but now it was not the living he faced. It was something older, something that death could not conquer. He rode deep into what had once been the heart of an empire, land soaked in the blood of ancient rituals and steeped in the power of gods long forgotten. Unwittingly, his pursuit had led him to the ruins of an Aztec temple, a place where the dead did not sleep. The winds whispered, carrying with them the faint echoes of drums, the scent of blood that had long dried but never disappeared. Here beneath the ruins lay the restless spirits of warriors and priestesses who had once served gods whose names had been lost to time. But something stirred in the ruins that night, something far darker than any restless souls. The earth beneath the temple trembled, and from the depths of the underworld a figure rose. Meklalenti, the god of death, materialized from the shadows, his skeletal form towering above the temple ruins. His hollow eyes blazed with ancient rage, and with a silent command, the ground crackled open, releasing the undead from their eternal slumber. These were no ordinary spirits. These were the Aztec undead, warriors who had served the god of the dead in life and now served him in death. They emerged, bones clattering, their hollow sockets glowing with the fire of forgotten wars. And at their helm, Meklalenti raised his skeletal hand, calling forth the wrath of the underworld itself. The clash was immediate and violent. El Muerto swung his blackened sword, a blade dulled by the countless souls it had once reaped in life. The undead warriors advanced, their skeletal limbs clattering, but moving with unnatural speed, wielding obsidian blades that gleamed even in the dim light of the underworld's veil. His sword struck one down, but it rose again as though untouched. Another grabbed the reins of his horse, pulling him to the ground, while a priestess with the face of death itself hissed her ancient curse, her voice echoing with the force of 1,000 souls. For the first time in his cursed afterlife, El Muerto felt something akin to fear. The warriors, unlike the lawmen who had once killed him, knew no restraint. The gods of death and the sun had abandoned them to endless war. their existence a cycle of battle that could not be stopped by mere mortal will. His rage and vengeance, though mighty, were no match for the ancient powers they wielded. Yet El Muerto had never known surrender, not even in death. He rose, tearing free from the grasp of the undead, and mounted his horse once more. But as he did, Mechlente descended from the shadows, his skeletal wings spreading wide as he prepared to meet the rider in a battle that would shake the very foundations of the underworld. The battle between El Muerto and Mechlente began with a storm of fury. The god of death swung his obsidian claw with unimaginable force, each striking, splitting the earth beneath them. El Muerto countered with each strike with his sword, blackened by the deaths it had caused in life. But even his blade seemed to falter against the overwhelming power of Mechlente. The two forces clashed with the sound of thunder, their blows sending shockwaves through the ruins. The god of death does not bow to mortals, a voice seemed to echo through the battlefield, though Mechlente's skeletal face remained emotionless. He summoned the winds of the underworld, the souls of the dead swirling around him, rising from the earth in a storm of bones and spirits. El Muerto found himself surrounded on all sides, the undead closing in, their skeletal forms relentless and merciless. Yet in the face of this, El Muerto did not retreat. His sword flashed again and again, carving through the dead as he charged directly towards Mechlente, seeking the heart of the battle. His rage was now not just for survival, but for dominance over death itself, an impossible task, but one that drove him forward. The two forces collided in a terrible storm of violence. Mechlente summoned creatures from the depths of Mechlin, spectral beasts with gaping jaws, their forms twisting and writhing as they tore through the air toward El Muerto. But the headless rider was swift, his horse galloping through the chaos, cutting through the beast with a precision that defied the odds. His blade met Mechlente's obsidian claw once more, sparks flying as they clashed. The god of death let out a roar, the sound splitting the sky as his hand closed around the blade, shattering it to pieces. El Muerto was thrown back by the force, his sword destroyed, and yet still he rose. The god of death, now towering above him, summoned all the powers of the underworld. The ground beneath them trembled as if the earth itself was ready to swallow them whole. Realizing that his battle against the god of death was futile, El Muerto tore away from the ruins, mounting his horse with a desperate fury. He rode hard, fast, leaving behind the temple, but the undead followed. They pursued with a relentless hunger, their skeletal hands grasping at the shadows, their forms blurring into the earth itself, as they merged with the land, rising again and again whenever El Muerto tried to flee. Mechlente's vengeance was endless, and his undead army chased El Muerto wherever he rode, leaving destruction in their wake. Villages once peaceful were ravaged, their people slaughtered as the undead tore through them in pursuit of the rider. Each time El Muerto thought he had escaped, the undead would rise from the earth, driven by the will of their god to hunt him down. In his desperation, El Muerto pushed his horse harder, trying to outrun the ancient curse that clung to him. But no matter where he rode, the undead followed, their skeletal hands reaching for him, their hollow eyes glowing with the fire of vengeance. The pursuit was endless, and for the first time, El Muerto felt the weight of defeat pressing down on him. The final confrontation came as El Muerto reached a great chasm in the earth, a place where the desert ended and the world seemed to drop off into the abyss. Behind him, the undead warriors gathered once again, their skeletal forms glistening in the moonlight as they advanced. And there, on the other side of the chasm, stood Mechalente, his wings spread wide as he called for the rider's surrender. But El Muerto did not stop. Instead, he spurred his horse forward, galloping towards the edge of the cliff, the skeletal warriors close behind. The undead reached out, their hands grasping for the reins of his horse, but with a final leap, the horse and rider plunged into the abyss. The wind howled as they fell, the world spinning around them, the undead screeching as they followed, but it was not the end. Far below, in the depths of the abyss, a different power stirred, something older than Mechalente, something deeper than the underworld's reach. And as El Muerto fell into the darkness, he vanished, leaving only the god of death and his undead army to stare into the endless void, their vengeance unfulfilled. But the pursuit never ended. Even in the depths of the abyss, the Aztec undead followed, for death was a cycle that could never be broken as long as El Muerto existed. So too would the forces of the underworld, chasing him through the realms of the living and the dead, locked in an eternal dance of vengeance, fear, and fury. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another stream live with Roger Hanson. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I have Pecos Dave with me. Usually Karma is coming in, but she
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. I had no
I've been
clue you were
here.
there. Oh, okay. And Karma is here. She's been here so much, I'm gonna start calling her my co-host.
You funny.
But,
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Say hi to everybody. You want to say
Yes,
hi,
hi.
Pecos?
Hello. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Now, today I wanted to jump straight in from where we left off yesterday because of Jack Parsons, and the reason why I wanted to do Jack Parsons is because, like, a lot of people don't realize he was really an intriguing man. I mean, there was a lot of stuff about his life that didn't just pertain to Aleister Crowley. I mean, he was the founder of JPL, which later was affiliated with what a lot of people call the secret government. Also, they were involved in dark projects like reverse engineering and stuff like that. And I just think that those are things that really people don't latch on to, you know.
I'll send it to you.
And also, another fact that a lot of people aren't aware of is Jack Parsons' ex-wife actually married L. Ron Hubbard, who eventually established Scientology. And believe it or not,
Just drawn to the occultism, weren't they?
yeah. And eventually, I know with the conversations we have, eventually Scientology is just going to have to pop into the whole equation when it comes. I don't know which one is going to come into, either conspiracy or, you know, strangeness, but you really can't avoid it. I think that's what scares the shit out of scientists the most. It's like when in chat we were talking about, you know, science being a religion.
Yeah.
I think what really scares a lot of people who think scientifically is they think Scientology and the way Scientology is going and stuff.
See, the interesting thing about science being a religion is it's not always a religion to those who practice it. There are people who practice science that aren't religious scientists, and there are people that basically who call themselves atheists that practice science that are religious.
Yeah.
So there's a line there, because science is very much a method that is non-religious. But certain people cross the line with it. It's almost like the LGBT thing. There's gay people, and then there's religiously gay people. Now there's a whole difference, in science kind of lines up the same way.
What do you say are the differences? Like, how would you describe the separation between the two?
Between someone who practices science,
yeah.
It has to do with faith. If you practice a scientific method, you can have any belief system you want and practice the scientific method. It's a proven, tried thing. But people who say certain tests cannot have a result that disagrees, once you say there can't be a God, you're now saying you've eliminated an outcome based on feelings and opinion and not the scientific method.
Without work, exactly.
Right. So by
research,
eliminating the scientific outcome and not accepting a possibility, you've declared you're not a scientist. And that's when it becomes religious.
Are all Scientologists scientists?
Scientology is completely separated from science. Scientology is first and foremost a religion, and it was actually a scam if you follow what L. Ron Hubbard did. The entire religion was created on a bet. It was a bar bet.
Pretty much like Dogecoin. But they didn't say Dogecoin. It all starts with the bet. Then anyway, that was just funny.
Hubbard bet someone that he could get a bunch of people to follow a religion if he established it, and damn it, he was right.
I heard the same thing about Jesus Christ and being able to reestablish the Roman Empire. Granted, that was through a documentary that I just recently engaged with, but I heard the same exact thing, to where Jesus Christ was actually responsible for establishing Christianity, and he was not a Christian, but he was in order to bring back dignity to the Roman Empire. How true it is or not, I still have more research to do. That was just one notation, but it makes a lot of sense in regards, if you look at the timeline and the fact that one of the biggest emphasis was the part of quote unquote Jesus's life who is not, where we don't know much. It was like 17-year time span that he pretty much does nothing.
The whole
and then
thing, Karma, the whole thing about like bringing back dignity to the Roman Empire, I mean that's something that's kind of hogwash. Have you ever heard about how the Roman Empire was actually formed?
Completely formed. Enlighten
No, I
me.
mean
I may have or may not have, but
the two brothers.
Caesar.
No, Cronus and Cromulus or something. I forgot the
No,
name.
haven't heard of them.
They were two brothers, and freaking they were basically abandoned by their father. And,
Oh yeah.
And
This isn't the same story.
And basically fed to the freaking wolves. Basically, is what it comes down to. And they had to fend for themselves in the wilderness. And I mean.
Well, I don't know that I necessarily believe what I'm hearing just so far.
The whole thing with with their dignity, Rome never had dignity.
Yeah, they were pretty vicious from what I've been discovering. It's not just a cliche. They really are those people that you hear about when it comes to the viciousness, and that's wild to me because allegedly that was the whole point. And they were talking about the sex parties. It's funny because they were talking about like the sex parties and a lot of the incestuous things that were happening and stuff like that. And but my whole thing is how we will not do that research. That's not even a story that we're allowed. I've never been allowed to engage in stuff like this. When I was a kid, it was you go to church, you read your Bible, and that's what it is. And that's probably what started my willingness or desire to, almost a need, but I don't like to say need, but you understand, to discover more, to learn more. Because if you're telling me this is like this, I know you're hiding something else. You're telling me not to look over there, but why don't you want me to look over there? Like, what's over there I'm not supposed to look at? Almost kind of like the whole eat from the tree of life type of thing, but that's the whole 360 degrees compared to the 33 degrees that the Masons stand on, even though that they represent the 360.
I just wanted to point that out about the Romans, and
they've been trapped. No, I don't mean to say it like that.
With Jesus and a lot of that, like Jesus, there's plenty of facts that go farther back than Jesus, from the resurrection and
but even they said that
like
his practice of meditation.
Who was it? Horus. Horus was the one who climbed up the ladder into it was the goddess of the sky. Like
sun goddess Ra, but the goddess, when you're talking about goddess, is somebody different. That sounds like a woman. Cleopatra, no.
Egypt believed in the goddess of the sky, and the father, it was Earth. It was the opposite from a lot of cultures, and that's the resurrection. Then you had Ishtar. So
but even out of the biblical sense, they were attempting to kind of correlate it to where the Bible kind of just incorporated what actual facts into bibliology.
It was a combination. You know what I mean? A lot of the Jewish and Christian religion, it was basically incorporated into it. Like the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis is nothing more than Babylonian freaking garbage. I mean, that's pretty much all it is.
And that's what they were saying. Okay, so hold on. Even with the resurrection, how you mentioned it, they were saying how Jesus had went and studied in India and learned meditation and self-healing and being able to inflict wounds on himself and to kind of enter a trance. Like
right there, he didn't have to do that because Zoroastrianism is was a part of the Persians, and the Persians historically were the ones who freaking freed the Jews from Babylon. That's historically valid. Okay, that actually happened. Even in the Old Testament, they make Sargon as it's the only time it's mentioned in the Bible as a Messiah in the Old Testament before Jesus. All right, he's the only human that was ever referred to as a Messiah, and the reason for that was because he freed the Jews from Babylon when they were in captivity, and he was what would be Iranian now, and back then in Persia they practiced Zoroastrianism. Now, Zoroastrianism is the basic phonetics for freaking all Buddhist religions. The reason why the Buddhists broke off away from Zoroastrianism was because they disagreed with the teachings of Zoroastrianism. Okay?
Before I started learning through documentaries and research, like I had a direct conversation with Source and Jesus, or who you help people see as Jesus. Like we are more connected to, like we were holding him, and even he says not as superior, but nothing that we're unable to do. This is just direct messaging, and we think that he is a superior, but because of his, so the superiority that was presented was falsified, not necessarily falsified, but was created in order for him to sustain a certain type of business. I knew this before the documentary. I just never heard it said again besides through him. And I know that sounds whatever it sounds like, but it's the truth. And so then in regards to which we listening to messages being told to us because it's strategically presented to us, and we're not looking for answers anywhere else because it's significant enough, or maybe we're just uninterested in finding any other type of answer. Okay, so with our abilities, we question them. They've been limited. We don't believe that we have healing powers like Jesus. We don't believe that, not all of us, some of us do, but we don't see ourselves on such a divine level.
Okay, so
you know what I mean? Even when I talk about it.
Let me give you a breakdown on what the Britannica calls Zoroastrianism, okay? Zoroastrianism is an ancient pre-Islamic religion of Iran that survives there in isolated areas and most prosperous in India, where the descendants of Zoroastrianism, Iranian, Persian immigrants are known as Parsis or Parsis.
As Parsons? You said Parsons?
Parsis,
like Jack Parsons?
Parsis or Parsis.
Every overking that rules over Lycia, they must perform what is called the Great Seduction. The overking must seduce and impregnate his mates. To seduce the mate, the overking must enter their mind and coerce them into consummating the marriage through pregnancy. This can be done physically, through conjugation, or it can be done with the overking in astral form. In this form, anything can be done through the vibrations of sound, illusion, and hypnosis. Secret esoteric teachings are passed down to each overking throughout the generations for them to achieve this goal. Survival of the bloodline is the most important thing in any overking's life. The seduction can occur during the target's sleep, while awake, in the real world, or in some plane of illusion. To seduce his target, the overking must use that which tempts the target the most. He must draw that person into his realm of seduction, then use that person's primal urges to have his way. Sometimes the process is instantaneous, and sometimes it takes days before the overking can finally consummate the marriage, impregnating his new wife, and continuing the bloodline of his family.
After the overking has taken control of his target's temptation, desires, and lust, he can then enter her mind, becoming anything that she may desire. The overking can change his appearance, pretending to be anyone or anything that she wishes for him to be. After he has chosen his wife, the overking is indebted through obligation. The people of his wives keep their own secrets, and have received gifts from the overking who rule over them. For these people, this is a blessing to their community, and most of the wives feel that it is a blessing as well. Something holy has happened, and they've replaced up high among their people. When a wife is chosen and impregnated, her people are rewarded. She, as a wife of the overking, is then worshipped as a queen among her people. Each wife rules over their people, and the overking watches from afar.
Senti was a beautiful image of womanhood, with bright blonde hair and gorgeous blue eyes. Every man who had ever laid their eyes upon her wished to have Senti for themselves. She was a huntress who was free and unhindered by thoughts of marriage. Senti lived among nature alone and had desires like every woman did. She understood the meaning of true love, but she desired the touch of the perfect companion. To Senti, love was the beauty of all things that brought light, and she could see this kind of love only in nature. Standing 5 foot and 5 inches in height, she was a muscular woman. The sight of her body was hypnotic to the eyes because she was from the high heavens of Lycia. Everything from the high heavens were beautiful, the sun shone brighter, the trees were greener, and the water was the purest kind. Senti was about 120 pounds, muscular, with white hair that glowed bright, and bright blue eyes. She covered her head with a hood, in order to protect herself from men who might see her and try to entrap her because of her beauty.
When Senti was young, and while doing her chores, Zufra gazed upon her, and had to have her. One day, while going down to a stream to bath, during a hunt, she spotted the most beautiful animal she had ever seen. Tempted by the hunt, she took off after the beast. She followed its trail for a day, and when night fell, she slept under a tree. Within a dream, the beautiful beast came upon her, her desires flared, and she was aroused by temptation. The following day, Senti continued the hunt, tracking the beast's footprints. She raced speedily through the woods, as her desire for the animal grew. Night came again, and again, Senti slept outside each night, continuing the hunt each day. One night, though, she dreamed of the beast once more, but, instead of the hunt, she made love to it. Zufra had seduced her, consecrating his marriage to her, and impregnating her with a child. This was the oldest of Zufra's children, and as a reward, Senti's people were granted forethought.
Ilibu had long salted hair, black, with a shock of white that ran down her banks. Within an unforgiving environment, and underground, on the planet where she lived, she was a short woman, about 4 foot tall. She was a very beautiful woman though, but both of her eyes were different colors, the left eye was brown, and the right eye was blue. A trait common to all of Ilibu's people. Strong gravitation on the planet she was from gave her immense strength in environments with lower gravity. She also had the ability to deplete energy sources around her. Unlike other humans within the plains, her people could not harness energy of any kind. Instead, Ilibu and her people depleted energy within the proximity from where they were. When they departed from that area though, the depleted energy shortly returned. Ilibu grew stronger with the energy that was depleted, but when she ran out of that energy, her strength returned to normal. Some of her people thought of this as a curse, while others thought of it as a blessing. Reasons for why these people were like this is still unknown, but it was generally believed that it was because of the planet from which they came.
At a young age, Ilibu had to go through strenuous training in order to learn how to control herself from depleting energy sources. Not only could she deplete the energy, after proper training, she was able to prevent herself from depleting energy too. When she was young though, after puberty, the phenomenon began, and it seemed more of a curse than a blessing to her. Ilibu was a Cistercian, and her life was ruled by discipline and sheer intellect alone. Her people had to do things manually. Not only did the Cistercians have to survive against draconian hunters wishing to enslave them, they had to survive within deep caverns beneath the planet. Nobody could survive on the surface of Ilibu's home world. Cistercians had to go below, into the shadows of their world, and didn't even know of how they came into being on this harsh world, which is called Lucius. a planet located within a binary star system. One large star producing much of the energy within the star system, and the other, much smaller. The smaller star pulls energy from the larger star, as they rotate around one another. This in turn, causes the environment on the surface of all the planets within its solar system to become inhospitable. Released energy from these stars stir within space, as well as on the surfaces of each planet. Strong winds destroy mountains, cause tidal waves, and storms rage endless on the surface of Ilabu's planet.
At a young age, seduced by the Overking, Ilabu became a wife. Gaining rank among her people because of the seduction, and impregnated with Zuthra's second child. Ilabu's people became the favorite of Zuthra's children. While sleeping, Zuthra gazed upon her, and was overwhelmed by the woman he was looking at. The beauty of her skin, and shape of her body. Placing his hand upon her head, then moving it downward, while he caressed her body, Zuthra entered her dream. In the dream, he made passionate love to her, and she was smitten by the smell of flowers, sunshine above her head, and grass beneath her feet. Ilabu was laid out upon the grass, with a magnificent, blue-eyed man upon her. She was impregnated within a dream, and became a wife. From that day on, as a reward for his new wife, Zuthra granted the power of discernment to her people, and powers of utterance was given on the planet known as Lucius. A barren planet in an unforgiving region of space, ignored by most and avoided by others. This place is where the power of utterance began, through discernment.
Tiana had dark, long, straight, black hair and dark tanned skin. Her eyes were solid black without pupils, and she was a slender woman, weighing about 105 pounds. A cloak hung over her head. Tiana was a ruthless leader who held the reins tight. She came from a culture where women ruled, and men hold no place other than being slaves, and a way to procreate. She enjoyed the tortures too, a common practice among the women of her society. Annual tortures of men in special chambers that were usually custom designed, and filled with devices, whips, chains, and other toys used. Each night, Tiana would sleep above her chamber, where she delighted in the sounds of pain inflicted on her slaves. When Tiana was young, a draconian attack took place on her planet, and they destroyed many of the cities. Death and destruction turned her into a person of vengeance and hate. Dark emotions, with an even darker path, and no man had ever been in charge of this planet called Lexi. Men became the brutal outlet for all destructive thoughts and emotions.
Tiana fought her way to the position of head priestess, overthrew her queen, and took her place. She would build a society under the strictest of terms, making all men fodder in battle, or slaves to women. The women looked down on the men, and thought of them as lesser beings. This was called order among disorder, after years of being hunted by the draconian. These women warriors grew in power, after holding off one invasion after the other. Life meant little to these women, but they would fight until the last of them remained standing. Men were allowed to fight in battle in order to stay alive. When they were no longer good at fighting though, they were turned into slaves. The men who were slaves did manual labor, and if they couldn't, they are then tortured to death. In Tiana's mind, this was the gracious side of her rule. Instead of killing all of the men, she knew that they had to help with procreation. While they served their purpose in the way of impregnation, they could work and fight if they wished to remain alive. Nobody knew what the cause for this kind of society, and the hostility that these warrior women had for men. It was just that way.
One night, while torturing her slave, Zuthra watched Tiana through his pool of visions. He was attracted to her sultry looks and slender body. She was a fine physical specimen that Zuthra could not turn away from, and he had to have her as a wife. While Tiana's slave was in his cell, one night, Zuthra visited him and disguised himself as the slave. He took the slave's place in Tiana's custom-made torture chamber, filled with all kinds of mortal devices. As Tiana beat Zuthra with her whip, the blood from each gouge of his skin began to saturate the whip, then fell to the floor. Blood spattered, hitting Tiana in the face, and she fell drunk with a sense of pleasure. She began to hit Zuthra harder and harder, but it wasn't enough. Soon, she was soaked in the blood that drained from Zutra's body. Zutra seduced Tiana that night, making love to her and impregnating her with his third child, consummating his marriage to her and making her one of his wives. Anger from the act enraged Tiana. Though she was married to Zutra, she never allowed him to claim her. She revolted against him every chance she could and swore vengeance upon him for his trickery.
The first plot concerned Lisha, but the second plot that I do will be about the Draconian. Like before, I am going to revise the second plot more as the story begins to progress. I have a basic idea of what I am wanting to write about the Draconian, but I have to put it into plot form. I am using ideas inspired by ufology, Forgotten Realms, and Dungeons and Dragons. Basically, I am starting over, with a different plot and outline to go along with the rough draft to the second short story in a series that I am going to create. I had a hard time with putting together a short story with a plot, much less having an outline that went along with both the rough draft and the plot. I found myself changing the story as it progressed. Some things concerned writing too much information at the beginning of the main story. Other subjects in the story were too descriptive, and I learned sometimes it isn't best to explain the whole story to the reader. Let them use their imagination so that they can imagine for themselves what is taking place around the characters. So, with that in mind, I tried to keep the descriptive part of my writing at bay. Save the Cat also seems to have an issue with me too. Writing short stories has always been a problem for me, much less trying to do one with a theme, plot, and outline. Then I have to come up with this thing called theme stated. Now, that is the hard part. It drives me crazy. I was able to get through it, and I did learn a lot about my writing too. That is the most important part, I guess?
He discovers the tomb of Osiris, which is an enclosure beneath which is hidden a lake of fire. The tomb is covered by a pyramid-like mound identified with the goddess Isis, and on top of which Isis and Nephthys have alighted in the form of two kites, which are birds of prey. In the 6th hour, the most significant event in the underworld occurs. The Ba, or So, of Ra unites with his own body, or alternatively with the Ba of Osiris within the circle formed by the Mehen serpent. Mehen is spelled M-E-H-E-N, all lowercase. This event is the point at which the sun begins its regeneration. It is a moment of great significance, but also danger, as beyond it, in hour 7, the adversary Apep, or Apophis, lies in wait and has to be subdued by the magic of Isis and the strength of Set, assisted by Serket, spelled S-E-R-Q-E-T, capital S at the beginning. Once this has been done, the sun god opens the door of the tomb in hour 8 and then leaves the sandy island of Sakar by rowing vigorously back into the waters in hour 9. In hour 10, the regeneration process continues through immersion in the waters until in hour 11, the God's Eye, a symbol for his health and well-being, are fully regenerated. In hour 12, he enters the eastern horizon, ready to rise again as the new day's sun. That's the hours. of the Amduat. Now I'm going to talk about the Duat. In Egyptian mythology, Duat, also Tuat, which is T-U-A-T, and Tuawat, T-U-A-U-T, or Akert, A-K-E-R-T, Amethyst, A-M-E-N-T-E, or T-H-E-S, Amenti, A-M-E-N-T-I, or Netter Kertet, N-E-T-E-R/K-H-E-R-T-A-E-T, is the underworld. The Duat, one would think to reside in an area under the earth, but ancient Egyptians often referred to the sky. The Duat is the realm of the god Osiris and the residence of other gods and supernatural beings. It is the region through which the sun god Ra travels from west to east during the night and where he battles Apep. It also was the place where people's souls went after death for judgment, though it was not the full extent of the afterlife. Burial chambers formed touching points between the mundane world of the Duat, and spirits could use tombs to travel back and forth from the Duat. What we know of the Duat principally derives from funerary texts such as the Book of Gates, Book of Caverns, Coffin Text, Amduat, and the Book of the Dead. Each of these documents fulfills a different purpose and gives a different perspective on the Duat, and different texts can be inconsistent with one another. The texts which survive differ in age and origin, and it is likely that there was never a single uniform interpretation of the Duat. The geography of Duat is similar in outline to the world the Egyptians knew. There are realistic features like rivers, islands, fields, lakes, mounds, and caverns, along with fantastic lakes of fire, walls of iron, and trees of turquoise. In the Book of Two Ways, one of the coffin text, there is even a map-like image of the Duat. The Book of the Dead and coffin text were intended to guide people who had recently died through the Duat's dangerous landscape and to a life as an Ak, AKH, or blessed spirit, among the gods. The dead person must pass a series of gates guarded by dangerous spirits, depicted as human bodies with grotesque heads of animals, insects, torches, or knives. These beings have equally grotesque names. For instance, blood drinker who comes from the slaughterhouse, or one who eats the excrement of his hindquarters. Other features emphasized in these texts are mounds and caverns inhabited by gods or supernatural animals which threaten the spirits of the dead. The purpose of the book is not to lay out a geography, but to describe a succession of rites of passage which the dead would have to pass to reach the afterlife. If the deceased successfully passed these unpleasant demons, he or she would reach the weighing of the heart. In this ritual, the heart of the deceased was weighed by Anubis using a feather representing Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. The heart would become out of balance because of failure to follow Ma'at, and any hearts heavier or lighter than her heart were rejected and eaten by the Amit, the devourer of souls. Those souls that passed the test would be allowed to travel toward the paradise of Aru. In spite of the unpleasant inhabitants of the Duat, this was no hell to which souls were condemned. The nature of Duat is more complex than that. The grotesque spirits of the underworld were not evil, but under the control of the gods. The Duat was also a resident of gods themselves, as well as Osiris, Anubis, Thoth, Horus, Hathor, and Ma'at all appear as a dead soul makes its way towards judgment. It was also in the underworld that the sun Ra traveled under the earth from west to east and was transformed from its aged autumn form into Capri, the new dawning sun. Just as a dead person faced many challenges in the Duat, Ra faced attack in the underworld from the evil serpent Apep. Now we will move on to Heka. Heka was the deification of magic in Egyptian mythology, his name being the Egyptian word for magic. According to Egyptian writing, coffin text spelled 261, Heka existed before duality had yet come into being. The term Heka was also used for the practice of magical ritual. The Coptic word Hik, H-I-K, is derived from the ancient Egyptian. Heka literally means activating the Ka, the aspect of the soul which embodied personality. Egyptians thought activating the power of the soul was how magic worked. Heka also implied great power and influence, particularly in the case of drawing upon the Ka of the gods. Heka acted together with Hu, H-U, capital H, the principle of divine utterance, and Sia, S-I-A, capital S, at the beginning. The concept of divine omniscience to create the basis of creative power both in the mortal world and the world of the gods. As the one who activates Ka, Heka was also said to be the son of Atum, the creator of things in general. Occasionally, the son of Khnum, K-H-N-U-M, capital K at the beginning, and Atum is spelled A-T-U-M, capital A. Who created, the creator of things in general, or occasionally the son of Khnum, who created specific individual Ba, another aspect of the soul. As the son of Khnum, his mother was said to be Menhit, M-E-N-H-I-T, capital M at the beginning. And I don't know if I need to say capital M or capital whatever at the beginning of the word, but I've noticed Some words are all lowercase and some have capital letters, so that's the way I'm doing it. Okay, the hieroglyph for his name featured a twist or flax within a pair of raised arms. However, it also vaguely resembles a pair of entwined snakes within someone's arms. Consequently, Heka was said to have battled and conquered 2 serpents, and was usually depicted as a man choking 2 giant intertwined serpents. Medicine and doctors were thought to be a form of magic, and so Heka's priesthood performed these activities. Egyptians believed that with Heka, the activation of the Ka and an aspect of the soul of both gods and humans and divine personification of magic, they could influence the gods and gain protection, healing, and transformation. Health and wholeness of being were sacred to Heka. There is no word for religion in the ancient Egyptian language. Mundane and religious worldviews were not distinct. Thus, Heka was not a secular practice, but rather a religious observance. Every aspect of life, every word, plant, animal, and ritual was connected to the power and authority of the gods. In ancient Egypt, medicine consisted of 4 components. The primeval potency that empowered the creator god was identified with Heka, who was accompanied by magical rituals known as Seshal.
1. The Overking Zuthra sits on his throne, which sits high upon a dais, surrounded by pillars that stretch high, up to the ceiling of the divine throne room. 2. The known planes of existence consist of 6 known planes of existence, known as the higher planes of Lisha, the planes of Protean, the cardinal plane, the Orphidian plane, the Serpentine planes, and then the Saurian plane. 3. Theme stated. The act of providence is in knowing of things to come, before they happen. Zuthra took his wives through the great seduction, entering their minds, and claiming each as his wife and consummating the marriage. The purity and survival of the bloodline, within the royal family, is of utmost importance. The continuation of the bloodline among Zuthra's family must occur. For as long as can be remembered, it has been this way.
Ilabu was a wife of Zuthra, seduced when he placed his hand upon her head while she slept. In her dream he made love to her, impregnated her, and consummated their marriage. Senti was a wife of Zuthra, seduced when he entered into her mind while she went down to a river to bath, seducing her into a hunt, where he impregnated her within a dream, as she rested at night, while she was on the hunt. Tiana was another wife of Zuthra's, seduced through an unusual circumstance, considering that her and her people would torture and kill their men, keeping only the babies born who were female, and killing all of the males. Each woman within Tiana's tribe would torture men only for the pleasure they enjoyed when inflicting pain upon them, and this was how Zuthra was able to seduce her. Making himself appear as her slave, he allowed her to torture him. After a while, through Tiana's lust for blood, Zuthra was able to consummate the marriage, and impregnated her with his child. She succumbed to the desires that she had for bloodlust. Because of the trickery that was played on her, Tiana swore vengeance upon Zuthra, and never forgave him for what he had done.
4. All throughout the realms, merchants and warlords pillage, trade goods, and dictate what is made, who can make it, and who people can buy from and sell to. Warlords destroy those settlements who do not follow their orders, and pay tribute to them. 5. In Lycia there is no good and evil, there is only balance between darkness and light. 6. Whispers spread across Lycia about conspirators and treacherous draconian infiltrators, who sow mistrust among the people. 7. Abtu, a reptilian priest of the Draco, travels to Lycia, swaying many humans into following the ways of the Draco. Imams become self-proclaimed satraps, and Zuthra is forced into decreasing their power, replacing imams with ones that he can trust. Responsibilities of the imams soon consist only of the delegation between trade merchants, many of whom conspire with Abtu in illegal trades, consisting of human slave trade and genetic research, drugs which convert humans into mindless followers of whoever has it. Most of the imams and merchants are influenced by this drug, and those who aren't, trade with Abtu out of greed.
Abtu is captured and is imprisoned within the lowest levels of Zuthra's palace, and also below the Divine Throne Room, a place where the imams and Zuthra can closely monitor his every move. 9. The truth comes when Zuthra discovers Tiana's treacherous acts of betrayal. Zuthra's enemies draw in for the kill. 10. Hellish flames fall from the sky above the burned-out cities below. Zuthra, the high heavens of Lycia, the terraced capital of the Divine, and the Divine Palace, are placed on separate planes by the imams. This also included Abtu, though, who was imprisoned within the lower levels of the Divine Palace. Though protected from the upcoming invasion by the Draco, the high heavens are still separated from the terraced capital of the Divine, within two separate planes of existence. 11. Zuthra sits within the Divine Throne Room, knowing that his enemy is almost upon him, and the end is close at hand. He grieves, though, over the lives lost. Entire families lost without warning. In visions, he sees his people gathered up by the Draconian, being used as food, and experimentation with genetics. The force that once empowered Zuthra has now drained out of him, and tears of Zuthra's shame and guilt are shadowed in self-pity and pain.
Awakening from his premonition, Zuthra remembered what he saw. The imams and the sinister draconian plot did not happen yet. He knew that what he saw was real though, and it was going to happen soon. Suddenly, familiar words crossed his mind. The act of providence is in knowing of things to come before they happen. Zuthra immediately began to evacuate his people, and the imams isolated the high heavens and the palace of the divine by transporting each into other planes of existence. Again, separated from the other planes. Abtu was still a prisoner within the lower levels of the palace. He had just been captured and placed there by the imams. 13. The mass exodus had begun, as the draconian invasion began. All the deceived followers of the draconian stayed behind, awaiting their new masters. Zuthra had organized the best route of evacuation though, choosing planets to travel to, and eventually resettle. Merchant ships were loaded with passengers, while all military battleships were en route, and preparing for battle. As fire fell from the sky, the Lycian fleet fell out of hyperspace, and on arrival were destroyed immediately. The draconian fleets were there to meet them. Merchant ships filled with passengers and cargo had already fled, heading to locations that were considered safe. Survivors fled to two separate quadrants, while Zuthra and the Divine Throne Room was placed in a plane of existence separated from the rest. with hopes of someday returning to claim what was rightfully his. 14. Lisher laid in ruins, while the imams who now proclaimed themselves as satraps regained their power under the control of the new Empress Tiana, a puppet ruler for the Draconian Empire. These Draconian rulers spoke telepathically through human slaves, captured during the invasion, to followers of the Draco, and they only heard the message of their masters. Later, these slaves and followers would flee too, as Tiana slowly gave into her hidden darkness that was within her mind, offering humans to the Draco as payment for her rule. She began to desire more pain and suffering from her subjects, until that was all that she enjoyed. Soon, Lisher became a desolate memory of a lost civilization that fell many years ago.
Even know what's coming from that Nigerian hub. That's a marketing strategy. We are not on that stage yet. But man, imagine that you're getting new releases every week. Will be the highest quality platform music in the world. It's high end, right? So imagine these guys from Railroad Earth in Atlanta, right? They have these events every Sunday. So there will be people getting tokens. That's the flow. It's already there. It's just to build the platform to channel all these hubs that are already doing it everywhere. Man, yeah, there's a bunch of good ideas around this. I haven't been like even try here. I don't promote it at all. Like I share it with friends, and sometimes I share some story on Instagram for local. But the thing, yeah, is that I haven't moved on that because I want to get first the grant from Artisan to move forward about the locator and all of that first.
Folic acid. Used to treat megaloblastic anemia caused by folic acid deficiency. Usually occurs in pediatric, pregnant, elderly, or alcoholic patients. Folic acid is necessary in RBC production plus growth. Large doses of folic acid can counteract effects of anticonvulsants. Side effects: erythema, itching, rash, anorexia, difficulty concentrating, irritability. Epoetin alpha. Erythropoietin forms in kidneys when there is hypoxia plus anemia. It stimulates erythropoiesis in bone marrow, RBC production. These drugs are given to PTS with decreased erythropoietin production. Side effects: HTN is most common, headache, edema, fatigue, dizziness, chest pain, skin reaction. Anticoagulant drugs. These drugs reduce the ability of the blood to clot. Assess for SS of bleeding or hemorrhage, bleeding gums, nosebleed, bruising, black tarry stools, hematuria 1. Heparin and heparin derivatives. Used to prevent clot formation. Does not dissolve already formed clots. MOA, drug activates antithrombin 3 prevents formation of thrombin plus fibrin. Thrombin time and PTT are prolonged in patient taking heparin. Low molecular weight heparin used for DVT prevention. Side effects: few side effects. Bleeding, bruising, hematoma. PTT is maintained at 1.5 to 2 times the normal. Antidote for heparin is protamine sulfate. Oral anticoagulants. Main drug in this category warfarin. Rapid absorption, but effects are not seen for 36 to 48 hours. MOA inhibits vitamin K dependent activation of clotting factors. Side effects: minor bleeding, bruising, hematoma. The effects of warfarin can be reversed with vitamin K. Monitor INR. Antiplatelets. Used to prevent arterial thromboembolism, used in patients at risk for MI, stroke, and arteriosclerosis. absorbed quickly plus reaches peak in 1 to 2 hours. MOA, drug blocks synthesis of prostaglandin equal prevents formation of platelet aggregating substance, thromboxane A2. Side effects, bleeding is most common side effect. Others include stomach pain and heartburn. Contraindicated in active bleeding. Thrombolytic drugs. These drugs dissolve existing clots. MOA, drug converts plasminogen to plasmin equal dissolves thrombi plus fibrinogen. These drugs are most effective when given within 6 hours of onset of symptoms. Side effects, bleeding. Contraindicated in active bleed. Maintain bleeding precautions during administration.
The Save the Cat beat sheet was originally developed by Blake Snyder to help screenwriters plot movies, but it works just as well with graphic novels and, of course, novels. It breaks down the 3-act structure into small, specific sections, sometimes just one scene long. Each section pushes your story forward in its own way. The exact word count, page count of each section depends on how long your novel is and what type of story you're telling. Fill in your ideas for each section. Don't write your whole novel here, just jot down general ideas for sections and scenes, like Javier's in elevator when earthquake hits and Molly fights with sister, chases down taxi. Act 1. Opening image, 0 to 1%, show a before snapshot of your protagonist and their world. What is life like before the adventure begins? Setup, 1 to 10%, keep showing that ordinary before world. Explore your protagonist's life, including the internal flaws and external challenges they'll have to overcome in order to change for the better by the end of the story. Also introduce important supporting characters. Theme stated, happens during the setup. Somewhere in your setup, include a scene where a character says something that hints at what the protagonist's big life lesson will be, how they'll have to change and grow by the end of the story. The protagonist won't understand the lesson until later, though. Catalyst, 10%, this is when life as they know it changes forever. There's no going back to the before world from here. What is the inciting incident that pushes the protagonist into the next phase of the story? Debate, 11 to 20%, but change is scary. Show the protagonist questioning themselves and resisting the path ahead, wondering whether they have what it takes, or whether or not they should just run home and hide under the bed. This is their last chance to chicken out. Should I just? I really shouldn't because. But what about?
I can't seem to find my socks. There's something wrong. There's some cake! In my head. In my head, I said there's something wrong. I want to give it to you. In my head! There's something wrong! In my head! I want to give it tea! I want to give it tea! I want to give it tea! There's some cake. I got a problem with you, yeah. It's everything that you do. You're wasting my time with your lies. Evil snake in disguise. I find myself in the morning enjoying a nice cup of tea and 1 or 2 little chocolate biscuits. But I do try not to eat too many. One doesn't want to get fat. But in the evening time, I shove them all into my fat gourd! I got a problem with you, yeah. It's everything that you do. The tears that I cry through your lies. An evil snake in disguise. something wrong. In my head! In my head! There's something wrong! I got a problem inside my head. There's something wrong in my head! Yeah, I got a problem inside my head. My head, inside my head! I got a problem inside my head. There's something wrong! There's something wrong! Yeah, I got a problem inside my head. In my head, I said there's something wrong! I got a problem inside my head. I got a problem. I got a problem inside my head. I got a problem. Yeah, baby. I got a problem inside my head. I got a problem. I got a problem inside my head. I got a problem. I want a cup of tea.
The Book of Enoch holds a unique place within Jewish apocalyptic literature, particularly in its detailed portrayal of the Watchers, the angels sent to observe and guide humanity. However, in a turn of events marked by divine rebellion, a number of these celestial beings, led by Semyaza, transgressed their heavenly duties, sharing forbidden knowledge with mankind. This act of defiance leads to their inevitable fall, setting the stage for divine retribution. Among these fallen Watchers, Kokabiel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel emerge as significant figures with particular roles tied to the cosmos, stars, and celestial wisdom. To fully grasp the interplay between these three entities and their relevance in Chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch, we must examine their symbolic, theological, and esoteric implications in the wider context of celestial law. Chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch is pivotal because it lists the specific forbidden teachings given to humanity by the fallen Watchers. This chapter details how the Watchers impart secret knowledge of the heavens, earth, and spiritual dimensions to mankind, significantly altering the course of human history. At the center of this narrative, the Watchers reveal esoteric secrets about metallurgy, weaponry, enchantments, astrology, and the medicinal properties of plants. These revelations are significant because they represent a double-edged sword. While advancing humanity's technological and scientific knowledge, they also introduce corruption, violence, and pride. In Enoch 8:3, we read, "And they revealed eternal secrets which were in heaven, which men were striving to learn." This sentence encapsulates the allure of celestial knowledge, powerful, desirable, and yet dangerous if acquired through improper means. The unveiling of these eternal secrets leads to moral decay, the proliferation of war, and the perversion of natural law, thus instigating the downfall of both man and angel. Kokabiel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel all play roles in the dissemination of this forbidden wisdom. While each angel is linked to specific aspects of the cosmos, their shared contribution to the fall of man is rooted in the transference of knowledge that should have remained hidden. One of the primary Watchers mentioned in Chapter 8 is Kokabiel, whose name can be translated as Star of God, or God of the Stars. Kokabiel is described as a powerful angel with dominion over the stars and astrology. His role as the keeper of the stars is significant in the context of both Enochian and broader Jewish angelology, as stars were often seen as symbols of divine order, timekeeping, and fate. According to Chapter 8, Kokabiel taught astrology to mankind. Astrology, in this context, is the knowledge of the stars, celestial movements, and their influence on earthly affairs. Kokabiel's teachings would have allowed early humans to read the heavens for omens, foretell events, and perhaps understand the cycles of nature in a new way. However, with this knowledge came the potential for misuse. Rather than reading the stars as divine messages, humanity could twist this wisdom to manipulate destiny, opening the door to hubris and defiance against the divine order. The concept of stars in Enochian tradition is not merely astronomical. They are often symbolic of angelic beings themselves, as well as divine decrees. Kokabiel's fall and transgression represent a perversion of cosmic balance, taking the heavens, which should remain pure and distant, and turning them into tools for human power and control. Astrology, while often viewed with a mystical or practical lens, also had implications for religious worship in ancient times. The stars were considered divine lights, and their movements could signify approval or disapproval from the gods. By teaching humanity how to manipulate this knowledge, Kokabiel essentially handed over a key to the workings of the universe, but it came at the price of reverence for the divine. Barkiel, also spelled Barakiel, is less directly mentioned in the primary texts of the Book of Enoch, yet plays an important role in post-Enochian angelology as the angel of blessings and lightning. His association with lightning brings him into the sphere of celestial phenomena and natural forces, making him a potent symbol of divine power. In certain traditions, Barkiel is considered a prince among angels, a figure who controls the elements of nature, particularly the sudden, uncontrollable force of lightning. This makes him both a guardian and a wielder of immense power, a bridge between the spiritual and physical worlds. Though Barkiel's role as a watcher is not explicitly outlined in Chapter 8, his possible inclusion among the fallen watchers can be extrapolated through his association with celestial signs. Like Kokabiel, Barkiel would have had the ability to manipulate the heavens, particularly through storms and lightning, which were often seen as messages from the divine. His influence over these forces could have provided humans with knowledge of controlling nature itself, thereby diminishing the awe and fear that such phenomena once inspired. The misuse of this power would further symbolize the fall from grace of the Watchers. Lightning, traditionally a symbol of divine judgment and revelation, as seen in Moses' encounter with God at Mount Sinai, becomes a tool of rebellion when appropriated by the Watchers and shared with mankind. This shift marks a movement away from divine will and towards self-serving agendas, both for angels and men. Shamsiel, also spelled Shemshiel, plays a dual role as an angel associated with the sun and as one of the chief watchers. His name means, Son of God, or God is my son, and he is often described as the guardian of the day. Shamsiel's dominion over the sun, like Kokabiel's authority over the stars, connects him directly to the mysteries of time, light, and cosmic order. In the Book of Enoch, Shamsiel is traditionally seen as one of the leaders of the fallen watchers, imparting forbidden knowledge to humanity, particularly related to the movement of the sun and celestial cycles. Like Kokabiel, his teachings would have provided humanity with knowledge of how to read the heavens, but specifically focusing on the solar mysteries, understanding the changing of seasons, the cycles of day and night, and the influence of the sun on earthly life. Shamsiel's fall is significant because the sun, throughout ancient cultures, was often revered as a symbol of divine presence and power. The act of controlling or manipulating solar knowledge represents a profound transgression, moving from understanding the sun as a source of life and light to seeing it as a tool for personal gain or manipulation. In this context, Shamsiel's fall mirrors the broader rebellion of the Watchers. By revealing the secrets of the sun, he introduces a new form of knowledge that allows humanity to separate themselves from dependence on divine cycles, thereby eroding the natural order set forth by the Creator. This act of defiance, like those of his fellow Watchers, contributes to the growing corruption of the world. The intersection of Kokabiel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel's roles in Chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch is crucial for understanding the cosmic implications of their actions. Each of these angels is associated with celestial forces, the stars, lightning, and the sun, which in ancient cultures were seen as manifestations of divine power and order. By teaching humanity how to control or manipulate these forces, the Watchers inadvertently, or perhaps intentionally, set in motion a process that destabilizes both the spiritual and physical worlds. The Book of Enoch portrays this act as a fundamental transgression, the introduction of knowledge that humanity was not ready to possess. While the Watchers may have believed they were granting humanity a gift, the consequences of their actions were far-reaching. Humanity, now armed with the power to manipulate the cosmos, begins to stray from the natural order, leading to violence, greed, and ultimately the punishment of both angels and men. The cosmic imagery of stars, lightning, and the sun also plays a significant role in the esoteric interpretation of these angels. In many mystical traditions, the stars represent fate or destiny, lightning symbolizes sudden divine revelation or wrath, and the sun embodies the source of all life and truth. By taking control of these elements, the Watchers challenge the very fabric of divine will, setting themselves up as gods in their own right. This rebellion is not merely a physical act of imparting knowledge, it is a symbolic rebellion against the cosmic order itself. By disrupting the balance of the heavens, the Watchers introduce chaos into the world, a theme that resonates throughout the rest of the Book of Enoch. The actions of Kokabeel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel in chapter 8 represent a corruption of divine wisdom. The knowledge they impart to humanity is not inherently evil, rather, it is the misuse of this knowledge that leads to disaster. This theme of corrupted wisdom is central to the narrative of the fallen Watchers and ties into broader theological discussions about the nature of sin, free will, and divine justice. The Watchers, in their desire to elevate humanity, or perhaps themselves, overstep their bounds. They assume that by giving humanity access to celestial wisdom, they are doing a service to creation. However, they fail to recognize that humanity is not yet prepared to handle such knowledge responsibly. This leads to the proliferation of violence, hubris, and the eventual degradation of both the angels and men. Theologically, this speaks to the concept of hubris, the pride that leads to the downfall of both angels and humans. By overstepping their roles, the Watchers invite divine punishment. Their actions mirror the biblical narrative of the Tower of Babel, where humanity's attempt to ascend to the heavens and become like gods results in their downfall. In a broader theological sense, the story of the Watchers highlights the dangers of unbridled knowledge. While knowledge itself is a gift from the divine, it must be tempered with wisdom, humility, and an understanding of one's place within the cosmic order. When knowledge is used to elevate oneself above the divine or to manipulate creation for selfish purposes, it leads to destruction. From an esoteric perspective, Kokabeel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel represent different aspects of celestial and cosmic forces. Kokabeel, as the teacher of astrology, symbolizes the control over fate and destiny. Barkiel, as the angel of lightning, represents the sudden and often uncontrollable power of divine judgment and revelation. Shamsiel, as the guardian of the sun, embodies the mysteries of light, life, and truth. In esoteric traditions, stars are often seen as symbols of destiny or spiritual guidance. To manipulate the stars, as Kokabeel taught humanity, is to take control of one's own fate, potentially challenging the divine order. Astrology, while often viewed as a neutral or even positive practice today, would have been seen as a dangerous tool in the hands of those not ready to understand the full implications of controlling the heavens. Similarly, Barkiel's association with lightning can be interpreted as a metaphor for the sudden, sometimes destructive, nature of divine revelation. Lightning is unpredictable and powerful, and in many traditions, it is seen as a direct manifestation of divine wrath or favor. By giving humans the knowledge to control or interpret lightning, Barkiel allows them to harness the power of divine judgment for their own purposes, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Shamsiel's connection to the sun represents a more subtle form of knowledge. The sun, as a source of life and light, is often associated with truth and divine wisdom. To control the sun is to control the flow of time, seasons, and the very cycles of life. Shamsiel's fall, therefore, represents the ultimate transgression, taking control of the very source of life and bending it to human will. In esoteric traditions, the sun is also symbolic of the self or the soul. By revealing the secrets of the sun, Shamsiel may be seen as imparting knowledge about the deeper mysteries of the self and the universe. However, this knowledge, when misused, can lead to spiritual pride and the downfall of the individual.
We live our lives in the past, regretting the mistakes we've done, and we never have the chance to let it go. We're looking at the future, waiting for some love to come, waiting for some take our sadness away. Ooh. Inside the loop, flying with our best intentions. Here we are, looking for the beauty to deny our own deception. It's time to go down, go down. Time to go down to the roots, to the point where all this came from. Time to go down to the roots, to the roots. To the point where all this came from. Time to go down to the roots, to the roots, to the point where all this came from. Time to go down to the roots, to the roots, and to the point where all this came from.